Blakely and Liam, the Campbell Sons. Written by Diana Knightley. Narrated by Jenny Whitaker. Chapter 1. A Sure Way to Become Stuck. Liam. I asked, "What do you want to drink?" My father's a lawyer, Joe Simpson shoved the contracts across the bar. Nothing, Liam, I'm here strictly on business. He pulled a pen from his pocket and tapped on the paper. Sign here, here, and there. I exhaled, wiping out a beer mug, staring down at the paperwork. I was sitting on a bar stool and my legs jiggled, as if they wanted to run from the bar, run away from the town, run all the way back home to Scotland. He held the pen out. Come on, Liam, it's not so bad. It's a great pub in a great little town in the best part of America. He looked around, grimaced and added, with a bit of a shine. Not much wrong that a good washing couldn't fix. And the motel's workable. You could turn it into a real fine business. You say it to me as if I didn't just clean out my accounts to clear my father's debts. How am I going to shine a pub when I dinna hae a quid to my name? My father passed away, and I am the poorer for it. I put down the mug, took the pen, uncapped it in my teeth, and signed all 3 places, then chucked the pen to the bar. Joe asked, "Do you want me to work on your immigration forms?" I shook my head and called across the pub to Naisha, the last employee I could afford to pay. Joe Simpson is wondering if, now I cleared the debts in my dear old dad-shite pub and motel in the middle of nowhere, I might want to settle here. What do you think, Naisha? Naisha was wiping off a table and started laughing. I never met anyone who liked a place less than you, Liam. As soon as you arrived, you were ready to go. She put her hands on her hips. Now, of course, you spent most of the time in hospice with your dad. It's hard to blame you for not wanting to stick around. But you're young, you've got a life. You need to get back to it. Joe shrugged. I just thought I'd ask again. Now that you own the bar and the motel, you might. I need to return to Scotland as soon as I can. I took a leave of absence from my job. I have people who depend on me. Nay, I want to put it up for sale. Would you like me to prepare the paperwork? Aye. Joe scooped up the papers on the bar, pushed them into a file folder, scribbled something on a notepad, then stuffed it all in his briefcase. Anything else I can help you with before I go? Nay, that seems about enough. Just putting it up for sale. The sooner the better. I am sorry about your father. He was a good man, well respected around here. I said, well, I barely knew him, but that's what I hear. He left the pub waving goodbye to the other customers, who all called back, Bye, Joe. Naisha came to the bar and leaned. It's for the best, you know. This place is a sure way to become stuck, and you are too pretty to get stuck. I laughed. Naisha, is this your way of saying 'tis my night to mop the floors? You get to go home. We can't both work tonight. You can't afford to pay us both. Chapter 2. Place you in a rom-com. Blakely. This airplane was so tightly packed, and the people on either side of me overflowed onto my seat. I tucked my elbows in, stared straight ahead, and tried to disappear, though I had dressed for notice. I shoved the sleeves on my stiff, fabulously expensive houndstooth jacket up to my elbows, feeling overheated. Nothing was comfortable. My ironic black flag t-shirt was too tight, my designer jeans too stiff. The leather collar choker that I bought from an artist on Rodeo Drive constricted my airflow. She had not mentioned that. And my new hiking boots had given me blisters on my little toes. And right now, more than anything, I needed comfort. My throat was tight. My eyes stung. I really wanted to curl up and cry. But no, I had to sit, stare ahead, and nod and smile when spoken to by the 2 people sharing my 2 square feet of space. They both fell asleep. The lady on my right, wearing a bright teal sweater set, had a head list going. She'd list, then startle, and then list again. Just rest your head for fuck's sake. The guy on the left, wearing a Dodgers baseball cap, emitted a long, loud, inhaling snore, then snorted, then settled into an open-mouthed, deep breathing. The flight attendant came to our row, so the guy beside me got nudged in the ribs by his wife across the aisle. Her voice was testy. "Do you want a drink, John? We'll be in North Carolina soon." "What?" He spluttered and looked dazed. "The lady wants to know if you want a drink." "Hell no, I don't want a drink." He adjusted his girth in the seat. "Oh, wait, yes, I do. Ginger ale, no ice." His wife loud whispered, "You know it makes you gassy." He grunted and took his drink. She said, "You're not listening, as always." I requested, "Vodka tonic, please." It was placed on my tray, and I slammed it down. The lady to my right had woken up to get a drink and opened the flight magazine. She groaned loudly for attention. "Oh, don't you hate it when someone else has already done the crossword?" I forced a smile. "Look, someone half did it in pen. Shows a lack of respect for other people." I nodded and agreed, then hiccuped. My eyes noticed the headline on the flight magazine in the pouch in front of me. An albatross named Wisdom. Ooh, that was a play on words. Like an albatross, like weighing you down. I hiccuped again and fished the magazine out to read. What even was an albatross? Like a big bird, right? One of the ones that... The lady beside me huffed. The Sudoku's been done, too." The flight attendant went back down the aisle, and I waved her over. Another vodka tonic, please." She placed it on my tray and left. Peripherally, I could see the lady about to talk to me again, so I flipped through the magazine for the albatross story, took a sip of vodka tonic, possibly too much already, Blakely, dribbling a bit on my shirt, and tried to look engrossed in the article. There was a color photo of the albatross. Weren't they extinct? I mean, I thought so. I drank another sip of vodka tonic and lost my page, flipped looking for it. There. The albatross was named Wisdom and was not extinct. There was this one, and it was 70 years old. Like, wasn't that crazy old for a bird? I glanced up. The lady was about to ask me something, so I quickly looked down at the article. What if this albatross was my guardian animal? Protect me from inconsiderate strangers? To paraphrase my Aunt Pam, Lord knows I need a guardian angel shaped like a pit bull. I finished my vodka tonic. Albatrosses fly, really? The lady beside me asked. Does yours have the crossword? Oh, yes, probably. A pause where I tried to decide, is she less likely to talk to me if she has my crossword puzzle? Or if I'm reading about albatrosses? Who the fuck wanted to get in a plane and learn about birds anyway? Oh, I got it. Flight. I passed her the magazine. She flipped to the back and huffed. Look, this one is half finished too. Irritating. She started working the Sudoku, but it was too difficult, so she stuffed it in the pocket in the seat in front of her. The man beside me passed gas. His wife groaned. I buzzed for another drink. I had hit my limit, and we all knew it. Sweater set lady, gassiest dude, the flight attendant. But my marriage had just collapsed back in LA, and I was fleeing. I was fleeing so hard. The flight attendant looked uncomfortable until I said, Has anyone ever told you that you look like Cameron Diaz's sister? You could be her stand-in. I'm an agent. I would want to place you in a rom-com. I passed her one of my cards. She smiled and passed me the third vodka tonic. That had probably been a mistake. I didn't drink that often, and I took a sip, and yes, this was too much. I clamped my eyes tight and tugged at the leather choker, trying to get air. My marriage had been a magnificent mixture of been together since we were teens and overly planned ceremony, and everyone knew we were meant to be together. And dream client became a movie star, and now, wow, great house, and how do you like working together every day? And I felt nauseated. Fleeing my marriage had taken about 9 hours so far. Chapter 3. More like crushed. Blakely. I shoved my way off the plane and staggered, bleary-eyed, through the terminal, looking for a bathroom. I peed, then washing hands, caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror, and stopped in my tracks. Holy shit, what? I dropped everything to the floor to finger-comb my hair. I had been going for a hip rock star look like Miley Cyrus, but instead looked like Keith Richards. I was glad my clients weren't here to see me like this. I wet a paper towel and wiped my face. I unscrewed the mascara applicator, but decided against putting it close to my eyes because of unmanageable weaving and blurry sight. I looked exhausted. I hadn't slept in 24 hours. I hadn't had a moment's peace since I had seen that text, and my marriage had blown apart like an exploding star. Like a white-hot star exploding in a blinding blast, and then had collapsed in on itself, into a deep, dark, cold black hole. Since I found the fucking text, it had been heat, blinding rage, then cold darkness. I looked harried, as if a flock of albatrosses had been pecking at my head and shoulders because I wouldn't share my airport pretzels. I smeared on some lipstick, and then shoved everything back into my bag. It wasn't my fault I didn't know what albatrosses ate, or really anything at all about them. Were they flocking birds? Who the fuck knew? Not me. I tossed the paper towel in the trash and went out to the hall. The passengers were all gone. The airport was closing down, doing that after-hours thing where all the shops were gated and there was a lone custodian buffing the floor. A guy with a briefcase emerged from the men's room and strode purposefully down a corridor, so I shadowed him, trying to be nonchalant, though my new boots were making a squidging noise on the newly buffed floors. Squidge, squidge. I wasn't new to walking. I was sort of expert, but usually I wore heels. Suddenly, I couldn't remember how to walk. I had so many questions. Was it supposed to be heel-toe or toe-heel? And why did I feel like I was prancing? Also, were hiking boots supposed to be this noisy? I was 28. Shouldn't I be better at things? Things Blakely should be better at. Walking without squidging. Paying attention to the flight attendant when they explained where the baggage claim would be. Knowing what the hell my husband had been doing. Who he had been doing. Squidge, 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 echoed through the hallway. I bet albatrosses were quieter. I bet they mated for life. I bet an albatross would have been the perfect guardian angel for me. I was sure heaps of wisdom would have been in that article. Though, to be honest, it was pretty stupid to have a guardian angel I knew nothing about. There wasn't a soul to be seen in any of these corridors. And it dawned on me the guy I was following might be a murderer. He looked Midwestern. Wasn't that always the type? Squidge, squidge, squidge. And then there was baggage claim. My bag. The last bag. Spinning around the carousel, like a sad albatross, going around and around on a playground. I hiccuped. I had tied a bow to the handle so Darren would be able to find it easily, though this was a noticeable bag. Pink with leopard print details. Hard to miss. It was convertible. It had wheels, but it was lightweight and could transform into a backpack. I needed the backpack because Darren and I had planned this great big hiking adventure, the culmination of all my dreams. We'd been planning it ever since we met, as we started college together, got married, started our careers. We'd always been planning to go on a really long hike, both of us, together. But instead, it was only me, in my expensive boots, with my bag that converted into a backpack, my plane ticket to a tiny town, and the trailhead. Only me with plans to hike now. Stupid broken marriage. I lugged my bag off the carousel and tripped, dropping my purse in the process, sending coins, receipts, and a couple of tampons rolling. Tears filled my eyes. Total embarrassment, because the last two people lingering at the baggage claim were staring. On my knees, I grabbed my stuff, shoved it into my bag, and climbed to my feet, trying to act casual as I rolled my suitcase out into the cool night air. I stood on the sidewalk and scrolled through texts to the one from the host of the cabin we had rented to use as a launch pad for the hike. I tried not to notice all the texts I wasn't supposed to answer because they were forwarding to my assistant, Karrie. I'd been really busy lately. Work, clients, a new show to cast, but had taken a month off to hike with my husband anyway. Fucking nature. I found the cabin's address and pasted it into the Uber app. I gave my pits a furtive smell. Ugh, my breath was probably god-awful. A moth dive-bombed my hair and I swatted crazily, but it got stuck. Ugh! I brushed madly, trying to get it out of my hair. A lady at the end of the sidewalk glanced at me nervously. I sighed. It was quiet, desolate, forlorn. My new boots gleamed under the lights of the airport pickup spot. I stared down at the gum and God knows what else stained sidewalk, and tried to be still with my thoughts. I was on the verge of crumpling under the weight of what had just happened, this slow fucking train wreck, this White Star explosion, this catalyst and calamity, to mix a lot of metaphors. I had been in our house in Los Angeles, just having had sex with my husband, waiting for him to get out of the shower. Our gear folded in piles around the room. We were packing for our trip, ready to go, when the text lit up his phone. I would never have looked. Why would I? Why should I? We were in love, totally, no doubt, no jealousy, no worries. Except I looked. And this was the text. I can't wait for you to get back so you can fuck me again. I miss you already. Love, XOX. And my whole marriage blew apart. Though the Uber driver was perfectly respectable, he was also completely quiet, which is why I woke up suddenly when he announced, "Here we are." I was on a dark road, lined with big dark trees, a dark house at the end of a darkened driveway. A sign in the yard waved on its pole, "Short-term rental." Oh, I peered up at the house. That one, right? The one right there? I looked around. A desolate road, a forest, out the back window, down a way, a few ramshackle businesses. It was the opening scene of a horror movie. He said with a big smile, "Yes, this one." "Okay, great. Thanks. This must be it." I stepped out of the car. He drove away, and I half rolled, half dragged my bag up the gravel drive to the front porch. A lockbox hung over the door handle. I had a vague recollection that there was a code, and checked my pockets for my phone, and pulled it out. I hit the home screen, and for a split second there was life, and then it went dead. Damn it. I definitely sobered up as I dragged my suitcase along the shoulder of a deserted country road. There was a symphony of bugs and... what was that noise? I tripped over a can, falling to my knees in the dirt, then clambered back up and tried to dust off my jeans as a car approached, its headlights casting my shadow long. I stepped into the grass. The car slowed, went by, sped up, and zoomed away. I made it to a little convenience store just as a lady was pulling the gate across the windows and doors. "Excuse me," I called as I jogged closer, my suitcase careening wildly. "Do you have a place where I can charge my phone?" The lady said. "Nah, my shift is over. 10:30 we closed." "Oh." She locked the gate. I looked up and down the parking lot. It was lit by one lone street lamp, a beat-up Nissan Sentra parked under it. I glanced down at my rolling suitcase. "My phone is dead. I'm not sure what to do." She shrugged. "I completed the slide on the gate and locked it all up. It's too late. Nothing I can do. Your poor planning is not my emergency." She started walking to the car. "I got a kid to pick up from their grandma's, and she's a total bitch." "Who, the kid or the grandma?" She smirked. I followed her, asking, "Has anyone ever told you you look like Bette Midler?" She stopped in her tracks, causing me to stop short. "Who the hell is Bette Midler? The lady from that witch movie?" "She's been in a lot of things," I continued. "Her roles are usually comedic, but she's also often the helpful older women who..." "Well, I ain't helpful. Why are you talking about Bette Midler?" "I'm a talent agent. If I was casting a movie..." I was feeling desperate. She had her hand on her car door handle and was about to leave. "Can you sing?" Nah, I sound like a goose in heat. At least that's what my grandma the bitch told me. She wrenched her car door open with a loud metal-on-metal screech. She sounds lovely. But hey, if you were me, your phone dead, no car, what would you do? She huffed, hands on top of her car. See that bar over there? I stepped closer to see the direction she was pointing. Around the corner, there was an old wooden building, 1 car, 3 trucks outside, 1 light. I'd ask if they'll let you charge your phone. Now I'm late, I gotta go. She climbed into her car and started it. I stepped back, stumbling over my rolling luggage, and time slowed down. My phone flew from my hand end over end in a wide arc to the pavement, where it landed in a puddle, and then the Nissan reversed and drove right over it. The convenience store lady, completely oblivious, drove away. I scooped my phone up from the puddle. It was cracked. Nope, more like crushed and dripping wet. No way it was working anymore. Chapter 4. The official owner of this shite pub. Liam. I pushed open the back door of the pub and stepped over one of the extra kegs. I checked the bathroom. Disgusting. I grabbed a roll of toilet paper off the back shelf, replaced the empty roll, and sprayed cleaner on the seat and wiped it with a paper towel. Where the hell was Naisha? I went through to the bar. Pisspot looked hellish, Naisha said. I'm sorry, Liam, I was dealing with the wine order. I grabbed a mug and poured the tenants. What a fuck all day. Paid some debts, promised to pay more, and now I am the official owner of the shite pub. A cockroach ran across the floor. I crushed it into my boot. She said, You must be very proud, as I wiped it up and tossed it in the trash. I came to help you finish up and cash out. Did it ever get busy? I glanced around. There were only the 3 regulars, looking drunk enough to get sent home. The till wouldn't cover Naisha's time. She laughed. Busy? Nah, this place hasn't been busy since 1957. I took a long drink of my lager. Then the front door opened, and all eyes turned to see Big Bob entering the pub, holding the door for a woman who looked uncomfortably out of place. A tourist dragging a pink suitcase behind her. A pretty girl just passing through this shite town. But the muddy jeans, mussed hair, and bedraggled look said she had already been here long enough to be ruined by the place. Chapter 5. This is literally every horror movie plot. Liam. Big Bob gestured toward a table in the corner while the woman sat down. He lumbered over to the bar. Naisha narrowed her eyes and asked, Who's that? Some lady. Found her outside. I'm gonna give her a ride. 2 beers. He hitched his trucker hat back on his head and scratched his stomach. The woman looked around the pub like she was lost. I said, You trafficking, Big Bob? Where'd you find the lassie? Naisha popped the top off 2 beers. She looks like a wine drinker. Did you ask her before you bought her a beer? You have to pay for these. Big Bob said, I didn't ask. She'll be happy with what she gets. I said, I dinna ken, Big Bob. Your usual date is a 6 mannequin. You just found this nice lady outside. You think you found her, you get to keep her. I took another gulp of my lager. Big Bob said, Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you too. Dinna forget to tip. I asked Naisha as I watched him wander back to the table. How come Garth Brooks is on again? Did Jimmy get to the jukebox? I told you to tell him it was broken. Naisha, ignoring me, pointed at Big Bob. Look, Liam, that is not right. Look at him. His ass is hanging out of the back of his jeans. I exhaled. For fuck's sake, I just wanted to close out the bar and send everyone home. Now I got to look over there and see Big Bob's arse squeezing out of the back of that chair. Now I got to clean it. Plus the kidnapping of the heiress. Who? The heiress? The lady? Yeah, look at her. She's rich. Her boots are $1,000. I saw them in Vogue. I teased. You read Vogue, Naisha? Hell yeah! Just because I wear shit clothes to work. I like to dress up when I go out. But that is unimportant, Liam. She's beautiful under that sheen of dirt. She's gone through some ordeal, and Now she's here with Big Bub. You know as well as I do there ain't a reason in the world for any woman to be here with Big Bub. You're about to have this whole pub on Netflix special. I've seen the post about trafficking on Facebook. It's everywhere. How you gonna let this go? It's a sex trafficking ring right in your bar. And I can't go over there. He's too mean. Jesus Christ. I've been here 5 minutes, haven't even finished my beer, and already there's a kidnapping and sex trafficking in the pub I became owner of today, against my best judgment. Fuck. I watched their table again. The woman looked distressed. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I popped the top on another beer and headed over. I placed the beer in front of her. My name is Liam Campbell, and you are? She said. Blakely. And we shook hands. And how do you ken Big Bob? I never heard him mention ye. She said. I don't. We just met in the parking lot. He offered to give me a ride to a hotel. I glared at Big Bob. Oh, he offered to give you a ride to a hotel, did ye? Did he tell you he has court-ordered nae to drive? Did he tell you he has had too much to drink already? Her eyes went wide. Big Bob leaned back in his chair, his large stomach half exposed, a mustard stain on the front of the shirt that stretched over his girth, said, You got a problem with me, Liam? Want me to take my business somewhere else? Now, Big Bob, you ken as well as I ken, you aren't allowed in any other pubs. And you ken, if you cause trouble in my pub, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. He shoved his chair back and stood, weaving dangerously, then righting himself to glare at me across the table, with his chest all bowed out. I said, Big Bob, now you're up in my face. You're going to have to leave. A lassie was coming into my pub, and you're interfering in my business. You're causing trouble. Should I call your sister to come get you? Nah, she's being a nag. Good. I'm sure you deserved it. Why didn't you go to the bar, get your last round, and join Jimmy at the pool table while I talked to the lassie? He turned around, almost falling over, and staggered over to the pool table. I turned my attention to Blakely, who did, as Naisha had said, look as if she had been through an ordeal. How come you're hanging around with the likes of Big Bob? He is nothing but pickled human wearing weak old shorts. I don't know. I couldn't figure out what to do. You need a hotel, lassie. Yes, desperately. Did Big Bob happen to mention the Trailhead Motel, right out the back door here, within walking distance? She dropped her arms down and looked up at me. He made it seem like you would have to take me somewhere. What a dick. There's a hotel? Aye, but dinna get your hopes up. It's a motel, and not a sophisticated one. You look like you have higher standards. But then again, I looked over at Big Bob scratching his arse at the pool table. She followed my eyes. I guess it's gotta be better than the alternative. What even was he planning? Was I going to be trafficked? I sighed. Big Bob is just a dumb as rocks hillbilly who thought he had a shot with you. Plus, he didn't have a car. I imagine his sister would have put a stop to his romantic plans. Where are you coming from? Los Angeles. My flight just got in a few hours ago. I was supposed to stay in a cabin right over there. She waved her hand toward the door. But I couldn't remember the code for the lockbox. My phone was dead. She dug around in her big leather handbag and fished out a smashed phone. Och, 'tis nae a phone anymore. Do you want another beer before you check into the motel? Actually, no. I really want a Coke, please, for the caffeine. Water too, if it's not too much trouble. She pushed the beers away. Aye, and let me move this chair. It needs to be hosed down since Big Bob sat in it with his arse hanging out. I carried the chair to the dark corner of the pub. Naisha smirked when I returned to the bar and lowered her voice to mimic me. Oh, pretty lassie, let me pick up this chair and move it. Look at my muscles ripple. I chuckled. Oh, I couldn't let her sit near the arse chair. I wasn't showing off. I was being considerate. Right, And what is it you said you do back in Scotland? You pick up that big log and throw it? Is that to be considerate? Hello, pretty lady. Let me move this log for you to be considerate with my hot self. I joked. In Scotland, it is the way we meet a lass, by throwing a log. 'Tis why our dating app is called Timber. She laughed. Scotland sounds like a weird place. Naisha rang the bell for the last call. 'Twasn't unnecessary. The pub was small and we could have just whispered, "Last call," and all would have heard. But we rang the bell anyway. Then we passed out the last drinks, called Big Bub's sister and told her to come get his arse, did the last chores and closed out the tabs. Then Blakely came up to the bar and held out her credit card. "What are you trying to pay for? Your drinks are on the house for the trouble Big Bub almost caused you." "That is very nice of you, but not necessary. I mean, yes, kind. It's been a crap day. But also, he offered to buy me a beer, not you. How about you give me the beer you brought me, I pay for the one he offered to buy me, and the Coke. Seriously." She pressed the cards forward. My eye caught the name. "You're not Darren, you said your name was Blakely." She laughed. "Oh, yeah, you see, that's my husband's name. My money is all on my phone, which is, of course, dead." I inserted the card into my machine. "Your husband, he good with you using his card?" I asked, just to make conversation. "He's a dick, but yeah, of course he's good with." I turned the screen around to show her. "Says here declined." The blood rushed from her face. "Shit, you're going to fall down." Naisha rushed around the bar to push a stool behind her. Her voice trembled. "Can you try it again, please?" I ran the card again. "Nay, declined." "Got cash?" She stared off into space. No cash. What kind of crazy person walks around with cash?" Naisha laughed. I said, "I do. I walk around with cash. 100% for this reason. Dead phone, declined card. The cabal is conspiring against you." She exhaled. "God, are you some kind of conspiracy theorist?" "Hey, 'tis common sense. Why would you think I'm a conspiracy theorist?" "You said cabal. You said conspiring. I just as likely meant the fake cabal as anything. And to protect yourself from cabals didn't make you a theorist. It makes you smart. How are you going to book a room at the motel? The fine, upstanding motel." She groaned and laid her head down on the bar. "I don't know. I've got no phone, no money, no credit card." I joked. "What you're saying is you're a grifter, trying to work me for money." "No, not at all. I have a job, a nice house." Naisha interrupted. "Don't you worry about Liam. He's just shitting with you." "I don't want you to think I'm a grifter. I'm not. I'm a fine, upstanding," Naisha said. "Honey, he allows Big Bub to come in here and drink. You don't need to worry about his opinion on you. Right, Liam?" "Truth, I am a terrible judge of character. As far as I can tell, you're less a grifter and more likely a woodshe. I had to be careful, nae to upset a woodshe. They had terrible tempers." "Oh, would she?" "A woods fairy. They walk amongst us, you ken. But they try to pass as human." Naisha dried out a glass. "He's trying to tell you there's a twig in your hair." She groaned, patted her head, found the twig and pulled it free. "Apparently, I'm a terrible judge of character too. Did my husband turn off my card on purpose? Do you think I still have a house?" "No. Why would he go and do something like that?" "Because you're a no-money grifter." "Because he's a cheat, and I caught him." "Oh," Naisha said. "Now, girl, this is getting interesting. When did you catch him? How?" "I don't know what time it is, but yesterday I saw a text from her." Naisha's eyes went wide. I asked, "So, why you here? Thousands of miles from... Wait, how far away are we from LA? I don't know how my US geography's set yet." "It is 1,000,000 miles away. And I came because we were going to hike the trail together, and I'm not letting him ruin my trip. You're planning to hike the trail? I chuckled. Are you planning to do it in those boots? She looked down. These are excellent boots. They're designer. I asked Naisha. Can you close up? Is Nelson on his way? She looked at her watch. Yeah, he just got off work. Headed here to pick me up. All right, see you tomorrow. I gestured with my head. All right, would she? Follow me. I led her through the dingy hallway and out to the parking lot, illuminated by one sad bulb hanging over the back door. Weeds were shooting up through the cracks in the cement. A trash dumpster smelled like week-old tuna. I glanced at her face to see she was grimacing. The fine gardens of the Trailhead Motel. As you can see, the gardener has gone for seediness. She joked. You, sir, do not have a gardener. I laughed. I led her through the weed-covered lot between the pub and the motel. Careful, there's rubbish. Dinna trip. And across another empty parking lot to the door of the motel office. I stuck my key in the lock. She was looking up and down at the rows of room doors. You manage this? Sort of. I own it. We stepped inside. It's empty? I went behind the desk, opened the closet, and put a stack of sheets in her arms. Do you want towels? Her eyes went wide. Yes? Wait, I'm making my own bed? I brushed dust off a towel, then lifted it to take the two under it. Let's see, you dinna ha any money, I dinna ha any employees, and 'tis past midnight. I already had a long day, so you can make your own bed. I didn't realize it was so late. I'm on LA time. I led her down the row of doors to the middle room and turned on the light. The rug was threadbare, the mattress devoid of sheets. I went through to the pisser and turned on the light to look around. Checked behind the shower curtain, then dropped to my stomach to look under the bed. She stood stock still. Oh, what you looking for? Animals. I grinned. All clear, though. She gulped. What kind of animals? Wee ones, nae the big ones like on the trail, but no worries, none in this room. She looked all around with her eyes wide. All right, you good? I'm here in this motel all by myself. Do you live here? I live in the back room of the office, and this is a safe area. Your door locks. Does the phone work? This is literally every horror movie plot. I don't have a phone. I don't even know where I am. I picked up the handset on the phone and held it up for her to hear. See? Dial tone. And I will be a few rooms away. If you need anything, press O. Her eyes travelled around the room. I don't want you to think I'm ridiculous. It's just been such a bad day. I feel really anxious, but no worries. I'll be fine. I said, I didn't think you're ridiculous at all. I'll be in the office. This is room 5. I gestured at the phone. Call if you need something. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And tomorrow I'll be out of your hair, first thing. I left the room, but as I closed the door behind me, I glanced back to see her standing, staring at the bed. Chapter 6. Stupidest thing. Blakely. Somehow I was supposed to sleep, but alone, in a motel room, in the literal middle of nowhere. All my emotions caught up to me while staring at the popcorn ceiling with a gross stain in the corner. We were on the ground floor. What the hell was that stain from? I had been shocked that Darren had done this to me, but the numbness wore off, and it was just raw pain. What did the text say? I can't wait until you get back so I can fuck you again. No, that wasn't quite it. So you can fuck me again. Ugh, it broke my heart. There wasn't a lot of difference between I or you, but it seemed important to remember that whoever she was said you. Whoever she was. I didn't know because the person who sent the text didn't have a name, just a red emoji heart. I hated him with a white, hot, raging passion. When he came out of the shower with that dumbass expression on his face, what? I had stared at him, with my jaw raising and lowering as I searched for the right words to express my outrage that this was how our marriage would end, with this fucking cliché. He said, "Are you going through my phone, Blakely?" All I managed was an apology for the shame of having seen it. No, the text lit up. We were getting ready to go away. I thought it might be important. In retrospect, my simpering made me sick. He yanked his phone out of my hands and gesticulated wildly. "You did this. You're the one who fucked this all up." Then, confused by all the loss coming at me all at once, my marriage, my husband, my house, my reputation, my career, anger coming in waves, but also despair mixed with shock, I said, "What? Are we not going anymore?" Because the question seemed like it made sense and I needed to know. Because none of any of this made any sense. He dropped his towel, pulled on his underwear, his pants, and yanked open a drawer, digging through it for a shirt. "Of course we aren't going anymore." "Talk to me, Darren. What is—" He pulled a shirt over his head. "We're not talking about this while you're in this mood. You know how you get." How I get? How I get? I started stuffing piles of my clothes into my suitcase. We had been organizing for the trip of our lifetime. But now there was no organization. Now I was randomly shoving things into pockets. He grabbed piles of his clothes and shoved them into drawers. I asked, "What are you doing?" "Clearly, we aren't going on this stupid trip anymore." "This stupid trip? We've been planning this since we were 16. You are such an ass." I stuffed wool socks into the side pocket. "Why the hell are you packing, Blakely?" I felt wild, like I would start screaming. Tears streamed down my face. Why am I packing? Because I'm fucking going on this trip. "You need to calm down, Blakely. You are not going. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard." I was sobbing. "It is not. It's been my dream forever, and I'm going." I scooped up a pile of underwear and shoved it into my pack. "I've got news for you, Blakely." His voice was cold and mean. "You won't be able to do any of it without me." And he stormed out of our room, and then a moment later stormed out of our house, while I stood there, stock still, staring at where he used to be. Chapter 7. Kicking up a plume of dust. Blakely. There was a snuffling and scratching noise. Shit. Coming from outside, a shadow cast through the crack under the door. It was a horror movie. I had been right. The door jostled. Then the doorknob jiggled. I slowly moved my hand to the phone and slowly, quietly pulled the handset to my ear and then slowly pushed the button for the office. It rang, and then Liam's voice, low and Scottish and very sleepy. I whispered, "There's a animal. You—" Scratch. "It's trying to come in." No answer. Again, the animal bumped against the door. Liam, please. There's an animal. I don't know what to do. He groaned and smacked his lips. "What? An animal?" There was the sound of snuffling. It was breathing into my room. I whimpered, quietly, so I wouldn't know I was there. "Is it going to come in, Liam?" "Hold on." His end of the phone went down to a table, but not disconnected. I could hear him get up. Then I heard a door open. Then footsteps outside and his voice. Get out of here, you giant rat." The sound of an animal lumbering away. I pulled the covers up to my chin. Liam knocked on my door. "He's gone. I think he just wanted back into his home." I groaned. "This room is his home?" "Nah, more likely he was the room service you ordered, coming to see if you needed help making up the bed." His steps walked away. A moment later I could hear him through the phone again, a squeaking noise like bed springs. Then he asked, "You still there, would she?" His voice was low and quiet. Yeah, I'm still here. What kind of animal was it? 'Twas either a massive bear or a wee raccoon. 'Twas very dark. Thank you. Sorry I woke you. Good night. The phone clicked. How was I supposed to sleep now? I couldn't. But then after parsing through the argument with Darren over and over, my mind finally chilled out just before dawn, and I fell fast asleep. I woke with a start. Damn, it was past 9. My time zone was all off. I had to solve a lot of problems, not least of which, I needed to get on top of the way I looked. I had been a disaster last night and needed to redeem myself. Fast. I took a quick shower, blew dry my hair while applying makeup, and dressed. I chose a crop-top shirt and a pair of cut-off shorts that looked great with my boots. I had brought the outfit specially for day 1 of the hike, but since I was doing this differently, under duress, also since looking in my suitcase, I had 15 outfits for the hike and none of the necessary camping gear. I might as well wear one of the cute outfits now. While I tried to solve the camping equipment issue and the phone problem, I put Band-Aids over the raw blisters on my pinky toes and pulled on wool socks, then my boots. I wasn't sure if I could totally solve everything today, so I repacked my suitcase, straightened the room, but left my suitcase there. I walked down to the office. No one there. Hello? I called. Hello? Liam? My heart sank. Was I all alone in this godforsaken... A door in the back cracked open, and Liam's sleepy mussed hair and just-woke-up self said, Morning, already? Yes, and I have so much to... Hold your wisht. He closed the door, and I clamped my mouth shut. A few minutes later he entered, his hair less mussed. Through the crack in the door I could see a small bed in the back room. So you live in an abandoned motel? You make it sound like an Edgar Allan Poe poem. But you live here? Aye. Why don't you live in one of the rooms? I dinna ken. He ran his hand through his hair. I had to stay near the office in case the lass in room 5 has an emergency on the night. Thank you again for vanquishing the monster. No worries. He rifled through a drawer at his desk. This might help you in your situation. He placed an old iPhone and a cord on the counter between us. Oh, you don't need to do... That's too... How else are you going to pay me for the room? He grinned. You had to log on to your cloudy Wimbles to pay me. To do that, you need a phone, right, would she? I laughed. Yeah, you're right. But you really don't need it? I don't need the cord. I have a cord. I'm thinking you dinna have this kind of cord. The phone is very old. Its only purpose is an emergency situation phone. I laughed again. I am definitely an emergency situation. I hit the home button, and hello appeared on the screen. Okay, this might take me a few minutes. Aye, and I need coffee. You want to stay here? Well, sure. Will you give me one too? A pastry or donut? Or like 5? You can add it to my room charges? Some donuts for yourself as well? You're pretty optimistic that you're going to be able to get the magical money to appear inside this phone. That has been in a drawer for years. If there's one thing I know how to do is set up an iPhone. I flipped it over. Where does my fingerprint go? Dunno how a police for fingerprints. I joked. I'm surprised it has a cord. Seems more likely that it would run on Steam. I asked. Do you have Wi-Fi? Only inside this office. He added. The server is a Trailhead Motel. The password is, this place is shite. No spaces. I guess it's truthful. I was in a mood when I created it. He ran his hand through his hair again, chuckling. I wasn't expecting to tell a customer and not a fancy customer from Los Angeles. I will be back in 10. The bells over the door jingled as he left. I got the phone working and was able to connect it to iCloud and then Apple Pay. The phone had a working phone number, but none of my contacts because for some reason those weren't stored in the cloud. I only had my husband's number in my brain. I called it. He sent me to voicemail, of course, because my number was unknown. I sat on the threadbare couch in the tiny office of the Trailhead Motel and tried to decide if he was worried about me Or just fucking the other woman and didn't care. I sighed. Probably both. I would need to call him so I could get some phone numbers. I needed to check in with Karrie about work before I went on the hike. And Darren and I would need to deal with the dissolution of our business. We weren't just married, we were business partners. I felt sick thinking about Darren as I stared out the window. Who was it that texted him? Could it have been one of our clients? A rusted antique truck rolled into the parking lot, kicking up a plume of dust. It was fun watching Liam, a big guy, gingerly balance the coffees with the bags of pastries on top, while he inexpertly kicked the truck door closed. He looked a little like a young Liam Neeson, a little like Liam Hemsworth. Incredibly handsome, though rough around the edges. My husband always looked manicured and polished these days, rich enough to have quality hair products. This guy looked like he used bar soap in his hair. If I was going to cast him, though, how would it go? Probably a father-son Liam Neeson and this Liam. A Save the Damsel in Distress flick. That would be pretty fun. She could be stuck in the middle of nowhere without a phone. He used his face to balance our breakfast while jerking open the door with a finger. He grinned. What's funny? Just thinking that this is a lame kind of rescue movie. I'm the damsel in distress, and you're the hero with the iPhone 6. I did you better than a caveman, iPhone. I brought coffee. Thanks, though I am pretty conflicted on which is better. They were equally necessary. We sat quietly, drinking our coffee and eating donuts, and then I offered to pay him by Venmo, which was out of the question. Then, of course, he didn't have Apple Pay. PayPal? I asked. We came to an agreement, and I sent him money. I said, Now, can you direct me to the nearest equipment supply, camping gear store? What you want camping equipment for? For my hike. I figure I'll leave in the morning. His eyes went wide. He gestured at me, head to toe. Is this your plan, hiking in the forest by yourself clothes? I looked down at my outfit. What's wrong with them? It's just... that is a lot of skin for the wilderness. But I had no business saying anything. What do I ken? I dinna like to hike. You own the Trailhead Motel, and a pub in a town known for its hiking. Hey? He looked around the place as if he were seeing it for the first time. But just because I am here doesn't mean I like it. Well, I love hiking. I've always loved hiking, so yeah, I'll leave first thing tomorrow. His eyes sparkled with humor. All right, would she? The equipment supply store is about 15 miles west of here, down the highway. Oh, okay, I'll Uber. Let me download the app. He chuckled. 15 miles isn't far. 'Tis a short walk compared to the hundreds of miles on the trail. I'm not hiking the trail yet. I can easily do 15 miles, but not today. Today, I'm conserving my energy, preparing for the hike. I'll take an Uber. Nay, I can take you to the surplus. I should go see Mike anyway. Chapter 8. On the Threshold. Blakely. Next thing I knew, I was waiting beside his ridiculously old truck while he opened the door for me. Not gallantly, but because the handle had to be shimmied. The door lifted, then tweaked over a bend in the metal. Then, as I slid onto the cracked, stiff vinyl seat, doing a number on the back of my legs, he had to close it behind me. He started the truck with a key that was already in the ignition, and where there should have been a radio was a gaping hole and a dangling wire. To explain, he said, My father's truck. There was a cassette tape stuck, playing Kenny Rogers on repeat, so I got pissed drunk, ripped it out, and threw it in the river. Then it felt like a ball bag, fished it out, and recycled it like a proper numpty. I laughed. Very proper numpty. That's a good word. I was watching the trees roll by. So many trees compared to Los Angeles. Long grass and wildflowers. A green so vivid, it was like I had never seen green before. Every house seemed to have arrested something in the front yard. A car, a truck, a tractor, or just a pile of wheels. As if everyone had planned to go somewhere, but instead forgot to go. and left the vehicle in the front yard to eventually disappear into the dirt. It was like something out of a horror movie. Kind of. I sighed. I was supposed to be in a rental house, drinking champagne, getting ready for a 400-mile walk with Darren. We pulled up in front of the shop, Outdoor Surplus. It was shaped like a big old barn. I forgot and pulled the latch so the door went ka-clunk and fell down a bit. Oh, no, no. Oh, that is not right. Liam said. Hold on, I got it. He jogged around the truck and struggled to get it realigned. I am so sorry, Liam. I just wasn't thinking. He teased. Oh, what's you got on your mind besides an old broken down truck door? Dinna worry your head on it. Old Rusty dinna care. He's just as happy he can still ride. I climbed down and followed him into the store, but stopped still on the threshold. What did I need to buy for a hike? Everything? Chapter 9. Kind of like Thor, I think. Liam. I sat at the counter beside Mike, who was wearing his state park uniform, trying to get Posey to notice his attentions. He was older, boring, except he liked football, and so I didn't mind showing up at the surplus to talk the games, and I kent he was always there on Saturdays. Today, though, he and I were watching Posey sell camping supplies to Woodshe. Mike shook his head. She's beauty. What does a woman like that want to go by herself into the woods for? I said, I dinna ken. Why do women do anything? I canna figure it. She was looking at the bedroll. She going in the woods dressed like that? She gonna have bugs in her craw. I dinna ken. She might have better sense, but I think she believes if she wants to do it, she can accomplish it. My mum calls it blue sky thinking. It's in the promising as a survival mechanism. Yeah, I think I need to mount a rescue, and she ain't even hiking yet. She was nodding at something Posey recommended, and put it into the pile. A large pile. Too large for the pack she was planning to carry. 'Tis a great deal of gear, is it nae? He shook his head. It ain't enough. She needs a lot, too, and a pot. She ain't even got the food yet. Blakely nodded, and Posey put some freeze-dried food packets on the pile. Mag said, yep, now she's got the food, good. Posey knows what she's doing. 'Tis unclear whether L.A. kens what she's doing. Is it dangerous? Mike said, What, to hike? Hell yes, dangerous. I mean, I'm a ranger. I'm the one who gets called if something goes wrong, but shit can always go wrong. Just the other day, a young man walking on a ravine leaned over and I grinned. Didn't say it, Mike. I didn't want to hear it. The world is full of enough darkness without dwelling on all the ways a man can fuck up and die when he should ken better to live. That is why I didn't go. It sounds awful. Mike patted me on the shoulder. I know. You've had a shit year. Sorry, Liam. Blakely and Posey walked up, carrying armfuls, and dropped them on the counter with a heavy thud. I said, 'Tis nae going to fit? Of course it is. It's camping equipment. I needed to go camping. It will fit. Not going to, and I can see from here it's too heavy for your back. She rolled her eyes. Have you ever gone on a hike? I shook my head. I parked once at the football club and it was near 3 kilometres to the arena. I had to stop to rest twice. She laughed. Posey started to calculate how much Blakely owed and asked, So why are you visiting today, Mac? Mac said, You know I like to come by on Saturdays. I brought you a new piece I made. He placed a small cube on the counter beside her, a black beetle trapped inside clear resin. He was always trapping flowers or seeds or insects inside resin and passing them out around town. But Posey was his favourite person, so she had most of them. It's lovely. Let me add it to the shelf. I like your eye makeup today, Posey. Thank you. I was taking a tutorial and thought I would try it for work. She batted her eyes so much I thought she might have something stuck in there. Mike looked away nervously. I glanced at Woodshe. She was looking from Posy to Mike, and down at the risen trap beetle. The bug was up on its back legs as if it were rearing back in horror. Posy returned to calculating the cost of Blakely's purchases and asked, "What do you do for a living out there in Los Angeles?" "I'm a talent agent. I have clients. I get them jobs in movies or television, sometimes ads. If I hear of a good part, I go through my pool of clients and find the perfect actor for it." Posy squinted her eyes and said, "Oh. For instance, I think you could be the younger sister of Carla Jimenez. If I had an upcoming heartwarming Friends flick, I would totally cast you in the supporting role." It might have been the first time I heard Posy giggle. I asked, "Posy, you ken who Carla Jimenez is?" "No, doesn't matter." Mike said, "Now do me." Blakely tapped her chin and scrutinized him for a moment. "You look like you could be the nephew of Jeff Goldblum. So probably an action movie? Something where you don't look like you can, but you save the day." Mike scowled. "I hate action movies." I said, "How come you didn't like action movies? You're a state park ranger. You carry a gun. The action." "No, I don't like 'em. I only like sports movies. You know the kind, there's a big game and the team's not ready, so they have to train and then they win, and we all cry." He looked down at the resin cube. Posy grinned. "I like those movies too, but I especially like historical movies with the costumes and the wigs." I said, "My turn, would she? What movie would you put me in?" She said, "I already cast you in my head. You're a young Liam Neeson." "Oh, so you would put me in a boring Scottish film where I wear a kilt and live in the Highlands crooning and swooning. There's nae creativity at all in that." She laughed. "Oh, I would never do something so boring. No, that has already been done. I would put you in a kilt, though. Definitely. But I'm thinking more of a Scottish superhero. You have a sword, you battle in an arena. Kind of like Thor, I think." Posy turned her head on the side. Mike, noticing Posy looking at me, grunted. I laughed. "Oh, are you talking about Thor's first movies or the last one where he has the beer belly hanging over his belt?" I patted my stomach. "I've been spending too much time at the Knightley pub." She laughed. "Did you name your pub that?" "Aye, my father named it something else. But if I had to own it, I will call it what I want." Chapter 10. A Good Plan. Liam. The final tally was $1,375. Han Blakely paid it without batting an eye. Then it took both of us to carry it all out to the back of the truck. She dusted her hands and said, "There, I'm ready." I went through Bubba's drive-through. The voice squawked from the rusted speaker, surrounded by weeds. "What can I get for you, Liam? Your usual?" "Aye, the miso meat special with extra bacon, fries, and a large Coke." I asked Blakely, "What do you want for lunch?" She scrutinized the menu, then whispered, "Do they have an Impossible Burger?" "What's impossible about it?" "It's entirely plant-based." "Nay, they didn't even have veggies. You had to pay extra for a slice of lettuce because they want you to ken this in California." The voice said, "Don't listen to Liam. We have lettuce, but sorry, we don't have Impossible Burgers." "Are you vegan?" I asked. "Not every day. I try to be vegan on..." "How far are you hiking tomorrow?" 10 miles. I want to start slow." "You're gonna need the protein." I ordered the miso meat for her too. Then I drove us back to the motel and dropped her off in front of her room. "Here's the key to the office if you need anything. I'll be gone to the pub for a couple of hours." "I'm in charge of the motel now?" "Aye. Make sure you give clean towels to the lady in room 5. She's from LA and you should have seen her attitude when I told her she had to make her own bed." I met her. She was bitching about the raccoons, too. Some people are impossible to please. I climbed back in the truck. She said, "Liam, are you driving to the pub? I can see it from here." "Ugh, I told ya, I dinna like to hike. She sipped some of her soda, then smiled wide, looking very bunny on the sidewalk in front of my motel. Okay, well, thank you, Liam. I'm gonna pack, and I'll try to get the code so I can get into the cabin I rented. First thing tomorrow, I'm off. You're still going? You keep asking me that. Of course I'm still going. Look at the sky, Liam. It's a perfect day. Great weather. A good plan. I always do everything I set out to do. Chapter 11. Not an Idiot. Blakely. I sat on the worn chair and stared at the humongous pile of stuff on the bed, eating half the mesomeat burger, a few of the fries, and slurping the Coke. A perfect soda with ice-like little snowballs in a styrofoam cup. I was quiet, staring into space, my chewing too loud, the paper wrapper crumpling, the slurps echoing. As I took that last big noisy slurp of the Coke, a feeling washed up from my feet and over me. Anguish. My face pulled into an ugly cry, and then I was sobbing. I stumbled over to the bed, dove onto my gear, and drew it around me, hugging it to me, fetal position sobbing. I cried for all that had just happened. Was I going to go through a divorce? We'd been together since we were teens. How could we divorce? How would I carry on without him? Plus, we worked together. We had an agency. I had more clients, but he got better deals. What were we going to do? I imagined myself walking into our offices after I returned from my month-long hike. Everywhere glass walls, no privacy. He on one side of the conference room, me on the other. We had just finished a full renovation a few months ago. I began to sob harder, devastated, anguished, traumatized by the memory of the renovation. I dug through my bag for the phone and called him. I hung up and called again. Then again. I climbed up from the bed and went outside to sit on the plastic chair in front of the door, looking out across the weed-filled parking lot, the vacant lot beyond, and past that, the dumpster and the back of the pub. I sat down, head in hand, and called a fourth time. He picked up. Who the fuck? It's me. Jeez, where the hell have you been, Blakely? No one could find you. You never checked into the cabin. We've been calling everywhere. Who's we? Me? Jess? I didn't want to call your mom yet. I didn't know what you told her. I haven't talked to my parents about any of this. I took a deep breath. My phone died, like really died, out of battery and then run over by a car, dead. You never take care of your stuff. How many phones is that this year? Who is she? There was a long pause. Darren, who is she? Look, we both know our relationship sucked for a long time. No, we don't both know that. We were planning a vacation together, running a company together. That is bullshit. You know what? Stop with the we bullshit. I did nothing. You did this. You fucked around on me. You did this to me. I'm just saying it takes two to... You're the asshole here. Liam was walking this way from the pub. I wiped my face on my sleeve. Darren said, You know, you're more interested in the business than... That is not true. You're lying and trying to blame it on me. I didn't want Liam to see me crying, so I jumped up from my chair and tried to get into my motel room, but I forgot to bring the key out with me. I shoved and yanked on the door, and then just stood there with my forehead against it. It is not fair to have an affair and then accuse me of being the one who caused it. It's so mean to say that to me. So mean. I didn't know you could be this mean. Liam jogged up and wordlessly put another key in the handle, turned it, pushed the door open, and then strolled away to the office. I stumbled into the room and fell on the bed. Darren said, Come back and we'll talk this out. No. You broke my heart. What are you going to say to even try to fix it? There's nothing you can say. I want a divorce. I hung up the phone. I stared at it for a long time, from my pile of camping equipment and gear, staring at a stranger's phone in a junky motel room. I hadn't been wrong. My life was blown apart like a bomb. Boom. I texted him. I want Jess's number. A few moments later, he responded with, "Let's talk first." I responded, "No, we need to talk in person. I'm literally alone in the woods with none of my contacts. I don't have my friend's phone number. Give me Jess's phone number." He sent me her phone number. I sent a text to Jess. "It's me, Blakely. I had to get a new phone because mine is dead. That's why no one could get in touch with me." There were 3 dots as she typed. Jess. "Oh my God, I was so worried, Blakely. So worried. I'm glad you're okay. What are you doing there? The cabin host said you never showed up. What is going on?" Me. "I'm just... Darren is having an affair." Jess. "Oh my God, that asshole! Was it that client of yours? You know, I fucking saw him with her at dinner and it didn't look right. I wanted to tell you, but I just wasn't sure." Me. "What do you mean? Who was it?" Jess. "That young actress wannabe, she's daft as hell. You know the one." I texted. "Who?" Then I texted, "That literally describes all my clients." There were dots again. Then she texted, "Sorry, I had to look her up. Ainsley Potter. You just got her the Spielberg role?" Me. "Fuck!" Jess. "I know." Me. "She's 18, right? Oh my God, is she 18? I'm gonna get fucking sued because my husband is a fucking sex offender. Google it." I can't. My phone is from the dark ages. It was an excruciatingly long time while I waited. Then she answered. "She's 18. Me. "When you saw him at dinner with her, what did you see?" Jess. "They were across the table from each other. I saw them get up. He put his hand on her back. It looked like it might be a business meeting, but then it felt touchy-feely. It gave me an icky feeling." Me. "Oh God." I lay with the phone on my chest, my eyes roving back and forth across the ceiling. Jess. "I hate to say it, though." Me. "What?" Jess. "That was 6 months ago. Looks like she was 17 at the time. Ka-fucking boom." Me. "I'm going to kill him." Jess. "Yeah, he deserves it." She texted, "When you coming back?" Me. "I'm going on the hike starting tomorrow." Jess. "Why the hell are you still going on the hike?" Me. "Because it's my hike. Just because Darren didn't keep his dick in his pants doesn't mean I have to miss out on it." Jess. "I always thought it was more Darren's thing." Me. "No, not at all. I'm going. It's my thing. I gave you the list of phone numbers. Can you send me the number for the host of the cabin so I can get in the front door?" Jess. "Sure. I'll take a photo of the list." Me. "Also, I need Karrie's number now that I think about it. Can you contact her? Give her this number. Tell her to change the passwords on my computer, secure all the files. She knows. Tell her to do it." Jess. "What does she know? You had a plan for this? You knew he was having an affair?" I stared up at the ceiling. I texted, "No, I had no idea. But yeah, I had a plan. I'm not an idiot." Chapter 12. I saw it on a postcard once. Blakely. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. I shuffled over and cracked the door, but stood hidden behind it. "I was coming to check on ye." "Yeah." I took a deep breath. "I'm okay. Sorry about that." "No worries, would she? Want some dinner? How's packing?" I glanced around at the piles of camping supplies I hadn't even thought about yet. Not great, actually. "I was thinking about ordering a pizza. American style is right shite. They dinna ha' deep fried. You ever tried deep fried Scottish style pizza?" I was staring at the back of the door, listening to him speak. It was so calming, his voice low and sexy as he talked about something different from my marriage, my career, my Los Angeles life. No, I can't imagine deep-fried pizza. Like with a crust? Nay, just the oil, dripping loads of oil. 'Tis the most bro thing in the world, the pizza. But we had to settle for American style and it's shite. You barely need a napkin." I chuckled. You make a terrible case for it. I looked back at my piles. I need to sort this, pack up. I ought to move to the cabin I rented and get out of your hair, but I don't.
Aye. How about this? I will go get the pizza, you can load your things up into piles, I'll return, pick you up, and deliver you to the cabin. You can invite me in for pizza. Will there be a proper table?
Yes, it has all the amenities.
Good. I need a proper table for the shite pizza.
And I will whinge on telling you that you're packing your bag all wrong.
Then I can go to my late shift at the pub.
I chuckled. Okay, Liam. That actually makes sense and would really help my situation. But it also feels like too much, like you aren't responsible for my food.
But you're a guest at my luxury hotel.
Once I'm at the cabin, though.
Ugh, you will still be a guest because you had to pay for tonight as well.
His hand slipped through the crack in the door to point at the sign over the light switch.
Check out as you can was 11. That was 6 hours ago.
These are all excellent points.
Again, I'm Scottish. We're very wise. We literally invented everything that was important. I ken, 'tis true because I saw it on a postcard once. What kind of pizza do you like, would you?
I like pineapple, he groaned.
Fruit on pizza?
Ugh. He pretended to retch. Very funny. I like anything, really. Just not Italian sausage. Also, not a fan of ham. But other than that...
Oh, I will try to find something acceptable to you. That wouldn't kill me.
Chapter 13. Before I overthink it. Liam.
Taking trips from the room to the bed of the truck, I asked, "How come you think this will all fit in your pack?"
She rolled her eyes. Of course it will, Liam. Everything I bought is for hiking. If you're going hiking, you have to have this gear. The one precludes the other.
I understand the words you're saying, but still, it wouldn't fit unless you had some kind of fey magic. She looked at the growing pile in the back of the truck, slow blinking, as if she couldn't see it.
I'm just a master packer. You'll see.
As I took another trip to the truck, I said, "Ugh, you might need some wheels to drag the bag behind you."
Won't need it. Don't worry, this has all been planned.
How's it now? Dinna you plan to bring your husband along with you? She shook her head as if to say I didn't want to hear it.
I don't need him for anything.
She climbed in my truck, and I closed the door for her. I drove up to the cabin. She said,
"Okay, stay here while I check the code to make sure it works."
She tugged on the handle of the truck door. I said, "I cannot stay here. I had to get out to open your door."
I forgot.
I climbed from the truck and walked around to let her out, then leaned there while she mounted the stair and fiddled with the lockbox. After a moment, she flung open the door and announced,
"My cabin!"
I carried the pizza in and found her standing in the middle of the room, looking around with a forlorn expression.
We picked this cabin because it was rustic, nestled in the trees. I loved the photos, looked at them again and again. She dried her eyes and pointed. That stair handle made from a branch, the sculpture of two bears with their arms around each other, the red and black checkered wool blanket.
She sighed.
This cabin was half the reason for forming the plan.
Aye, 'tis a broad cabin. I went out for another load to give her time to collect herself. I sat at the table beside the pizza, half pepperoni and half pineapple, and watched while she packed her pink backpack.
Okay, see, I'm laying it all out. Socks, 3 pairs, 1 extra for sleeping. My plan is to rotate the hiking socks so there will always be at least 1 pair that's dry. I'll keep 1 pair out for tomorrow. Wait, where's the moleskin? I need moleskin for my blisters.
You have blisters, would you? How come they aren't going to hinder your hike?
Because nothing like a little blister is going to stop me.
She stuffed a first aid kit in a pocket, came to the table to eat a few more bites of pizza, then returned to packing. She stuffed some packages of food down into a side pocket, a small pot into the bottom, matches and utensils. I joked, Oh, yeah, right, would she? There is plenty of room. You might want to take the leftover sheet pizza with you. She put all her weight on the pack, trying to get it to compress. It's going to fit. I mean, she strained, trying to pack it down. It will fit. She looked around at what was left. Damn, I really wanted to take this. Let me see. She turned the heavy pack over, then pushed it back, stood up, and came to the table for more pizza. Standing there chewing, she asked, "Why are you helping me?" I grinned. "'Tis a very boring town. You're the most interesting thing to happen in a long time." "Aw, that's very nice. But still, you have a life, a pub, a motel?" "'Tis name of life." She cocked her head to the side. "Whose life is it?" "My father's. He left Scotland for fairer lands, met a woman named May, and settled down and bought a pub and a motel in a shite town on the edge of a trail. Meanwhile, his 2 sons and his daughter, living with his former wife, figured out how to survive in a shite town in Scotland. A place that had plenty of pubs and motels, mind you, and many of them for sale. The old man could have lived his dream anywhere, but he had to do it here. Now he's gone. Cancer." "I'm really, truly sorry, Liam. When did he pass?" "It has been about 2 months. Long enough for all of this to get very tiresome." She gave me a sad smile. "I am glad my drama has helped you, or at least given you something to do. So now you own a pub and a motel?" I nodded. "Aye, in a shite town in the US of A. I get to meet interesting people as they head out on the long hikes of their dreams." She asked, "Do you want to talk about it?" "Nay, I am enjoying the distraction." "Okay, good. Happy to be that for you." She brushed off her hands and put them on her hips. "I think it's basically packed." She smiled widely. "Looks like I'm ready to hike." "How long will you be?" "Our plan was almost a month. We have a rental car waiting for us at North Point, so yeah, I just have to get there. Then I'll drive back here and fly out at the end of the month." "Sounds like I have it all planned. How many kilometers a day?" "I have no idea, but in miles, I hope 20 a day." She continued to smile. "Do you want to try on the pack, would she?" It looked to be 3/4 her size. She looked down at it. "No, I'll wait until tomorrow. I don't want to wear myself out too early." Sometimes people I meet have been training for the hike, wearing weights in their packs to see how far they can go. "Yeah, we meant to, but work got crazy, and apparently my husband was fucking one of my clients, so he was busy, and..." She sighed again. I watched her long, then said, "I ken it's nae my business, but would she? You canna go. You dinna have to hike to prove anything to anybody. Your husband broke your heart. You could take a week to sit in a cabin and drink down the pub and feel sorry for yourself. You could even go back to LA and tell him you went on the hike, and..." I shrugged. "No one would ken." "I would know. You know what he said to me? He told me I wouldn't be able to do it without him. I think he's established that he's a total ballbag, and he ain't to be listened to anymore." "Yeah, but this is important, Liam. My whole life just blew apart, and this seems like what I need to do. I packed it all up, put it in a bag. Now I'm going to schlep it up a trail. I've been talking about doing it for years, and now I've been planning it for months. Sometimes plans are meant to change." "Not this one. You just met me. Are you telling me not to live my dreams?" "I think we're friends. A friend should tell you if your pack is going to be too heavy. If you're going to kill yourself trying to get back at your husband too, ain't it worth your spite? Or if your decision sounds shite." "You think we're friends? And my plan sounds shite?" "Aye, we shared pizza and beer. We're friends."
"In 25 days when I'm back, you'll see."
"Oh, 25 days?
How long do you think I will go?"
"I give you 2 days, tops."
2 days? You sound like my husband.
"Nay, I dinna mean to sound like him. I dinna mean you can never do it. I mean you're nae ready, and you aren't thinking on it straight. I am saying your pack is too heavy, and you're risking your life. I'm nae saying you're shite. I think you're very braw, actually. I am saying your plan is shite. And, you ken, I think your plan is shite because your husband was a part of planning it. He sounds like an arse.
You think I'm bra?
Aye.
Thank you. But about the shiteness, Liam, I have to go on this hike. I honestly do. She looked back at the pack. It's going to be good for me.
I chuckled and shook my head. As long as you thought it through. She laughed.
I have thought this through for so many years, in so many ways. I have been basically planning this my whole life. Honestly, I've thought through every scenario, and it's really high time to get going. Before I overthink it, you know?
I nodded. Aye. I slapped my hands on my knees. All right, would you? I had to go to the pub. You will be going in the morning? I stood.
Yes, and thank you again for your help. I couldn't have done it without you.
You are welcome, lassie. Bianach Liv. It means blessings be with you. And my grandmother would say it.
Bianach Liv, Liam. My grandmother would do this.
She put out her little finger and showed me to wrap mine in hers, and then she pressed her lips to her thumb.
Now you press your mouth to the other side.
I did the same. She let go of my hand. Then she threw her arms around me and gave me a big awkward hug. And for a moment, there was a rush of scent, vanilla and spice from her hair that filled my lungs and made me lose my breath. Then she let me go. I rode to the pub, parked my truck, and stared out at the building, taking some long moments before going inside to fulfill my duties to my father's dream.
Chapter 14. I had no idea how long I hiked. Blakely.
I had not thought this through. None of it. At least nothing practical. Like, for instance, my pack was so heavy, my legs shook from the weight of it. By the time I made it from the door of the cabin to the trail, my whole body ached. 30 minutes up the trail, the moleskin wrapped around my pinky toes gave out, and I had to put down my pack, take off my boots, my socks, and replace it. I put the socks and boots on again, and then it took a few minutes of crawling, heaving, pleading to get the gigantic, way too heavy pink pack onto my back, and my legs under me, and ready to walk. I felt like the biggest idiot in the world. An hour later, I questioned every decision I had ever made. I glanced around and saw that the scenery was beautiful, took out the phone, took a selfie with a forest in the background, blue skies, a valley in the distance, but my face was pulled into a grimace. I thought I had been smiling, but it looked like I was wailing in pain. Inside my head repeated the mantra, ouchie, 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 ow, ouchie, 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 ow, and that was making me feel insane. After the second hour, I sat down to eat lunch, and it came to me. I couldn't walk another step, but my pride wouldn't let me stop there. I ate a protein bar, drank from my water bottle, and got enough of my strength back to trudge another hour before I had to stop. I crouched, lost balance, and rolled into a grassy knoll on the side of the trail with my pack on top of me, my face pressed into the dirt. I would have died of embarrassment if I'd been found this way, so I struggled to flip over. Then I lay on my pack looking up at the sky, like an overturned turtle. Fuck. It took a couple of hours to get my tent up and my bed rolled down. It was only 4 p.m., but there was nothing more I could do but sleep. I woke up at 2 a.m. to rustling outside my tent. I burrowed into the bedroll, my whole body tense, listening, until whatever it was continued on its way. My brain decided that was all the sleep I needed, so the rest of dark time was spent imagining all the ways I could die. I ate some breakfast and sat and stared off into the distance. The birds were waking up, the sun rising, the ground was dewy. I checked my feet. My little toes were raw and blistered, a little bloody. I bandaged them up better and layered on 2 pairs of socks and rustled on my boots, with breaks, because I was so exhausted. I assured myself, beautiful weather, perfect temperature for a walk, this would be an excellent day. Then I stood up, and it hurt to straighten. Ow, 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 ow. Ow. I did some stretches, finding myself in a downward dog when a couple hiked by. Morning, they said. Bright and cheery. I collapsed to all fours. Morning. They kept on walking. I watched them go by, big smiles, each carrying a pack. Hers was smaller. They held hands. They were sharing the load as they could, like a team. My chin trembled and tears slid down my cheeks. I cried the whole time I packed up my tent while I put out the fire, and even though my back felt tweaked as hell, I managed to get the pack up and myself righted. I wove for a moment, dangerously, but then I straightened up. I began to trudge. 1 foot and another. Just 1 foot. Another. That's all we have to do. We being, of course, me and my pack. 1 foot and another. It became my mantra. Easy. But the trouble was, there was a second mantra in the background, as if one were the blessing and the other the curse. 1 foot and another. Why? 1 foot. That's all we have to do. Why are we doing this? Just 1 foot. What the fuck are we doing this for? That grimace from the day before that had begun halfway through the first mile and stuck for the rest of the day, today it arrived about 100 steps in and remained. I walked from about 9:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., and then I couldn't walk anymore. Not at all. Not one bit. I had made it to a designated campsite, and I slumped down against a tree with my feet splayed out in front of me. I just sat, staring out over a patch of trees. Not a pretty patch, a gnarly patch of trees. Not an epic vista, but a forlorn patch of stunted, dry trees. And yet, I might never get up. I might never see anything else ever again. Fucking shite place to die. Then I burst into tears. I cried as the sky changed, the temperature cooled, the wind picked up, and somehow, without at all noticing, it began to rain. The rain went from a few drops to a torrent so fast I had to scramble to my feet. I unzipped my pack and dug out my raincoat. But I was already cold and drenched through. I wasn't very practiced assembling my tent. It took about 10 minutes. Then I dove in and dragged my sopping wet pack in after me. The afternoon was dark, and the rain stayed, steady and torrential. I unzipped the door and stared out at the blankness, because there was no visibility beyond a few feet away. A while later, a man and a woman came squealing up the trail. "Hey, sorry to camp so close. We need a flat place." "No worries," I called back, and tucked into my tent, listening to the sounds of rain and their voices as they built their tent together about 20 feet away. They were laughing in the downpour. Then their tent doors zipped closed, and it was quiet while I ate something for lunch. Then, from the direction of their tent, the sound of them having sex. Her moans and groans, and I started giggling. Middle of nowhere, surrounded by nature. 2 strangers in the tent next to me going at it like... I listened. Cats in heat. Great. The rain continued all afternoon, through the night, and continued the next day. The next morning, I woke up, got my rain gear on, and stepped out of my tent, and immediately slipped and fell on my ass in a puddle of mud. It grimed up the back of my pants pretty good. My tent was wrecked. I needed to pack it up while wet, but I would need to put it out in the sun to dry. This was all so freaking hard. The rain eased into a shower. I was covered in mud, wrestling with a tent pole. I don't think I'd ever been this dirty before. It looked like I'd been in a good old-fashioned pig wallow, whatever that was. The couple next to me came out of their tent in their non-muddy rain clothes and chit-chatted with me as they packed up their tent and gear like professionals. They were on their 8th day of hiking. They ate their breakfast and then were ready to leave. Did I want to hike along with them? I looked around at my half-packed gear. No, thank you, but maybe I'll catch up. Not likely. They took off together at a brisk pace. 20 minutes later, I took off on a slogging, mud-puddle-splashing trudge. I had no idea how long I hiked. It was gray, wet, continuously showering, and my mind was blank. one foot after another. A while later, unable to walk another step, I used my GPS and figured out that a sleeping hut was a mile away. I had to keep going, repeating, almost there. I have no idea how I made it to my destination. When I arrived, the hut was full. I pitched my tent in the driest spot left outside. It rained all night, pitter-patter on my tent. At least the temperature was reasonable, and although I was damp, I was able to sleep out of pure exhaustion. The following day was lovely and fresh. The path was muddy, but everything in the world looked clean, and the land was covered in an epic green. I tried to be slow and steady, to not worry about anything, but my pack felt like I was carrying the stone that would eventually kill me. Like a cruel punishment. Like I was that big, giant art rock that was driven on a wide-load truck through the streets of L.A. and installed over a precipice at the L.A. County Museum of Art. Maybe after I hiked the 400 miles I was planning, they would put my pack in a museum with my photo beside it, and people would gather around. That lady did that? Why on earth? What was she thinking? And lastly, she did it for almost a month? I trudged and trudged. My whole day was mostly alone, resting and slogging, for almost 6 hours, until evening when 2 guys came along, Frank and George, from California, like me. We entered a designated campsite together. There were already 4 other tents set up, spread out over a field. Why are so many people camping already? George said, "Haven't you heard? Big storm coming." Another one? I stared down at my pack. I had managed to drop it to the ground almost gracefully. Frank said, "Holy shit, that pack looks heavy. You're what, half my size?" "Stronger than I look," I said, though inside I felt like crumbling into dust and blowing away on the wind that was picking up all around. Putting up my tent was like folding a paper airplane in a squall. George gratefully came over to help me strike in my tent posts because the wind was whipping so much it almost knocked me over. He yelled over the wind, "You cool now?" "I think so, yeah." "All right, see you in the morning." George and Frank ducked into their tent, and I dove into mine, and spent the night listening to the wind as it tried to unmoor my tiny ship on the side of the mountain. The top of my tent folded sideways, rippling close to my nose as it took the onslaught. I had to leave the tent to pee and squealed as the wind pummeled me. Frank's voice, "You good?" "Yeah." Though I kinda wasn't. And then back to the tent, to stare up at the roof, wondering why the wind was choosing now to do this. Chapter 15. Holding it all together. Liam. Naisha said, "You're in a foul mood. What's that about?" I had become irritated that the bucket wouldn't move away and shoved it, splashing muddy slop water all over the bottom of my pants legs and my boot. "Up all night talking to people. No one in Scotland understands how time zones work." "Everything cool back home?" "Nay, come to find out, I am the only person holding it all together." She chuckled. "You're the one holding it together? The proud owner of the Hackney pub? I just watched you fight a bucket and lose." I wiped the mop back and forth across the last part of the floor, dropped it into the bucket, and pushed it toward the back. I shoved the door open with my shoulder against a gusting wind and fought to keep it open long enough to slop the water out to the grass. I returned to the bar. Naisha said, "First the rain, now this big storm. I feel terrible for all the hikers out there right now." "Aye. Have you heard anything from that woman?" "Who?" I popped the top off a tenant's beer bottle. "Would she?" She chuckled. "Yeah, you know who I'm talking about. Pink backpack, fancy boots lady. Heard anything?" "Nay, but I dinna ken why I would." I took a swig of my beer. "What you think she's doing in the storm?" "Well, she ain't out in it. You can be sure of that. She's gotten a hotel by now. Probably 5 miles up the road. One of your competitors. A hotel with employees. Maybe even a pool." I jokingly clutched my chest. "Oh, your words cut deep, Naisha. A competitor's hotel? What, she would go to a competitor's hotel? She laughed. Of course she would. You are a hottie, don't get me wrong, but a lady like that, she's gone to a hotel that has stars instead of bad Yelp reviews. Aye, I'm sure you're right about it. I raised my beer bottle to her, and then took a swig.
Chapter 16. This wasn't supposed to be that hard. Blakely. Mid-morning, the wind stopped. The sun came out and the birds chirped, and everywhere were the sounds of bustling campers packing up their tents. George and Frank hung out and talked and were more casual, so I ended up packed and ready, and we all put on our packs and hit the trail at the same time. This gave me a more hopeful outlook, or if not hopeful, at least I had a little company to keep myself from spiraling into self-pity. Frank asked, "What's the deal with you hiking alone?" I kicked a rock from the path. Kind of a long story. My husband and I were going to do it together, but the night before we were supposed to leave, I found out about his affair. George said, "Shit, that's rough." Frank said, "But you still came? You've got some serious balls." "Really, you think? 'Cause from here, the underside of this heavy pack, toes all raw and bloody, knees aching, my eyes stinging from crying, it kind of feels like the dumbest thing I've ever done." Frank said, "No, serious balls, brave as hell. How many people hike the trail? How many women hike the trail by themselves? Most people hike together so they can carry more gear. Look at you. Your pack is heavier than ours." I groaned. "But isn't that part of my idiocy? Isn't that what they'll write on my tombstone? Here lies Blakely. Her pack was much, much heavier than a normal person's." I truly think this might be one of my biggest problems, believing that I thought something through, but not having any idea what I'm doing. Frank said, "Maybe it's just positive thinking?" "Maybe," I said, then added, "to a fault." We hiked some more. A hawk flew overhead and we halted in the path so George could take photos. Frank said, "What do you do back in LA?" "I'm a talent agent. I own my own agency." "Wow, that's impressive. By the way, George is an actor. Got any—" George was looking through the photos he had just taken and was checking the sky to see if the hawk was still there. "Be cool, Frank. No hounding." "Fine, fine. So are you a good agent?" "I got one of my clients a Spielberg movie." George whistled. Frank said, "A Spielberg? That's big time. See, George, you gotta let me tell her about you." George laughed. "I said be cool." He replaced the lens cap on his camera, passed the camera to Frank, and turned around. Frank stuffed the camera into one of the pockets on George's pack. They worked wordlessly, like a team. We began to hike again. I asked, "What do you do, Frank?" Frank said, "I'm a physical trainer, but seriously, did you hear that George is an actor?" To be nice, I asked, "You got an agent, George?" "Yeah, I'm with Taylor Agency." "With Ted? Is he working well for you? I mean, to me, you look like you could be the son of Kiefer Sutherland. Like, if I were Ted, I'd put you in a show where you're the cop. Not the nice one. You'd be the stern one. Are you funny?" Frank chuckled. "He's more earnest. See? He'd make a good stern cop. I'd like to see you in a movie where you cry because you're so distraught over the case you couldn't solve. You look like you'd never cry. So a show that watches you break would be pretty compelling, I think." Frank said, "I can see it. That would fit him perfectly." I asked, "So, what auditions have you been on so far?" "Just a commercial and recently a supporting actor in a sitcom." "Bullshit! He's sending you to the wrong auditions. Tell him you want to get on a crime drama." Frank laughed. "Okay, do me. You're the buff older brother in a Disney show. The teen is going through some kind of drama, and you're there to teach her to read or something. You look a little like Rob Lowe. I'd want you to play friendly, except after a few of those roles, then we get you on a thriller as the murderer. Your fan base would love it." Frank said, "Damn, you're good." George said, "Yep, that's more insight than Ted ever gave me before." "Thanks." "You're welcome. Just tell him what you want. Make him help you achieve it. A while later, we rested by a rock, and Frank and George helped me pull the pack off my back. We shared some food and then geared up and hiked for longer. But the truth was, I could tell I was holding them back, and this part of the trail was straight up. I had sweat rolling down my temples and was too breathless to speak. I stopped, panting, and bent over with my hands on my knees. You know what? Pant. What? Don't you go on ahead. Pant. You don't have to wait for me. Whew. I wiped my forearm across my forehead. I know my pace sucks. Nah, said Frank. Don't worry about it. He and George met each other's eyes. Yep, I was right. They thought I was slow. I pulled my GPS from my pocket. We're almost to the hut, right? They looked over my shoulder as I pointed at our next stop. It's only a few more miles. If you go ahead, you can hold a place for me, Frank said. Are you sure? Totally. I have my pace, and it's slow. We all know. It's cool. You go ahead, save me a spot. I want to sleep under a roof and not put up my tent. I'll be right behind you. So they left me. And watching their pace quicken effortlessly while my trudge stayed the same, realizing how much they had slowed down to accompany me, kinda really freaked me out. After a few moments, all that was left was a cloud of dust following them, and me, one foot, then the other, trying to make the distance. This wasn't supposed to be that hard. It wasn't a lot of miles, but man, my body ached. My feet screamed. In my head, I was doing constant math. I had hiked for days. I had only been hiking 6 to 8 miles a day. I was supposed to be doing 20. I had food for a set number of days, and then I was supposed to resupply. But I would never make it to the next supply town before I ran out. If I resupplied earlier, I would be carrying more weight. No way I could carry more weight. No way would I be able to make up these miles. Unless I really pushed myself to go farther and farther. There was a car waiting for me at the end of the trip. But today, I had pushed myself to hike 12 miles, mostly uphill, and felt like I might die. And on, and on. Then the sun began to go down, and I still had a ways to go. I dropped my pack and frantically dug through it for my flashlight. A rustling sounded in the woods beside me. It sounded big. Footsteps. I froze, eyes shut. Open your eyes, it's right behind you. Open your eyes. I opened my eyes, fumbled my flashlight on, and pointed it in the direction of the noise. Little mice scattering. Jesus Christ, that'd have been fucking scary. I hefted the backpack up and got my feet under it again. No. My body did not want to take another step, but I couldn't sleep here in the dark woods. I waved my flashlight around and thought about where I was. No idea, but it was the deep, dark woods. How far to the hut? I guessed about half an hour. I joked to myself, if I was going in the right direction. Wait, I looked behind me. I hadn't turned around, right? How long had I been digging my pack? Had I turned when I freaked out about the mice? When I struggled on my pack? I hadn't turned around, right? Cold panic settled in my heart. I dropped my pack to the ground and dug in the side pocket for my GPS. I turned it on, and relief washed over me. See, Blakely, you're going the right way. Don't be a dumbass. I heaved the pack back on, my eyes stinging with tears, and walked in the direction I now knew was right, in the dark, pushing myself long past my body's ability, sweeping the light back and forth in front of me. I was terrified, but couldn't spare the energy to show it. Instead, it was just one foot in front of the other, trudging, and a constant state of panic. Chapter 17. Your Father's Dream. Liam. I was using the sledgehammer to drive in the pole and the real estate sign when Mike pulled up in his park ranger truck, his headlights blaring on me. Window rolled down. What you doing, Liam? I wiped the sweat from my forehead. Putting up the signs? They were delivered this afternoon. I wanted to get them up before I went to the pub.
You're really going to sell? I can't afford to run them. I used my boot to stomp down the earth around the base. He said, It's listing to the left a bit. Ugh, I hammered it straight and stepped back to check. That's a sad sight. It was your father's dream. That's what they tell me. Yeah, he said, looking at the sign, then said, It's a shame, all the people out of work because of it. I pay Naisha's wages, but I couldn't keep paying for all the motel employees, not on my salary, especially when I hadn't been to work in months. When it sells, I'll do my best to get the new owner to rehire them. The motel and pub were up for sale for a long time before your father bought them. I nodded. Well, I hope it wouldn't take that long. I need to get home. Yeah. He looked at the sign for longer. Well, I'm headed to the pub. Want a ride? I chuckled. I can drive my own truck. 'Tis only 20 meters away. Then I thought to ask, Mike, you heard anything about the woman who was here last week? She was going to hike? No, nothing. Good. See you this afternoon. His truck spun out of the gravel in front of the sign, and he drove down to the intersection and pulled into the Knightley pub's parking lot. Chapter 18. So much harder. Blakely. Then, there ahead, a hut. Tents outside. Fuck. That meant it was full, and I would have to set up my tent in the dark. By the time I got to the building, my face was streaming with tears. Not crying so much as dissolving. I felt so freaking sorry for myself. When I made it to the building, I stood staring at the steps up to the hut. There were too many, and I just stood there, devastated. I didn't have the courage to ask for a bunk. I didn't have the ability to put up my tent, and I was embarrassed. All these other people were hikers, with their tents and companions and their packs that were manageable. They probably could hike 20 miles a day without a thought. Me, on the other hand, I was averaging 8. Someone walked up. Hey, did you just get in? Yes, I wiped my sleeve across my eyes. Are you the person Frank is waiting for? Oh, yeah, that's me. They got you a bunk inside. Here, let me grab your pack. He held on while I wriggled my arms from it. That is a really heavy load you got there. Truth. Frank and George welcomed me warmly. I got the top bunk. There was an outhouse with compostable toilet paper. I made ramen noodles for dinner. No one took care of me, but being in a group meant that some of my needs were met by others. I felt very grateful, and really raw. I had gotten pretty scared out on the trail and was relieved, but also upset, that my strength, my wit, my invention weren't good enough to get me through clearly what all the rest of all these people were capable of getting through. After strained smiles and a few attempts at conversation, I climbed up into my bunk and lay there for a long time, kind of wondering if I could just live here for a few days. Except it smelled awful. All these damp, smelly, sweaty, unwashed people. George said goodnight. All the lights were turned off. People drifted away to their tents. One dude was snoring in the corner. And then Frank climbed into the bottom bunk under mine. In the dark, he was hard to see, but he whispered, "How you doing, Agent?" I squiggled over to look down on him over the side of the bunk. Truly? He was laying so his head was resting on his arm. He nodded. Not good. This is so much harder than I thought. It was really scary tonight. Yeah, I bet. I wanted to talk to you about it. Will you take some advice? Yeah, maybe. I mean, I am kind of upset. I don't really think I could take being criticized. I don't want to hear about how this is all my fault, you know? Yeah, I get that. And you need some sleep. How about in the morning, you meet me and George for some stretching before the hike, and you'll feel fresher. Sure, that sounds good. But you promise it isn't bad? Not my style. I'm generally a helpful sort. Plus, George won't let me say anything awful anyway. He thinks she might be his agent someday. Yeah, okay. Good night. A second later, I was asleep.
Chapter 19. An Albatross. Blakely. The next morning, I waited in line for the toilet, took a cold shower, brushed my teeth, and did as much cleaning, straightening, packing as I could. Then Frank and George asked me to meet them outside. A moment later, I was in child's pose on a patch of grass beside George, while Frank stretched our feet and rubbed our backs. George groaned happily. I said, my face pressed into the grass, "Oh yeah, this was necessary." "Better rested?" "A little." "So, this is what I'm thinking." He got me to go up in downward dog and adjusted my hips. Then he said, "Back to child's pose." I got comfortable. He asked, "When did you decide to go on this hike?" "This hike? Since I was a teen." "Any long hike?" "Since I was like 10. I loved hiking with my dad and wanted to go for a really long one." The grass felt cool against my cheek and smelled like fresh dirt in a lovely way. "So you've been wanting to do this hike for at least 10 years? "Yeah, or more. That's why I'm doing it, because I can't quit. It's been my dream." "And you were going to go with your husband, right? He was part of the dream?" "Yeah." "Did he change the dream at all?" "What do you mean?" "Like, did he add to it some details?" I thought for a moment. He said, "Wait, don't answer yet. Do downward dog again." I followed him through a sun salutation. Then, back in child's pose, I said, "Yeah, he added days and distance. We could because he was going to help carry our gear and supplies and—" "Oh. Yeah-oh. So here's the thing. Me and George, we think you're crazy brave. I know, we're strangers, and our opinion doesn't matter. But we're from LA, and so we're kind of like your people. We think you're brave. You're a California girl out here walking a trail by yourself. There's only one other solo camper on this site right now, and he's some cranky old dude over there in the back corner. Don't talk to him. He is scary." I glanced at George, who was in warrior pose. He said, "Sorry, he's all up in your business now. I tried to tell him to stop." Frank said, "You know I can't stop. It's in my nature. I have to fix things." George rolled his eyes. "You're helpful to a fault," and smiled to soften the complaint. Frank said, "So, this is my point, Blakely. You're trying to get back at your husband for cheating by doing your married hike. But maybe what you need to do is stop revenge hiking and instead honor the hike you meant to go on when you were a little girl." He gestured for me to lie on my back with my leg crossed over to the side. "Feel that stretch?" I moaned. "Yeah." "So what would your little girl hike have looked like?" "Well, the pack would have been a hell of a lot lighter. Right now, it's probably the size of a 10-year-old. George said, "That pack is more like the size of a 16-year-old who's a couch potato." I laughed. "Careful, George. I might reconsider and think you are fit to be in a sitcom." Frank said, "Back to the point. To manage a hike with a lighter pack, it probably would have been a shorter distance, right? I might not have had the best understanding of how weight or time or necessary gear would have played out. Then again, I'm 28. I think I still have that issue. That's one of my many, many faults. Not planning, not being realistic or sensible or wise. I generally make up for it with enthusiasm. A little relentless hopefulness." Frank said, "Yeah, we can tell. You basically scream relentless hopefulness. So this is what I'm saying. Maybe what you need to do is embrace the enthusiasm of your 10-year-old self. And do the hike you would have done then. You can ditch some of your gear. You can stay out for less time. You can stop and enjoy the view. How long you been out?" "This will be my 6th day." I looked up at the branches swaying in the breeze. "Are you telling me to cut my hike short? To quit? Because I do not want to be a failure. Not at all. I'm asking you, who's trying to win? Is it the cheated wife trying to prove something to her ex? Or is it Blakely, the girl who's grown up, who is going to prove to herself that she can finish a long hike?" "Oh." I took in a deep breath. Frank went over to George and pressed on his shoulder, twisting him like a pretzel. My view was of Frank's backpack, laying on the ground beside me. I relaxed and thought about what he said, my focus settling on a patch, sewn onto the side, focusing on a bird. Frank? What bird is this on your pack? An albatross? George got it for me. Oh, I blinked. Fuck, that's crazy. What? Nothing. I watched him massage George's shoulder. You know, you're right, Frank. I should hike for the little girl. And she always wanted to see Spring River Falls. I blinked, calculating. And that's only like 15 more miles. I could hike toward it today, camp just south of it, see it, and then camp another night, and then... What would I do? Frank said. By then, you'd have been gone a whole week. I would have done a whole week by myself, camping and hiking the trail and seeing the waterfall, and then... George said, a bit farther on is Mansfield. It's a pretty sizable town. We're going to resupply there at the Walmart. My eyes went wide. I could hike to that town. I have enough food to last that long. Frank grinned. What do you think your kid self would say about all of that? I said, I think she would be proud. Yeah, me too. I sat up. Yeah, wow, thank you for that. I thought quitting meant I was a failure. You aren't quitting. You're reevaluating the end goal, adjusting. It's part of life on the trail. It's actually part of life. He stood up and brushed off his knees. So, that being said, this is where we part ways. George and I are going to hike away and leave you to your trip. I nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. Give me your phone, I'll add our contacts. I clambered up, went to my pack, dug out my phone, and passed it to him. George said, What kind of phone is this? This is not an agent phone. Mine was broken the day before I came. I didn't have time to replace it. They put their info into my contacts, and then I hugged them goodbye and watched them go, walking side by side, headed the same direction, but at, like, twice my speed. I looked at my map. I had only done 8 miles a day and had missed a day because of the weather. I would have to do 15 today. But now that I wasn't looking at 400, it all seemed doable. I took out some of my clothes and lightened my load a bit. I heaved my pack, still very heavy, to my shoulders, and began to trudge down the road. Chapter 20. Emergency Contact. Blakely. My outlook improved. Instead of heading to the end of a month, I was headed toward a waterfall. Instead of a huge pile of miles to go, I only had to go for 15 to see a beautiful sight. I hiked 12 miles that day, 12 excruciating miles, and could go no further, so I found a small shady spot under a tree and made camp. That felt better, too. I put up camp without trouble. If someone had been watching, they might have even been impressed by my style. I sat on a log and stared up and down the trail, out at the view, and then ate dinner and fell asleep. That night there was a strong wind which howled and shook my tent and made the whole terrain feel too big, lifeless, and I felt solitary, alone. It was a plight to be by myself and hunkered down. It felt as if the wind would pick up my tent and hurl it end over end down the mountain. So, with my eyes open, I stared at the inside of the tent walls as I was pummeled with gusts and gales. It was terrifying and very hard to sleep. In the morning, I heated some coffee and stared into space for a bit. A group of deer walked by casually, as if they didn't notice me at all. Birds flitted through the air, busy at the work of the day. I was numb to all the pain of the dissolution of my marriage, and resolute. Today, I was going to see the waterfall. I hefted my bag up and hit the trail. Spring River Falls was gorgeous. I put down my pack and explored the pools around the base. I took off my shoes and socks and submerged my feet in the clear, brisk water, and explored around the edges of the pool, skipping rocks to the deepest part. I spent most of the day there, and then hiked farther and camped again. The following day, I hiked, the terrain going up and down. I meant to make it to the town, but there had been a view and a tiny bit of a sidetrack to see it from a better angle. Then I hiked and hiked, thinking I would get there before dark, but it was an overgrown forest, very dark, really cold, and spooky as hell. I put up my tent in the dark, spooking at shadows, jumping at sounds. I got the tent erected, tossed my backpack inside, and was staking it down when something big rushed up behind me. I dove into the tent, zipping it up frantically. Shit! My heart raced. Shit! Something pushed on the tent outside. A growly kind of noise. I grasped for the bear whistle hanging around my neck. Another snuffling, and the tent bowed toward me. It was like a bear was sitting on the tent. I put the whistle in my lips and went totally still, begging the universe, please, please, please let me live. The bear got up and growled and shuffled away. I scrambled into my sleeping bag and pulled it up around my ears, my beanie pulled down, with just my eyes poking out, staring in all directions as a sound to the north scared me. Then a noise to the south, and then east and west. I burst into tears, which was a surprise since I had believed myself to be totally fucking cried out. I never looked at my phone. It was for emergencies. But since I was leaving tomorrow, and this felt like an emergency, I pulled it from my bag and turned it on. 64% juice. I pushed the text button, not sure who I would text, or if I even had cell service. There was one unread text. It said, "Hi Blakely, it's me. I was wrong about you. You made it a whole week." He had added his number to this phone at some point when I had seen him last. I clicked on his name, Liam Campbell, and underneath he had written, "Emergency contact." I sighed. Then I called him. His voice. "Would she? That's me. Oh, well done." I chuckled. "You would say that because you can't see that I'm totally freaking out right now." "How come you're freaking out?" "Because a bear was snuffling around and it's dark." "For fuck's sake, bears? As in the four-legged fellas with the teeth? How come you're in the woods with bears?" "Would she? In the dark? 'Tis nae a thing for civilized lasses to do." I laughed, feeling better already. "True." "He's nae there now?" "No, now it's just eerily silent." "Och, he might be sneaking up on you. Bears'll be doing that." "Do you have a lot of experience with bears?" "Nay, I dinna ken anything about them. He's probably long gone. He must have found a honeypot, or his train was due. He dinna want to eat ye. How would he fill up on ye? You're too bony for a proper meal. Dinna tell him where I live." "I won't. Did you just reference Winnie the Pooh and Paddington?" "Aye, in my experience, they are the most important of the bears." There was a pause. I said, "Thank you for putting your name in my phone as my emergency contact. I don't know why, but it was really comforting to see it." "You're welcome, Woodshe. Tell me what you have seen so far on your journey." My voice was low, the tent closed. It was dark all around. My voice going into the phone, his voice emitting from it, low near my ear. I began on day 1 and told him about everything, and he listened, and it was lovely to have someone to tell. And then, on day 3, when the rain stopped, I came over a rise, and there was a valley laid out before me. It was gorgeous, as if I could see for hundreds of miles, and the sound of an owl, hoo, hoo, echoed through the night. "Did you hear that? Wait, listen." I held the phone up, and the owl hooted again. "Hoo, hoo."
"What is it?"
"An owl in the tree above me."
"Oh, you tell him you had enough of the nighttime animals."
I chuckled. The owl might be protecting me from the nighttime animals. I'm going to let him be.
"Aye, 'tis a smart move. Maybe tell him if he sees a Pooh Bear to tell him 'tis past his bedtime."
I chuckled.
"What else did you see?"
I saw Spring River Falls. It was so tall, it was breathtaking. I have always wanted to see it. I took my shoes off and splashed around in the water, and you know what? It was as amazing as I thought it would be. I only wish someone was here to show it to.
How you been alone the whole time?
I met a couple of people, but they had to hike through. They had a schedule. He was quiet for a moment. I said, so I decided not to do it anymore.
What you saying, would she? Are you quitting?
No, I'm not quitting. I'm finishing. I did what I came here to do, you know? I hiked. I did it all by myself. I pushed past my comfort zone, and I saw the waterfall. I had every single kind of weather. I had like 200 life-threatening experiences. I shit in the woods. 2 dudes from LA called me brave.
Oh, it sounds as if you are finished. 'Twas a long hike, and you should be proud of it.
Yeah, I am. Tomorrow afternoon, I will be in Mansfield, and I was thinking
I will come get you.
I chuckled. I was actually thinking about getting a hotel, and
what you doing that for? You had the cabin you already paid for, and the honorary room in the best, most empty motel in Trailhead.
How are you going to rent a third motel?
I dinna think this is how motels are supposed to work.
You really don't have anything better to do?
Then drive to Mansfield to pick you up? Nay, I need to go to the big shop anyway. What time will you be arriving?
I'll get there about 1, I think. I'll call you when I arrive. Thank you.
You dinna need to thank me. I'm your emergency contact, he joked. I just thought you would need the ride 6 days ago, and my drive would be a shorter distance.
I better go. I should save my battery.
Aye. Good night, Blakely.
I hung up and sighed, thinking about how comfortable his goodnight sounded, how pleasant his teasing, yet I had only just met him. And then I fell asleep. Chapter 21. Half of what you think you need in life is bullshit. Blakely. The next morning, I had a calm morning, sun filtering through the trees, dappling light around the ground. I made coffee and enjoyed a mug while looking around at all I had accomplished. I thought of myself at the beginning of the hike, full of tears and sadness and the aches and pains, and now I would hike 6 miles by lunch. I was strong, almost gloating to myself, while I wrapped the moleskin around my toes, pulled on my least stinky socks, and added a bit more deodorant. 7 miles to go. I put my hair up in a ponytail and heaved the pack to my aching back. A few unsteady steps to get my weight above my hips, above my knees, above my feet, and I began to hike. A few hours later, I saw a small sign that pointed one way, trail, and another way, town. I left my trail behind. I felt sure of this decision. I had been planning it for so long, and I had done it. I was grateful to Frank for the talk the other day. Like a guardian angel, he had changed my goal for me, an albatross named Frank. My hike had gone from being my trudge to being my trip, and my pack felt the lighter for it. Someday I would tell my kids about this. It would be a part of my story. Your mom wanted to hike the trail, and so one day she did. She had nothing but a big giant backpack. But come to find out, kids, it was double the stuff she actually needed. Heed my warning. Half of what you think you need in life is bullshit. Except if I was talking to my kids, I probably wouldn't curse. But then again, this was big. Cursing is necessary sometimes to drive the point home. Half of what you think you need in life is bullshit. And once I walked and camped and gave myself permission to finish, I had accomplished all I wanted. One step in front of the other, and I had left my old self behind. Over a week in the woods by myself. I came to the end of the path at the backside of a wide blacktop parking lot. Far away was the big box store, cars close to the doors. But here most spaces were empty for a few rows except one, Liam's truck, parked. He was leaning on the front. He put his fingers in his mouth and whistled loud. He cheered, "Hoo-wee! Whatchie, you did it!" And then he began to applaud. Chapter 22. The Universe Sends Signs. Blakely. My pack was slung into the back of the truck and the door was opened for me. Liam had a warm, wide smile, and as he started his truck, I started telling him about my hike. He asked questions, but my story poured from me like a flood. I told him about riding out the rain and the night of the wind, about the epic views. Then I backed up and told him about the first day and how I was exhausted by the time I stepped foot on the trail. He laughed. "Och, you mean the pack was too heavy for you, would she? Was I right on it?" "You were so right on it." I had barely noticed when he pulled the truck into a drive-through. "We could go sit inside if you want." He chuckled. "'Twould nae be fair to the other diners. You're a frightful smell." "Oh, God." I sniffed my pits. I put on deodorant. "I think 'tis more the whole effect. When was the last time there was a full body washing?" He laughed. "Oh, I am so embarrassed." "How come you're embarrassed, would she?" "Because you did a big thing. The locker room after a big game always has a substantial stench. I didn't think you ought to be embarrassed for it. Besides, I kent what I was getting into when I offered to give you a ride. What do you want?" He drove up to the speaker to order. All of it, everything, like the biggest of it. He ordered 2 big meals called the Monster with extra large cups of Coke. Big bags of food were passed through the window of his truck. "If you're still hungry, we can stop again. The drive will be 2 hours. I walked for that many days, and now we can drive it in 2 hours? I dug my fries out of the sack. It doesn't seem fair. He slurped from his Coke and put it between his legs, because the cups were way too big for the cup holders. "You ken what isn't fair. The majestic waterfall you told me about is 2 hours away, and I hanna seen it yet. How come I hanna gone to see it?" I smiled, chewing a mouthful of burger, and groaned because it tasted so good. "I would say that we ought to drive and see it right now, but I really, really, really don't want to know how close it is. How about one day next week we can go see it, and we'll pretend like it's a great distance away. That way I don't spiral into self-pity." "Sounds fair. You can show me the falls. We might need to do some preparation for the trip since 'tis so far away. Do we need passports, you think, for such a far distance?" "Totally. We totally need our passports for it because it's so far away." I slurped some drink and moaned happily. He grinned over his arm, and I smiled back. Then he asked another question about my hike, and I was off again, the words spilling out. And then Frank gave me an "it's okay to quit" pep talk, and he had an albatross patch on his pack. And I already told you all about how it's my favorite animal because of all the studying you did on the airplane about it. Exactly! So it really seemed like a sign from the universe, and it so was. He chuckled. "Would she? You believe the sign from the universe is that the airplane had a magazine with an article about albatrosses that you didn't read, and Frank had a patch of an albatross when he had told you to stop trying to kill yourself on the trail?" He raised his brow. "'Tis the same thing I was trying to tell you. Maybe you were ignoring real signs from the universe because you were so busy looking for birds." I teased. "Yes, but you didn't have an albatross patch." I tapped my temple. "The universe sends signs. I'm lucky I'm smart enough to hear them." "Aye." He turned on the blinker and passed a car which required all his concentration because the truck did not seem to want to go fast enough. He muttered, "Come on, come on." Then he settled the truck into the slow lane again and said, "Albatross, alba-tross. Do you ken, would she, what the Gaelic word alba means?" I screwed my face up. "There's a Gaelic word, Alba? What does it mean?" "It means Scotland. I wonder if the Scottish man being your emergency contact might be the albatross in your universe's signs." "Wait, really?" "Aye." Holy shit. I slow blinked for a moment, then said, "Well, I'm glad I didn't know that before, 'cause I might not have gone on my hike, and I'm really proud of having done it." "I agree. I think you ought to stop giving the universe so much credit and give it to yourself." That is good advice. I took a sip of Coke and topped it with a bite of burger. "Did I tell you about the campsite on day 3? And I was off again, talking, while he asked questions and listened, for like a full hour. Just talk, talk, talk. And then I yawned as lack of sleep caught up with me. I spent a few moments trying to keep my head up as it lolled. I was never good at staying awake in cars, plus digesting, It was hard to... But this was Liam. I barely knew him. He picked me up and was driving me 2 hours, and yet I was having a very hard time staying awake. Chapter 23. A Peak Experience. Liam. I left the highway and slowed down for the main road through town, and Blakely jostled awake, smacked her lips, and looked around dazedly. I am so sorry I fell asleep. 'Tis all right, nae worries on it. I sing to keep myself company. She stretched, her small shirt sliding up and giving a glimpse of skin around her waist. I focused on the road. Are you taking me to my cabin? Aye, I need to meet the delivery at the pub. Nisha had car troubles. She wouldn't have been there tonight. Her hair stuck up on one side and there was a crease from the seatbelt on her cheek. I imagine car troubles would suck out here in the boondocks. Her eyes followed the trees sliding by the windows. She shook her head. Man, I need to wake up. I have so much to do. So much to deal with. I need to get back to LA. What do you need to do first, you think? She ran her hands through her hair. I don't know. Lawyer up, I suppose? I have to deal with the fact that she was underage. Did I tell you that already? Nay, you dinna. He is a tremendous gobshite wanker. Yeah, then our business needs to be dealt with, our marriage, our house. What am I going to do about our house? Och, 'twill be a lot to sort. Will he be fighting you on it? I honestly don't know. She quietly stared into space. Then we passed the Trailhead Motel and slowed down to make the turn down Mountain View Lane. Something caught her eye, and she turned, craning to look at it. What was that? A real estate sign? Aye, the Knightley pub and Trailhead Motel are on the market. 'Twill be good to get the albatross from around my neck. I glanced at her. Did you see what I did there? Yeah, I see what you did there. Yet another sign. A sign that I am a disgruntled man who needs to return to Scotland. She turned back around in her seat. I didn't realize you were going to sell. Not so soon. Soon might be an overstatement. I have been warned. 'Twill take time to sell a failing business with the promise of a shite return on investment. I will never understand how come my dear old dad bought it. He was such an arse. I pulled up in the driveway of her cabin, parked and came around and opened the truck door. She climbed down from the seat. You're going to the pub? Aye, will you come for a drink? Just let me get cleaned up first. Is there food? I can't believe you're still hungry. I'm famished. We can order out. Sounds good. She chewed her lip. Thank you, Liam. From the day I got off the plane to now, I couldn't have done it without you. I shrugged. Anyone would have helped you, would she? You were a damsel in distress. No, they wouldn't, not at all. Plus, most people wouldn't listen to me go on and on about my hike the whole way home. Thanks for that, too. Now, see, you had a peak experience. It will be a gift to you. From now on, you can divide all the people in the world between those who are proud of you and want to hear tell of your accomplishments, and those who dinna care about it. Who is a friend, and who inna. Do you have a peak experience like that? I have been living it. I came to the US to see my dad off to the great beyond, and when I called home, my sister listened to my rants about how he was a wanker, and she agreed with me on it because she is a braw lass. But my mate Johnny got bored from hearing about it, and told me to stop bellyaching. Thus, he himself is an equal wanker to my dear old dad. It's good to ken these things. He doesn't sound like a good mate at all. You deserve a lot better. So if I come down to the Orkney pub and buy you a beer, we can sit and you can tell me about your ex-mate Johnny. He ain't an ex-mate. He's still my best mate. I just ken he's a wanker. We won't talk about him then, because I agree with you that he is a total wanker. But I don't know him, and I don't want you to think I'm overly judgmental. I laughed. Oh, you called Johnny a wanker? He would think you a bonny lass. She grinned, then grew serious, a look that caused a small furrow between her brow. So I'll buy you a beer, and you can tell me about losing your dad. and I'll tell you about my cheating husband, and we can commiserate with each other.
And you could tell me more about the hike?
I already told you everything about the hike.
Oh, 'tis right. I remember now, that was before you started snoring. I pulled her formerly pink, now dingy grey backpack from the bed of the truck and lugged it up the front steps to the cabin and dropped it with a heavy thud on the porch. Blakely unlocked the door. "See you tonight, would she?"
That nickname really stuck, huh?
You have even more sticks in your hair now. You must be named for a fairy, else the world doesn't make sense. She grinned.
Well, the world has been kind of senseless, so if calling me witchy fixes it, then I'm all in.
Good. She slowly shook her head.
I swear, sometimes it's like I know you from somewhere before.
Did I think we run in the same circles?
Yeah, but you seem familiar, like I've known you since forever.
I joked. You spent much time in the stadiums or pubs of Scotland. Maybe you were passing the whiskey bottle alongside me in the back room of the Brass Monkey.
No, definitely not. I've never been to Scotland.
And I hanna been anywhere but Scotland. So we kinda ken each other. 'Tis impossible. But I ken what you mean.
You do?
Aye. I attribute it to your fairy magic.
You think I'm magic?
Aye.
Chapter 24. Awkward jazz hands were never good. Blakely. A few hours later, I was walking briskly toward the pub. I'd planned to go just before dark, but because of the stupid trees, the area went from dusk to total darkness so fast I had to run back to the cabin to dig a flashlight from my pack to carry with me. As I walked, I ruminated. I needed to get a flight to Los Angeles. I needed to rent a car. I needed groceries. Things that were simple in LA were difficult here. Like walking. I stumbled over a dark rise that I hadn't seen coming in the flashlight beam. I was on the shoulder, but soon realized there wasn't enough traffic to worry about it, so I walked down the middle of the road. When I neared the intersection, I decided to get some food from the convenience store. That way, for once, Liam wouldn't be the person ordering, picking up, or paying for our meals. I entered, setting the bell dinging, and the woman behind the counter squinted, unable to place me. I reminded her. I was here like 10 days ago. I asked you for a way to charge my phone.
Oh, yeah, I thought I recognized you. How'd it turn out?
I thought about really laying into her, yelling, telling her how she broke my phone, and dumping all the trouble she caused right on her lap. Like, what kind of woman doesn't help another woman at night in a darkened town? But then I thought, nah, she had her own shit to deal with. I decided to let it go. A lot of good had happened to me since, and if I really thought about it, if she had let me charge my phone, the whole night might have turned out differently. I might not have met Liam, and he was really great. I said, "Thanks for recommending the pub." Liam helped me get it all sorted out. She shrugged.
That new owner of the pub? Nice enough guy, though he laid off all those employees. Real shame about his dad.
Oh, yeah, it is. She went back to watching the TV on the wall behind the counter. I strolled over to the food aisle. There wasn't much to eat, but I was famished, so anything would do. A dusty box of Ritz crackers on a shelf. In the refrigerator section, a not expired round of bologna and a can of spray cheese. A giant water bottle. On the candy aisle, a couple of Cadbury milk chocolate bars. I eyed the ice cream in the freezer, but decided I could return for it after the bologna and crackers. To be sensible. On my way to the counter, I added a big bag of Doritos to my full arms. I didn't normally eat them, but they looked so delicious. I balanced a jar of nacho cheese dip on the very top and held it steady with my chin. I shoved it all to the counter and used my new debit card, the one my assistant Karrie had ordered from the bank and had delivered to the cabin while I was on the hike, to pay for it. She had also sent a new iPhone. Note to self, give Karrie a raise. Then I carried the sacks of junk food across the road to Liam's pub. The sad sign swinging over the desolate parking lot. Stay a while pub. Oh, nay, I thought. Poor Liam. Then I chuckled because he was right. The Och Nay pub was a much better name. As soon as I pushed in through the door, Liam said, "Welcome, would she?" My eyes adjusted to the dimness to see him smiling behind the bar. There wasn't a customer to be seen. I raised the bags. I brought dinner. He wiped a bar towel over the bar.
Do you want a beer?
Hell yeah. I put the sacks on the bar and began pulling out the boxes and packages and placing them between us. He chuckled.
What kind of dinner is this?
Blakely doesn't have a car kind of dinner. I ripped open the bologna package and peeled off a slice, sandwiched it between 2 crackers and chewed, saying, "Delicious," accidentally spraying cracker crumbs. Oops. Liam pulled the plastic top off the cheese and swirled a small pile on a cracker.
"Och, I think Blakely, the sophisticated lady from Los Angeles, needs to leave this hellhole before she comes too accustomed to—"
"Too late!" I squirted a pile of cheese food right into my tongue, then shook my head and grimaced. Wait, that sucks. I regret that. We each made another cracker piled with meat. While chewing, I squinted my eyes trying to place the music playing. Liam, what is this music? Is it Hootie and the Blowfish? You don't strike me as a Hootie and the Blowfish kind of guy. I dipped a Dorito in cheese dip. He looked over his shoulder at an ancient stereo.
"See that pile of CDs and cassette tapes? Hootie is the best of it and the only CD that works."
He looked up at the speaker and nodded to the beat.
"I heard it now 1 billion times."
"You need Spotify." Liam laughed.
"Naishus is the same thing. She brings in a speaker every now and then, but she wouldn't let me choose the music."
"What would you choose?"
"I dinna ken. Good music? Danceable?"
"You like to dance?" I dipped another Dorito in cheese sauce and piled it on a meat cracker.
"Of course I like to dance. The only people who dinna like to dance are boring twats pretending to be better than everyone else."
"Are you a good dancer?"
"Nay, I am terrible. But I am so big, no one will interfere when I am swinging my arms and having fun."
He grinned. He had such a nice face, his eyes crinkling and a wide smile. I did find him very attractive as he leaned on the bar, talking just to me. I said, "Tell me about your dad."
There is nae much to tell, which, I think his wife might have some stories. His ex-wife, my mother, had many tales, but I would never be daft enough to believe hers to be the only measure of him. I hear that his friends held him in high esteem."
"What about you?"
"I dinna ken him. I used to get a card on my birthday with a bit of cash inside."
"So, how did you end up here?" He swiped the bar towel across the bar, removing some crumbs.
"His wife, May, called me. I had never spoken to her before. She had to tell me who she was, my father's wife. She said he was being moved to hospice, and I said, I dinna ken he was sick, and she said, 'Oh, I thought he told you.' The next thing I knew, I was boarding a plane to the US. By the time I arrived, he didn't have it in him to communicate anymore."
"I am so sorry, Liam. That is really hard."
"Aye, and then the lawyer was given the bad news about this shite business."
He looked around at the ceiling and walls.
"And then, did you ken, would she? Once it's decided that the man is to die, it takes a long time for the happening of it."
"I haven't really known someone to die."
"It takes a very long time."
"So, what did you do?"
"Most days I drove May, a stranger, to hospice and comforted her when she was despairing. Then, while she sat at his bedside, I tried to understand the state of the business I had inherited. The records were scribbled across multiple notebooks. Nay, like a sensible person planning to be successful, but like an arsehole who wanted to fail."
This all sounds so difficult."
It got worse. As I was understanding the state of the business, the payroll came due. I remember the feeling as I faced the fact. I owed all these people their payment for working, and there wasn't money in the accounts. I spent the day my father died securing a bank loan to give them their final paychecks.
I said, "I keep saying this sounds so hard and difficult because I can't find the words. I am sorry, Liam. and I'm sorry about being repetitive." He shrugged. "Repetition in the face of dismal shite is sometimes all a person can do. 'Tis hard and difficult. Or I like to mix it up sometimes with more colourful words." He lifted his beer. "Like this situation sounds like the feckin' shite work of a family deserting wanker who died a remorseless coward just when the work got hard, leaving his firstborn son to clean up his mess. But, of course, I wouldn't want to speak ill of the dead." I cocked my head. "Do you want me to cheers along with that?" "It would help me feel a wee bit better if you would, aye?" I lifted my beer bottle, met his, and we clinked the bottoms together. "I think I finally understand, Liam, your feelings about this place. It makes sense now why you would want to leave and go home." I ripped down the Cadbury wrapper and broke the chocolate bar up into bite-sized pieces and placed it between us. "Okay, 2 questions. First, what do you like to do when you're in Scotland?" "I used to play rugby back in the day." "Like, played? Like for a job?" "Aye, I did it for a job. Do you ken much about rugby?" "No, but I know the thought of it makes all the girls swoon." He grinned. "Do they now? Does Woodshe swoon at the thought?" I considered it for a moment, then said, "Absolutely." His eyes twinkled merrily as he took a drink of his beer. "Want another?" "Yes, and now, second question. You said back in the day. Why did you quit rugby? And what do you do now?" He popped the top off 2 bottles. "First, I dinna quit rugby. Men dinna quit the greatest game. The game quit me. I hurt my shoulder." He moved his arm in a circle. "And couldn't play any more." "So now what?" "Now I have a very important career. One I have to get back to. I'm a groundskeeper at the college. I mow, I dig holes, I had to trim the bushes, else they'll grow on the walkways." He shook his head sadly and joked, "Think of the poor students, wading through the grass. It must be up to their knees by now. Even higher, up to their hips. Kids might be lost out there in the fields. How are they going to get to their classes to learn the poetry of Robert Burns?" I teased. "When you put it that way, it does sound very important." We grinned at each other. Then he said, "You have a few weeks in the cabin, right, would you? You could stay, hang out here at the pub, spend some time thinking through what you're going to do." I took a sip of my beer. "I could, but I'm not sure I should. I hate confrontation. If I don't go now, it's going to get worse and worse. Does that make sense?" "It makes sense." He shook his head. "And how come I'm telling you to stay? You dinna want to get stuck here. I wouldn't wish it on you." The door to the pub opened. A young woman walked in, looked to be about 19, though she was a big girl, tall, curvy, with short dark hair. Liam blinked, as if his brain was catching up to his eyes. "Lily!" "Surprise, William!" He ran around the bar and swept her up in a hug. "Lily, what you doing here?" "Mom and I were worried about you, so sent me to come check and make sure you didn't get yourself in stupid trouble." "You came by yourself. How is she? How's Logan?" She laughed, her feet dangling above the floor in his embrace. "There, bro! Now put me down! You're cutting off my air!" He put her down and beamed at her. "I'm very glad you came." He ran his hand through his hair and gestured toward the bar. "Come meet Woodshe." Lily glanced at me and faltered. "Oh, wait, one more surprise." She did awkward jazz hands, which I knew from experience were never, ever a good sign. The door opened, and in stepped another woman, petite and gorgeous. She flipped her hair and batted her eyes and said, "Liam, did you miss me?" He stood stock still and muttered one word. "Och." She rushed to him, threw her arms around his neck, and clung there, telling him how much she had missed him. "Oh," I said, as my heart dropped. Chapter 25. Really, really great. Blakely. Liam looked dismayed. I felt dismayed. I didn't understand why, but I felt guilty. Like we'd been caught naked in a bed instead of simply sharing a meal at the bar. Laughing, talking, alone, in his pub. Who the fuck was she anyway? Plus, I was married. How dare she hold on to him like that in a way insinuating that I was... My brain went high speed through 100 different emotions. The worst, most deep of them was simply, oh, as recognition butted into my brain. Liam was spoken for. He hadn't mentioned it, but why would he? We were just friends. I held many confusing emotions watching this woman hug all over him. Liam met my eyes. His held the expressions awkward surprise and dismay. He repeated to the women, "Och, you ha' come so far," and hugged them both again. Ugh, this was awkward. I was on a bar stool in a dive bar in the woods, surrounded by convenience store food, talking to some other girl's guy, a guy who looked distressed. I wanted to disappear, to gather my bag and sneak out the back door. I could sneak into the bathroom and climb out the window. I decided I was just going to be quiet and pretend like I didn't know Liam at all, and my reptilian brain raised its hand, and my dumbass mouth said, "Hey." It was less upbeat and just kind of weird. Everyone glanced at me across the pub. Lily raised a hand, faltered, and put it down. Liam broke their embrace, ran his hand through his hair. "Let me introduce you to, Blakely." My smile was too wide. Why the fuck was I malfunctioning now? He said, sorry, I was just... He pulled bar stools closer to the bar, and in the ensuing taking of seats, I shifted down the bar, sitting beside Lily. The other woman sat on my stool. I leaned on the bar with my hand out. "I'm Blakely. I just hiked the trail." Lily shook my hand, while Em laughed and flipped her hair. It was the insecure laugh of someone firming up their role in a hierarchy. "You hiked a trail? Sounds a bleak way to spend your time. Dinna it, Liam?" I was just telling Blakely my thoughts on it." Liam popped the lids off 2 beers and placed them in front of the women, and he finished the introductions. "This is Em, and this is my little sister Lily." Em shook my hand, then instantly turned to Liam and grasped both his on the bar. "I'm so glad you invited me to come." Running through my mind while a smile was plastered on my face. "Why are you freaking out, Blakely? Who is Liam to you?" Answer: "No one. At most, a friend. He gave me a ride. You brought him some food. But he was paying attention to me, and I had liked it. He was my emergency contact. But, you're married, Blakely. Get a grip on yourself. Just because you're going through some drama, he's yours? He's just a nice guy. A taken by someone nice guy. Not mine. Never said he was mine. And I needed to grow up." I glanced at Em. She was holding his hand, while Lily was saying, "Och, you were right, Liam. The pub is shite." Liam looked around. "You're wrong, Lily. 'Tis much more than that. 'Tis steaming, stench-filled shite." They laughed. Em batted her eyes. "I canna wait for you to come home." Liam pulled his hand away to dig through the food. "Yeah, going to stay at my motel," Lily said. "If it's anything like this pub, we might keep our rooms at the inn." He clutched his heart. "Oh, the inn in town? My sister is staying at the inn in town, nae in her father's legacy, the fine, upstanding Trailhead Motel." "You showed me pictures, William, and I ken you dinna hae any staff." He shrugged. "Aye, 'tis all true. If you like maid service and clean towels, you might prefer the inn." Lily and Em dug into the food, because I said, No, there's plenty, really. Go ahead, I'm so full, actually." I watched as they ate my chocolate, and Em promised to cook his favorite dish for him because he must be starving with "nae one here to cook for ye." Then she brought me into the conversation by talking about me. "I canna believe, Liam, that you're making, Remind me your name? Blakely. I canna believe you're making Blakely bring her own food to your pub. Where are you from? I'm from Los Angeles. She smiled wide, as if she had just won a prize. Oh, Liam hates everything about Los Angeles. Liam's brow drew down. I dinna ken if 'tis true. I like some things from Los Angeles. I like movies. You like some movies? But you didn't like anything else about it. She looked around the pub. Liam, I wish you would let me remodel your pub. You remember what I did with the salon, with the chrome and the mirror? She got up to go to the bathroom and said, If you had mirrors all along here, it would look twice the size, and you could have a piano, Liam. It could be a wine bar. As soon as she was gone, Lily said, I'm sorry, Liam. Was I not supposed to bring her? I ken she broke your heart, but she said you were begging her to come. Her eyes flitted to me. I was trying to help. Nay, 'tis okay. Blakely and I are friends, and I was begging like a proper numpty when I left. I'm in a wrong on it. I remember, though, when you used to call her she who must not be named. Why are you bringing her back to the scene of the crime? The scene of the crime? Me. She sighed. I'm working for her now at the salon. Liam scowled. What about your classes? I couldn't pay for the next semester, Liam, but dinna worry. It'll just be one semester. Nay, you cannot take a semester off. Dinna Mum had the money set aside? She needed it for bills, Liam. We talked on it. We ken you needed to take time off work, so we're paring down. Och, nay! Liam stood and tossed down the bar towel, and then sat back down on the stool with his hands on his hips. The money was for you to go to school. You dinna have to stop, you ken it. Already done. You cannot argue. Mum made the decision. She turned to me. Sorry we're dragging you in on a family dispute. My big brother thinks he can do everything in the world, but he's just a bloke from Edinburgh that used to play rugby. 'Tisn't about me. 'Tis about you, Lily. You're going to school. This fucking pub has been the downfall of the family. You are being overdramatic, Liam said. Look around, Lily. Dad sank every quid he had into this pub. Now, I had to continue his legacy. You're quitting school 'cause of it. Mum's worrying. He was my dad too. How come you get to be the only one who has to be responsible? 'Tisn't fair to act like he was only your pain in the arse. Liam exhaled. You're right. He was a big enough arse to be a pain for all of us. How's Luke? He's good. He's dealing by staying away. Em returned, talking loudly about the bathroom being such a blight. She sat down and said, Are you talking about me? And launched into a remember when we, Liam, conversation that only the two of them could be a part of. Liam's eyes met mine, and Em noticed and turned her attention to me. So, you hiked alone? Yeah, I did. I was out for about 10 days, I think. I drank from my beer. Ain't she brave, Liam? I would never want to go alone on a hike. I would totally need my Liam there, wouldn't I? I drained my beer, and Liam instantly replaced it as if he had been watching and wanting to make things okay for me. He said, I am nae much use on a hike. If you saw a bear, you might have to throw me to him as a distraction. I grinned to myself when Em asked, Can I have another drink, Liam? He ran his hands through his hair. Oh, what kind do you want? She laughed. Anything you pick. You know what I like. Lily said, I'll take a beer. Liam opened 2 more beers. Finally, the awkwardness, the long stories, the preening power plays of Em, the social cues that I couldn't read, and the everything that had shifted from being comfortable with each other to not understanding what the hell was going on, all got to be too much. And I was reminded how very tired I was. I stood from my stool and announced, Well, since I finished my hike and was buying myself a celebration beer and got to meet new people from Scotland who traveled a long time to get here, wonderful surprise, by the way, I'm sure Liam is so excited to see you both. I have got to get to bed. I am so sleepy, and so Anyway, the drinks are on me. I shook my head when Liam protested. No, I insist. One of the joys of finishing a long hike is to go to a bar and say, drinks are on me. And look how I made out. Only 4 people. This is really, really great. I pulled my bag onto my shoulder. So great. Liam jumped from his chair. I ought to give you a ride back to your house. Hold on. He turned to Lily and Em and explained, she canna walk in the dark and she didn't have a car. Em said, do you want me to ride with ya? Nay, finish your beers. I had to close up when I return. 'Twill take 5 minutes. He grabbed his keys, ran his hand through his hair and said, if anyone comes in, we only have beer tonight, and dinna let them play the jukebox. Tell them I will be back in a moment. Chapter 26. If I need any advice on rugby or lawns. Blakely. He led me out the back door to his truck and opened the door for me, without saying a word. We drove down the road to my cabin, then he pulled the truck up the gravel drive, turned off the engine, and dropped his hands down to the seat beside him. I am sorry, Blakely, I said. What are you sorry about, Liam? Your sister came to visit. That's great. And she brought Em, your girlfriend, from home, and now you aren't alone anymore, and I'm really, really happy for you. I tried to pull on the door handle and made it go ka-chunk on its bent hinges. He said, ugh, and rushed around the truck to open the door for me. Then, as I stalked up to the door, he followed me, saying, she ain't my girlfriend. I just wanted you to... I spun around, squinting. It's none of my business, Liam, but she believes she is 100% your girlfriend. He gave me a sad smile. 'Tis complicated. I know, I sighed. And I don't know why I'm even mentioning it. It's nothing to me. None of my business. I'm married. He nodded and leaned against the porch railing. I ken. He didn't look about to leave, so I leaned against the railing across from him. Thank you for everything, Liam. I'm going to head back to California tomorrow if I can get a flight. I... He stopped talking, but had an expression of someone who needed to talk. I said, it's complicated, huh? What do you mean? She broke my heart. What did she do? She left me when my rugby career fell apart because I didn't have big enough plans. She hated that my new job involved a lawnmower. I teased. Well, that is outrageous. Did you explain to her that whole thing about the poor students lost in the long grass? He chuckled. She didn't agree on the importance of it, so she left me. I was begging her to take me back when my dear old dad's demise interrupted my grovelling. He gave me a slow, self-deprecating smile. It's very hard to imagine you groveling, he said. It ain't pretty. I try to keep it from happening. I said, so you've been begging her to come back to you, and now she's here. I don't think it's complicated at all. Aye. He looked at me from the side. I suppose it dinna. Yeah, so I just want you to know how grateful I am, and I straightened myself. So this is all for the best. That earlier, eating together, it was really great, but this is all complicated, and I mean, we're friends, right? So that's a good thing, and so, yeah, Em is here. You got your wish. Aye, I got my wish, he added. You do that when you're upset. Do what? You say so a great deal as if you're talking yourself into feeling alright with it. I do that? Aye. Well, see, there's that thing you do. You talk to me like you know me, even though we only just... I pushed away from the rail, rushed across the porch, and pressed myself against his chest. I did it so suddenly that if he hadn't been against the rail, I might have pushed him backwards off the porch. It took a moment where he stood dumbly before he put his arms around me, holding me close, his cheek against the top of my head. I cuddled against his chest for a long moment. He said, You're going to be all right, would she? Am I? He spoke into my hair. Aye, you hiked the trail. You can do anything. I nodded, then broke the embrace and stepped back and away. I shook my head. I don't know why I did that, I'm sorry. And I'm not upset. I mean, I'm probably just tired, so... My voice trailed off as I proved him right about the so.
Would she? Will you take care of yourself? Will you make sure he dinna?
Yeah, I will. I met his eyes. We stared at each other across the porch. Then I said, I'm worried about you. I hope you'll be okay. He grinned, a sad grin.
Thanks, would she? I'm worried on you too.
Thanks, Liam. I adjusted the strap on my shoulder. You ought to get back. You told them 5 minutes.
Will you call if you need anything?
You mean if I'm in Los Angeles going through a terrible divorce, Hollywood style? If I need your sage advice?
Aye. I ken I'm nae as polished as your LA friends, but you might want someone to talk to who kens about rugby or lawns.
Yeah, if I need any advice on rugby or lawns, I'll call. I ought to. You're my emergency contact.
How can this be? Even in your new phone?
Yeah. I pulled it from my pocket and opened his contact page. I imported it exactly as it was. See? Liam, blank last name because I hardly know you, and emergency contact. Show me my number and yours. He ran his hand through his hair and fished his phone out of his pocket and scrolled through and showed me. It said simply, would she? I took it from him, turned on the camera, and looking down, snapped a quick selfie in the dim porch light. He chuckled.
Now you do have the look of a fae, trapped in my phone, a dark spirit, the kind up to mischief.
With my phone, I took a quick photo of him, a sad smile, the crinkling lines at the corner of his eyes, his broad shoulders, and his familiar ease. I added the photo to his number in my phone. We both exhaled. I unlocked the front door of the cabin and turned around to see him jogging down the steps, heading toward his truck, climbing in, and driving away. I waved goodbye. Chapter 27. Your Rebound. Blakely. LA sucks when your life is falling apart around you. I had proper traveling clothes, but I was covered in a layer of dirt and dust. My suitcase was beat to hell, and I didn't feel like wearing anything sophisticated, so instead, I wore pajamas. Trudging through LAX with my backpack suitcase careening on bent wheels behind me. Jess picked me up, wearing her classic slacks and a floral shirt, her dark hair held back with her sunglasses on her head. Her eyes were wide. What the hell happened to you? Is this what happens to people when they leave LA? Do I need to report an identity theft? Very funny. I tossed my suitcase into the trunk of her Land Rover and climbed in the passenger seat. I love you, by the way. Thanks for picking me up. Where to? Want to stay with me? Can I? Guest room? Hell yeah! That way I can overhear what's going on. You want front row seats at the dissolution of my marriage? Nah, babe. I want skybox seats to watch you take him for everything he's worth. She smiled over her driving arm. Just after you take a shower, get dressed, you know. This is not your A game. I took a shower. What is up with their water? Was a hillbilly pouring a bucket of water over your head? We both laughed, then Jess pulled out of the airport into highway traffic. We were at a standstill. I sighed. Did you know that I haven't been in traffic in weeks? I was on roads, Jess, sometimes with no other cars. Gee, sounds frightening. Later, with a bowl of Chinese chicken salad on my stomach, I was lying on one end of the couch with Jess on the other. She said, with her pen poised over a pad of paper, So, your list so far is this. 1. Find a badass lawyer that won't take any shit. 2. Get Darren out of your house, change locks. We have possible restraining order in between them. We added split the business. I chewed salad. I suppose in there somewhere is talk to Darren. Do you think you have to? I sighed. Yeah, add to the list, find out if Ainsley Potter's parents are going to press charges against him. Her mouth opened and closed. Just put it on the list. God, do you want me to add, find out if Darren is a prosecutable sex offender before or after change the locks? I sighed. Who knows? What order does one do really shitty, awful things? Jess took a bite of her salad, then said, well, to make the list at all acceptable, down here at number 6, I'm going to write, meet and rebound with a hot guy. Her pen scribbled on the pad of paper. I met someone. You did? Where, at the airport? No, in the town where the cabin was. She grinned. Did you rebound with a lumberjack? No, it wasn't really like that. It was more like we became friends. He rescued me. Hey, no fair. I'm the one who rescues you. But, she shrugged, it is a full-time job sometimes, and I wasn't there, so I'm glad he helped. But that's not really the point. I'm not talking about some ugly dude that you became friends with. You need a hot... He wasn't ugly. He's a Scottish rugby player. Oh, yum. Scottish? That is the hottest of the men. Was he wearing a kilt? I don't know anything about rugby, but I do know rugby players make all the girls swoon. That's what I said. I leaned my head on the sofa pillows. He was really great, even in pants. She cocked her head. You sound like it was more than just friends. I exhaled. One night on my hike, I swear to God, something big like a bear chased me to my tent. I was so freaking scared. Jess interrupted. Why would anyone do this for fun? I grinned. It was fun, scary, awful, exhausting, all the things. She shivered. I continued. I looked down at my phone and realized he had added his phone number. It was right there when I needed it. And get this, he listed himself as my emergency contact. So I called him, and he talked to me until I wasn't scared anymore. He just wanted to make sure I was okay. He has this really low voice, and it made me feel, I don't know, like finding him was finding someone really important, as if he were meant for me. He called me Would She. Ah, babe, that is not what a rebound is about. I know. I blew out air. And anyway, he has a girlfriend, and I'm married, and he lives in a hick town in the middle of nowhere. What does he do for a living? I pouted. He owns a failing pub and motel, but he hates them. His regular job is a groundskeeper. She said, God, your rebound is just sad. Did you fuck him at the very least? No, we didn't do anything. You know what? It's really nothing. Forget I mentioned it. Chapter 28. I sat in my truck. Liam. I sat in my truck, running my hands down the steering wheel. I was parked in my spot behind the pub, close to the dumpster, looking past the wall and the weed-covered lot beyond, and across the expanse of it to my motel. I had finished cleaning, sent Naisha home, and had come out to drive the 100 feet to the parking lot in front of the motel office. Em and Lily had decided to continue staying at the inn in town, thinking my shite motel wasn't good enough for Em's needs. She was prioritising her needs since I told her I had changed my mind about us. She needed space away from me because I was the biggest mistake she ever made. And I was going to be filled with regret once I was an old man riding a lawnmower around. She blamed it on Blakely, and although I denied it, told me I looked ridiculous because she was totally out of my league, and then declared that our problem had always been that she was too nice. Now she was giving me the silent treatment, and Lily was stuck, regretting bringing her along. I told Lily I would be working late, and they were both upset, and it had been a shite night at the pub. Only 2 customers, and when I kicked Big Bob out for being belligerent, Naisha told me I needed to calm down. I pulled my phone from my pocket, found Woodsh's number, and spent 10 minutes composing a text. I deleted it. Then I looked at her photo for a long moment, remembering how she looked the night she packed to go on her hike. Daft, a certifiable chancer, but also very bra. How come I was thinking on Woodshi? She was married from LA, half mental, the kind of girl who wheeled a pink suitcase behind her and went on hikes full of her own mind and wouldn't let anyone talk any sense into her. She was a fucking talent agent, for fuck's sake. And I was living in a tiny little town in the middle of... I pushed the button and dialed her number.
I hung up the phone and tossed it on the seat beside me.
Fuck, what you doing, Liam? Being an idiot? She didn't want your trouble.
My phone rang.
Would she?
Chapter 29. The Opposite of Closure. Blakely. I had been lying in the bed, thinking about all I had to do, and staring at my phone, when Liam's photo appeared on my screen, and then disappeared. I dialed his number. "Hi, did you call me?"
I was thinking on it, but then I decided not to.
His voice was deep, thoughtful, and quiet.
Oh. You got to LA all right?
I did. Now I'm in bed.
How come you sleeping, would she? Only bairns sleep this early.
I'm not actually sleeping because I can't, but jet lag and drama have kicked my ass, so I'm in bed, staring at the ceiling of my friend Jess's guest room. Why did you call?
I think you called me.
I guess technically I did, but you definitely called first. Why?
I didn't ken.
His voice trailed off. How are you?
I'm okay,
I said. Are you? I don't believe you.
How come you aren't taking me for my word, would she?
It was so comforting talking to him that I curled up on my side in the pillows and bedding, the phone pressed to my ear. Because we left it that it was complicated, Liam. Too complicated. And then we said goodbye.
Aye, but if you remember, we didn't actually say goodbye. We left it all hanging, so I knew I had to call you. To say goodbye, or else you wouldn't have closure.
Oh, good. This is to give me closure.
Aye, also if you remember, though we said 'twas too complicated, you put your photo in my phone, and now 'tis as if I have a fae trapped inside there. She is working a magic on me, causing me to check my phone, telling me you needed me, and so I had to call, to make sure you were okay.
I reached for a tissue and clutched it in my hand. I don't know if I am. I mean, he's living in our house, and so I have to tell him to move out, and I can't go into our offices because he's there. And tomorrow I have an appointment with a very high-priced lawyer, and I can't stop crying. I blew my nose. I'm sorry, you don't need to hear about this, he said.
See, the fae was right, would she? 'Twas necessary for me to call. And you didn't need to apologise.
I was doing fine. I was handling it. Maybe I was working on anger fumes, but now I'm just so sad that it's all fallen apart.
You miss him, would she?
No, but I miss the life we built. I feel lost without it. We went quiet for a moment while I dabbed my eyes and tried to get my crying under control. I asked, "What's going on with you? Is Em still there?"
She's staying at the fancy inn down the road and flies home at the end of the week.
In the meantime, she's going to make me miserable because I told her I didn't want to be with her. Ouch, that sucks. Where are you now?
I'm in my truck, behind the pub.
I could picture him, sitting in his beat-up truck in the dark, his hands gripping the steering wheel. I have to ask, Liam, did you break it off with her because of me? I mean, because I'm in a terrible place right now, and...
Oh, you have fine opinion of yourself. It was nae because of you, would she? 'Tis nae about you at all. 'Tis because I was lonely when I begged her to take me back, and I had forgotten how much Em didn't like me.
She doesn't like you?
Nay, she thought she did, but she has hated me for a long time, and now has fallen back into the habit of it.
You deserve someone who thinks you're great. I yawned loudly. Sleep was finally overtaking me. Did you say I have a fine opinion of myself?
Och, aye. You're thinking this is all about you, with your magical ways. But I dinna. You're nae the reason for it. I broke it off with him because of my own reasons, separate from your enticements.
You think I have enticements?
Och, aye.
That's nice, because I really feel like a wreck. And I'm glad it wasn't about me. Because I have to do this right now. I can't focus on anything but my divorce.
I can. There was a long pause before he said, "But I am calling you, Woodshay, because I couldn't stop thinking on you and wondering if you were okay, and I just wanted to hear your voice." I wanted to hear your voice, too. I concentrated on my hand, clutching the wadded-up tissue. How did this happen? I dinna ken. Me either, but I miss you. You can call me whenever you need to. I dinna mind. I don't mind either. Good, because I might have to accidentally call you again tomorrow night. I don't think this is the closure you set out for when you dialed my phone. Aye, you're right. Feels very much like the opposite of closure. It does to me too. Chapter 30. Is this an intervention? Blakely. Is this an intervention? I was sitting across from Jess at a table in one of the most expensive restaurants in Hollywood. We were inside, where it was darker, more intimate. The surrounding tables were occupied by older men and their young, beautiful dates. Conversations were hushed. Candlelight flickered. If there was an intervention, it was likely to be overheard. And frankly, I was done with being lectured. With arguments and constant negotiations, my divorce was taking a pound of flesh. Darren had been my husband, but now he was a horrible monster that seemed bent on destroying me. Or maybe I was just being sensitive, as he liked to point out. I sighed. Jess narrowed her eyes. I knew Jess was upset with me about my phone calls with Liam. She pursed her lips and shook her head whenever she overheard us talking. But now she didn't say anything. She patted the back of my hand. No, not at all. And then exhaled. Yeah, this was totally an intervention. I put down my fork and wiped my mouth. Out with it. Why are you taking me out to dinner? She pursed her lips. Well, you've been going through this terrible divorce, and I thought you might need a night out. Here? At this darkened restaurant? Everyone male is over our age by 30 years. All the women are under our age by a decade. It's not really our style. I asked you to go out clubbing with me, and what did you say? I said I wasn't feeling it. So I had no choice but to take you out to a proper, conversation kind of restaurant. Besides, it's top-rated. The chef is amazing. The fact I got reservations was amazing. So, what did you want to talk about? How's the divorce? Terrible. He's fighting me about everything. Everything. Can you believe it? Basically, the business, your accounts, all of it? Hotly contested. He's acting like the agency is his, like I was just a personal assistant. Ah, the nerve. The agency is your blood, sweat, and tears. So many times you worked late while he was at meetings. He was the face of the agency and I was the background. I'd tell him to take the clients to dinner because he was so freaking good at dude talk. Well, guess what has bitten me in the ass? Thinking we were a team. Have I mentioned how much I hate him? Thank you. You're a good friend. So, what do you do during the day? You're still going to work? I spun my wine glass, thinking about how shitty my days had been. I have been, but Wednesday was my last day. How did that even work? You had to work with Darren? Smug-ass Darren? Yeah, I had a bunch of accounts to deal with. I sat in my office with the shades drawn, listened to make sure he was gone to lunch before I left, did my best to look like I was unbothered while slinking around, trying not to be bothered. Ugh, I hate myself. I know Darren is to blame, but this whole scenario has me as the person ashamed to be in the office. He's walking around loud and charismatic, leaning against desks, holding big meetings that I am invited to, but OBS can't go. So he fucking literally leaves my seat open, as if I'm just being slack, as if I'm absent. She gasped. How do you know about the meetings? Karrie sits in the meetings and takes notes. I don't know how I would live without her. And I know I ought to just Meryl Streep in Devil Wears Prada stalk into the meeting and level him with my gaze and demand that I am centered in everything as the co-owner of the agency. But I can't. I lost my footing. Maybe it was the hike. I was gone. He laid claim to the agency, pissed all around, marking his territory. Yeah, you shouldn't have gone. Thing is, I don't regret it one bit. What if I had stayed and I was right now in a clash of wills over which chair to take at the head of the meeting? I would probably be a wreck right now. As opposed to this totally unwrecked person in front of me? Yeah, it could be so much worse. So, where does the divorce stand now? I have a severance package from the agency. We have a dispute over what constitutes my half. So I get a check, like a salary, as if I were an employee. Until that part is decided. I could either be a millionaire or have nothing. My lawyer says he thinks we will get all the money I'm asking for. They have to say that though, right? I nodded. You'd think in a perfect world the adulterer would lose. But the world is pretty imperfect. So you're still married to Darren? She scowled. Yep, while we hammer out this split. At least you get to live in the house. I frowned comically and pretended to cry. Yes, I do, but now the asswipe is buying a new house. God, he makes me furious. I leaned forward because I'd been needing to rant about this since I heard the news. Like, I didn't even think about it at the time because it was all so freaking complicated. But I fought to remain at the house because I thought moving would be a pain in the ass. And I wanted one thing to be uncomplicated, and I thought I loved that house, you know? It's grand, right? It's epic, yes. So I demanded that I get to live there and kicked him out, as you know, and now... now... I scowled and leaned back in my chair. At first he pretended like he wanted the house, but now I see. I tapped my temple. He only wanted to pretend he relented. He let me live there, and now he's buying a goddamn giant house in the neighborhood I used to want. But when we were in the market, there wasn't one in that neighborhood for sale. So now he is moving there. I tapped my fingers on the table. And he doesn't want any of our furniture. Guess why? The asshole is going to buy all new. But how, though? He has no style. He's hiring AJ's firm. Darren is the worst. AJ shouldn't take it. That's so unfair. It's business, and I have to give AJ credit. He called to let me know so I wouldn't hear it from someone else. He said, I've been hired to decorate Darren's new house. It was fair warning. That's all I can ask for. I took a sip of wine. So Darren's new house is bigger, better, and I'm stuck living in our old house. And I might not even get to keep it. If the divorce doesn't go my way, he could have 2 houses. That would never happen. This is all just horrible, and you are going to win. I think so. Probably. I think the fight is the punishment, you know? And the worst part, over the last couple of months, I've grown to hate our house. Because it was our house. It's not mine at all. Everything in it was a fucking consolation negotiation. I wanted more color, softer chairs, those cool pillows. Remember the ones AJ found for me? But Darren said no. He said no to everything I liked, and now it's just a fucking museum to how shitty he was. Do you think he fucked any of his mistresses in our house? Ever? God, I hope not. Or do you think he might have been coming home from screwing his mistresses in a hotel and then arguing with me over the throw pillows? I hate him so much. And now the house fills me with rage. I shouldn't have fought to live in it. Lesson for all the girls. It's in one of the most desirable neighborhoods in LA. There are probably 279 real estate agents who would meet us here right now if you decided to sell it. You could announce it by text, and the first one here gets the job, and there'd be a stampede. Yeah, you're probably right. But think about that for a second. If I win the house, I won't have won a home in the divorce. I'll be burdened with a project. I will have to sell it. I should have told him to live in it. I should be getting the new house, something cool and hip. Somewhere else. Well, think of it like this. You're right, it's not a home. It's real estate. And when it's yours, you'll just have to hire an agent. Simple. And better in the long run, the market is on fire. I'm sure the value is rising. Right now, tonight, you probably made another $1,000 on that house.
You could live in a motel like they do in the movies and just let it make you money. You could Airbnb it, call it a crime scene house. They make tons of money. Or, her eyes went wide, you could rent it to the porn industry. So I live in a hotel while a porn film crew uses my house? Gross. I shook my head. I'm just going to cope until I can sell. The waitress appeared and asked us if we needed anything else. We asked for more wine and a chocolate cake with 2 forks. After she delivered our wine and cake, just said, "So this brings me to my next question." She took a bite of cake and moaned happily. "Why did you order this? This is too much chocolate." She took another bite. "You look like you're enjoying it." "Only because it's in front of me. We should have Ubered by the store and picked up a cheese Danish and taken it back to my place and eaten it with spoons on the couch. You know I hate pretentious restaurant cakes." My eyes went wide. "Can't we do both?" "No, never mind. Don't answer. I can't do both. Not at all. I have to fit into a dress in less than 48 hours. And look good enough that Darren wants to die at the thought that he's lost me, and I'm going to take everything." And that's my next question. "He's still going to the opening?" "Yeah, but it makes sense. We're Ainsley Potter's agents. We got her this role. You got her the role. He almost ruined everything by fucking her." "Well, yeah," I shrugged. "And happily, she decided to dump him. She's seeing that actor..." I snapped my fingers. "What's his name? The one with the forehead. The one with the big forehead or the tiny one?" We had been friends for so long, she could almost always fill in the blanks when I was lost for words. "Tiny forehead. He was great in that movie with Emma Stone." "You think? I thought he was awful. But anyway, Ainsley dumped Darren for him. She's happy with her choices. She says she didn't do anything with Darren until she was 18. She says it was all totally legal, and she acts like she slept with her agent to move up in the ranks of his portfolio. And when I asked her, with lawyers present, if she thought she had been coerced, she laughed and said she was the one who instigated it all." "She told you, Darren's wife, that she instigated the affair with Darren that broke up your marriage?" "She's so freaking young and dumb as rocks. She literally thinks the world revolves around her, which it kind of does. I'm sure it never crossed her mind that saying it might be hurtful or, infuriating." "And so ultimately you're going to let Darren buy you out?" "Yeah, we let Ainsley out of her contract, but I'm not entirely convinced she couldn't drag her agency through the mud if she wanted to later, so it's better for me to distance myself. I'm lucky the agency name is Darren's last name. Good riddance to both. But, I have a big severance check, and if all goes well, I will get a huge payout and half of profits going forward for 5 years, so I don't want to break the agency. I need to go to this movie debut. Gotta walk up the red carpet, smile for the cameras. It's a family fucking scandal, and I have to keep my chin up about it. She could Me Too him 10 years from now. Yes, she could. God, he was such a dumbass. All the grown women in this world, and that's his choice? She once literally pouted when I told her I wasn't going to be able to book her a movie with Streep. As if Streep were waiting for Ainsley Potter to call. God love her. Wouldn't it be great to have the confidence of a young woman with an Instagram account? What did her parents say? They are following her lead. She doesn't want to drag him through the mud because, as she said to her mother, also in front of me,
"I will not be one of those feminists, Mom."
And that was that. I huffed. Ugh, I do not want to talk about her anymore. She sucks. Poor, misguided, coddled actress. We both raised our glasses and then drank. "So you have a big party the day after tomorrow?" "Yep, the party that is the pinnacle of my career. And the last one as the partner and owner of my agency. I need to look fucking great. Hair, makeup, dress, jewelry, all in line? Kinda. Karrie has been out of town. She had a funeral to go to." "Karrie isn't here? But she's your rock." "Yep, left me in a hard place. Stupid funeral. Wait, that's just between us, please. Never let her know I said that. She's too amazing. I can't lose her. Yeah, I know. You aren't that awful. I will never tell. She's doing her best to help from some tiny town in Maine, but then you need me. I will try to be her replacement. I'll take tomorrow off work. I'll help you get your stuff organized. The pedicure alone is a 2-person job. What color are you wearing? A draping velvet number in teal with a deep V down so far I need the full waxing. Perfect. Eat your heart out, Darren. The waitress placed down the bill, and we argued for a moment. Then I relented and allowed her to pay because she had invited me out for the night. Outside, she asked, "Will you come over for a bit? I've got more wine." I said as we climbed into the Uber, "Sure, and I am so glad you didn't intervention me. I totally thought you were." "Of course not. I would never do that." She kept her eyes out the window. We drove quietly to her house. I texted Liam. "I might be late calling tonight. Out with Jess. I'll call as soon as I'm home." Time zones sucked. It was 10:30 here, which meant it was already middle of the night there. Chapter 31. Is he going to bring a date? Blakely. Jess's house was a California-style bungalow with surfboards leaned against her gate, a wide front porch, hardwood floor, and arched doors. She had painted everything in quirky colors and had handcrafted a lot of the details. Her kitchen had tile counters and ancient cupboards, and opened up on her dining room, a big table surrounded by mismatched, brightly colored chairs. I plopped down in one while she pulled glasses from a hutch. I said, "I'm lamenting the lack of cheese Danish now and wondering, should I order a cheese Danish?" She said, "It's 10:30 and we already had chocolate cake." "Right, totally. Are you sure?" "Totally sure." The walls in this room were fiesta orange, contrasting with the bright yellow kitchen, all of it a cheery nod to her Southern California roots. She gestured toward the kitchen cabinet doors. "Do you like the knobs?" She pulled a loose cork from a bottle of wine with her teeth and poured us 2 glasses. "I hand-painted them." I took a sip of wine. "I love them. I love that you always have projects, and I know I keep saying it, but that tile mosaic backsplash is so great." "Thanks, babe." She sat down in a chair. "Tomorrow I'll be your assistant all day for the first round of treatments. Then the day after, I'll help you get ready for the party. I'm your +1, right?" "Absolutely. You have to come." I need someone to remind me not to scowl. I pushed my glass away. "Speaking of the party, I probably shouldn't drink too much. Shouldn't I be, juice fasting? The world wants me to look great in my dress. It's so pretty. Wait until you see it." I chef-kissed my fingertips. She waved her hand. "Yes, you need sleep. You need fasting, manicure, spa, hair removal. All the things." Darren is probably going to put on a tux and just show up. Men are such assholes. "Yeah. Is he going to bring a date?" My mouth opened and closed a few times. "How? Could he?" She shrugged. "It is likely, hun. Be ready." "Well, that's fine. Whatever, if he wants to be unprofessional, to bring some piece of ass to a work event. Fine, I can't stop him. I, on the other hand, will be professional. I will be there as a representative of our agency. Yeah." She appraised me. "You look like you need to do some crafting." She lugged a basket up from the floor and tipped it out, rolling long wooden door pulls across the table. She pulled a plastic lid off a pallet, uncovering 6 paint dabs. As a model, she placed a finished door pull, whimsically striped, in front of me. "What gives? You don't mind if I paint while buzzed?" "Just try and make it look like the finished one." I started painting, but got a giant splotch and then wiped it away with a smear. She said, "Better than that, though. You're not a kindergartner." We both settled into painting our door pulls, and then she said, "You're probably wondering why I wanted to talk to you." Chapter 32. Impeccable Judgment. Blakely. I narrowed my eyes. "I knew it. I knew you were going to get all up in my—" There was a knock on her back door. She said, "It's Hot Dylan. Hold on." She opened the door, and Hot Dylan, her neighbor from the back house, stood on her stoop. "What you need?"
He grinned and swiped his hair from his eyes. Super high. Wondering if you got any food, Jess? He entered and noticed me. Hey, Blakely, haven't seen you since you moved out. How's the divorce going? Wait, you're painting? Cool, love to. He sat down in a chair, picked up a paintbrush, and dipped it in paint. Jess brought him a box of crackers and a hunk of cheese.
Dylan, I was getting ready to have a long conversation with Jess. He said,
Go right ahead. I can barely hear you over the laughing pandas. Do you see the laughing pandas, or is it just me? I'm just gonna sit here and be high for a bit. No worries. He stuffed a cracker in his mouth and somehow got a smear of blue paint on his forehead. He giggled. Jess said,
Blakely, I'm worried about you and this guy from... You know his name is Liam. Liam Campbell, ex-rugby player. My favorite guy in the world. You know this. I talk about him all the time. She said, I'm worried about you. You are going through a divorce and you should not have a new favorite guy. You need to focus. This is a rebound and it's not healthy to... Our attention moved to Hot Dylan, humming. I am so sorry. Did you hear that? Jess said, Yes, we can all hear you, even the pandas. Now hush up and paint. She turned back to me. You know, it's not healthy to start something with this guy. What do you know? Like, seriously, what do you know? You don't know anything. Do you believe in soulmates? She said, Not really. What about you, Dylan? Soulmates? Nah, dog, no way. His tongue was hanging out of his mouth while he stared bleary-eyed at the door pull, trying to add a purple dot. Not at all. That, my friend, is a bullshit fairy tale. I said, What do you know? You just hook up. Girls who want a fairy tale soulmate are trouble. I know that much. Are you calling me trouble? Nah, you're Blakely. Your ex is trouble. You're pretty dope. He appraised his door pull. I fucked it up. I compared it to mine. Ours both looked like preschoolers painted them. He started giggling. We are not good at this. Maybe you should be high. And then you would see how funny it is. He reached in his pocket and pulled out a gummy. Here, wait. He pulled it close to his eyes and began pulling pocket lint from it. I laughed. I don't need a gummy. I need to have my wits about me for this argument, apparently. Jess, if you did believe in soulmates, I would ask, what if he's my soulmate? What if he is the one? Are you saying that my timing is off? My divorce wasn't finalized when I met him, so I need to forget him? How long am I supposed to not date to get over Darren? But also, if you don't believe in soulmates, that's fine too. He's not. He's simply lovely. So what? I don't get simply lovely Liam because it's not a good time for me? You think I need to be depressed over Darren longer? While he, I remind you, is dating all over the place? Jess sighed. It's not an argument. I'm just telling you that you're not being nice to him. I scoffed and put down the drawer pull and the paintbrush. What do you mean, not being nice? What are you talking about? Is he going to move to L.A.? No, he hates the idea of... Are you moving to his tiny shit town in the woods? No, that's not... She said, Back me up, Dylan. What do you think? Dylan said, I think you're wasting your time, Blakely. He's a player. All the ladies like the Scottish rugby players. He's probably already found someone else. They wear skirts when they play. That's a thing. They dance around with these pipe bags playing during the matches. They had to make different rules because they can't play in the skirts with the regular. I shook my head. None of that is true. Jess said, Dylan has a point, though. Are you moving to Scotland with this guy? No, because he hasn't asked. He's just calling you every night because he's bored and homesick, and you're a fine piece of ass. Probably the best piece of ass he's ever. It's not like that. And what do you know, Dylan? You're just living in a back house buying and selling bullshit. He grinned. Crypto. It's the way of the future. It's how we're going to...
I rolled my eyes. He chuckled. Now is not the time. Jess continued.
You're not going to move to his tiny town where his broke ass is trying to run a broken-down motel. So what are you doing? You just stringing him along? Long distance doesn't work, and you know it. I looked down at my hands. Yeah, I know it. This is different, though. Is it? I've known you for a long time. I know what this is. You're rebounding with the guy who pays attention. Didn't you meet 2 nice guys from Southern California? Yeah, George and Frank. I had a petulant frown on my face. Why don't you call them? Ask one of them to meet you in a bar. At least it's uncomplicated. At least one of them was gay, I think. They weren't together, but... She said, well, that makes one of them not gay. Look, I'm not going to keep harping on it. Here's an exercise. You have a life, right? He has a life. You went and slept in his motel, drank in his pub. You fit in his life well enough, but you don't want to live there. Now imagine him in your life. Imagine him pulling up in his truck in front of your house. I scowled. She said, I'm just trying to help. Yeah, there's just a lot going on, too much to... Exactly my point. You need to think about him for once. You're leading him on, and for what? While Blakely figures out what she wants to do with her life? I stood up, went to the kitchen and grabbed a glass and pushed it under the water dispenser on the fridge door. Standing there with my back to her while the water poured, I asked, You really think I'm being mean? Yeah, if you weren't realistically going to have him move to LA and move into your house, if you can't imagine it, then you are confused and you're leading him on. I believe you are not thinking clearly because this long-distance phone relationship is clouding your judgment. And I usually have impeccable judgment. Water overflowed the rim of the glass and poured down my hand. I mopped it up with a kitchen towel that said, Bitch, be ready to bake. I sighed. I can't really imagine him here, but maybe... What? You are going to change everything in your life for this guy you just met and mostly know by phone? She put her hands up. I'm going to be quiet. You think about it. Your divorce is about to be finalized. You're about to be free. You can start your own company, buy a new house, be fabulous. Just think about it. He's probably great, but he's not the only guy. And you don't need to look 3,000 miles away. He deserves a nice Scottish girl, right? You got between him and his girlfriend. You're leading him on. I just don't like the... I drank some water, then put down the glass. I think I need to go home and lie down. You're pissed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go so far. I know. I get it. I never thought about it that way. I like him an awful lot, but... Yeah, but be sensible. I think I'm gonna go call my Uber now. I have a lot to think about. The kind of stuff I want to be in pajamas for. Cool? Yeah, me and Dylan are going to paint more door pulls. Right, Dylan?
That's why I come over. To eat late-night snacks and do high hobbying.
Good, have fun, I said, overly cheery, and got an Uber to take me home. Chapter 33. Thinking About Us. Blakely. I climbed into bed and it was late for me and would be really late for Liam, but he would understand. He was probably waiting. I had my pillows all around me, my bedspread pulled across, cocooning me. The bed was luxurious, but not right. The color was gray. Not even a real color at all. I liked colors. I looked around my bedroom. It looked like a businessman slept here. Spare and executive. The exact opposite of Jess's handcrafted thing. I didn't necessarily like her style, but I loved character. I wanted a room, a house, a life with character. I looked up at the ceiling. A vaulted master bedroom ceiling. Too high up. My eyes traveled to the wall of windows, looking out over the city. They were screened at night, but now that I was in bed, I retracted the screens with a remote control and looked out at the night lights, shimmering and twinkling in the distance. LA was fucking beautiful. It had many of the same qualities of my hike. Here I was, alone in a wilderness, darkness enveloping me. stars glittering. I pulled my phone off the bedstand and pushed the familiar button. Hi.
Hello, Woodshe. How are ya?
I'm okay. I concentrated on my fingers. Some nights we talked movies or books or pubs or told stories about our youth. But tonight was a things are bothering me night.
So?
His voice was low and gruff, his sleeping voice now familiar and comforting. I asked, how late is it there?
You dinna want to ken, or you will lecture me on needing my sleep.
How was your day?
My day? Ugh, I had the usual chores and tribulations. How about your day, Woodshe?
I went out to dinner with Jess. She is going to help me get ready for Ainsley Potter's movie premiere. It's black tie, lots to do. It's the day after tomorrow.
It is already tomorrow.
Right. I hadn't seen Jess in a couple of weeks, so I filled her in on my divorce, the business, and my voice trailed off.
It sounds like you have something on your mind. Out with it.
It's just, I've been thinking about us. You know? He went quiet. I don't really know what we're doing, and I know why, because I really, really like you, but what is this really? You know, so I just wonder if we are, you know?
I hadn't any idea what you're talking about. I
could hear him running his fingers through his hair, upset, and I hadn't even said anything yet. But also, I sort of hoped he would finish. Like, maybe complete my thoughts, possibly stop me before I started. My throat felt tight. I don't know. I just wonder what we're doing. You have a life in Scotland, I have a life here. This terrible divorce. You know, at our last meeting, Darren had it entered into the record that I'm using my righteous anger to manipulate him. He's being so mean, and I can barely cope, and you and I aren't... We barely know each other. A tear rolled down my face.
I ken ye, Woodshe. We've been talking for hours a day, for months.
We both sat quietly. I got a tissue from the box and wiped my face. Finally, he broke the silence by asking,
What are you saying? Are you breaking it off?
Yeah, You deserve better. You deserve someone who isn't going through a divorce, who isn't 3,000 miles away. Someone who could drop everything to be with you, who is in your life. You deserve someone who is... I don't know.
I ken you didn't know. You didn't know anything, Woodshe. But you're making excuses telling me I deserve better. How come you're saying this to me? You didn't sound like yourself. It sounds like someone else telling me this.
I sobbed. I just want what is best for you.
'Tis a gobshite thing to say. 'Tisn't fair. 'Tis like you're blaming me while telling me that you didn't want me.
He huffed.
Is that what you're saying? You didn't want me to call you anymore?
I was really crying now, my head moving back and forth. But I forced myself to say, yeah, I think we ought to. Just...
Och, Woodshe, you dinna understand. This isn't something you can just call off. You're too important to me to do this, and...
His voice trailed off again. I cried and sniffled. Finally, after so long I wondered if he was still there, he said,
Aye, if this is what you want to do.
It's not that I want. I just... There's no... He sat, really quietly. Then he said,
I understand.
And he hung up the phone. And then I cried myself to sleep, and it was so hard, because for weeks now, his was the voice that lulled me to sleep every night. And now, I felt so all alone. Chapter 34. The Crackers to Your Soup. Liam.
The next day, I had to go into the pub to place the order with the supplier. These days, it was a formality. I could easily drive into town, go to the Costco, and buy enough beer to sell and probably do no worse than now. But the supplier's name was Phil, and he had been delivering alcohol to this pub for years. He needed the work. I drove over. the only thought in my head rattling around. For fuck's sake, Blakely, why are you going and doing it? Naisha was there, and as usual, after about 2 minutes of putting up with me, got up in my business.
Out with it.
What? I kicked the keg with my foot to shove it away, then yanked a towel off the bar, almost upending a bottle. Why the hell is a bottle on top of a... I remembered that I had just put the bottle there, so I added, all I am saying is a little care and attention would be good. I pushed a bar stool to the side, almost knocking it over. I glanced up and Naisha had her arms crossed, tapping her foot.
I am not moving one muscle, not 1 inch, until you tell me what's going on.
You're tapping your foot, that is moving. She used her bar towel to smack my shoulder.
You're in my way, Liam. If you're going to be temper-tantruming like a child, at least get out of my way so I can work. You know what I see when you kick inanimate objects? Someone blaming everyone else for their troubles. I'll have you know I did not put that keg there. Why are you kicking it and carrying on? Because you want me to see you angry? It's ridiculous.
I dinna do it for you.
If I wasn't here, you wouldn't kick it. Guaranteed.
I would too kick it. Did you ever think I might be restraining myself from really beating it all to hell because you're here? Because maybe I didn't want to look foolish in front of such a bonny lass? And how come the bonny lass is calling me ridiculous? It is enough to make me question my manhood. I joked. Now I feel all emasculated, and I might have to sit in the corner and feel sorry for myself while you work alone. She laughed.
You and your Scottish ways. It's hard to be angry at you when you're calling me bonny.
I chuckled. Aye, we Scots invented the word bonny just to keep us out of trouble with the lassies. We are very smart about the... Usually. I leaned against the bar. She said,
I know you've told me Scottish men are very romantic. And now we're back to the beginning. Out with it.
Blakely asked me to stop calling her.
Liam, what did you do?
Nothing. Bored her to death. She decided to move on because she didn't see a future with us.
Oh, I am sorry. You really liked her.
Aye. She was the greatest thing that ever happened to me. She narrowed her eyes.
Did you really see a future with her?
Aye. I tossed down my towel, then shook my head. Nay, really.
That's because you don't see a future with anyone. You don't see a future. You just see bleak nothingness. You only want to sell the pub and complain, complain, complain. How is she going to see a future with someone like that?
I exhaled.
That lady, she was high-end, top shelf. She was too good for you.
I clutched my chest. Oh, Naisha has taken the truth and shot it through my heart. You trying to kill me?
Truth will not kill you. It's a chance to learn something.
The door opened and Posy from the camping equipment store walked in.
Naisha, I'm coming to take you to lunch. Is something going on? Liam's woman dumped him last night. Oh, sweetie.
She hugged me, then settled on a bar stool. I said, Are you going to join Naisha in telling me Blakely was too good for my sorry Scots arse, and that I am too boring for her with all my complaining?
No, not at all, Liam. She was the crackers to your soup. You are a fine soup, sure, tasty enough, but when the crackers show up and get crumbled up in you, she got you with a different consistency. Better taste, more flavorful. You can't have one without the other.
I didn't like soup.
Well, you're soup either way. You're smooth and creamy with a bit of milk, a little sweet, but surly too.
I chuckled. Soup in a surly?
Shh, I'm making a comparison. You're all those things, and are you ready for it? You are hot, Liam. We all know that's the most important part of soup. She is your stack of crackers.
She did feel like that. Like I was supposed to talk to her every day. I didn't ken how to not talk to her. Both the women praised me. Naisha said,
That's it? You just want to talk to her?
'Tis nae just it. 'Tis everything. Every day since I met her I have wanted to talk to her. To ask how she was and to tell her about my day, and we have been laughing. She makes me really laugh. She is a nut job, the very best kind, and she has a very difficult situation, and I just wanted to talk to her. Posey asked,
And you never ever, got busy?
I hadn't even kissed her. The two women laughed. Naisha said, This is so soup. You're the bowl left on the table. Now you cooled down, you've gone almost inedible. The girl was sitting there with her spoon out, and you got all too cold for her. Posey said,
She wasn't eating the soup. She was the crackers.
Oh, right. Well, anyway, you've been friend-zoned. She needed some romance. She doesn't need you to talk to. She has a friend for that. She needed to be swept off her feet. You just need to accept it. You met her at the wrong time. There was a little flame, but it fizzled out. I shook my head. I didn't want it to fizzle out. Posey said,
What are you going to do about it?
I'm going to win her back. I'm going to show her I'm hot soup. We all laughed. Posey said,
There are 25 states between the two of you. What, are you going to move to Los Angeles? Liam Campbell is going to become a California boy? Because she doesn't seem like the kind of girl to live here. Or move to Scotland. She's a city girl.
Edinburgh is a city, and I was a rugby player. I had a great deal of money. I ken how to take someone out. I ken how to go to a restaurant.
You just wear jeans around us?
I half grinned. I have been down on my luck. Posey said,
You met the love of your life when you were down on your luck. That's some shit luck there. The worst. You lost her because of sheer bad timing.
She shrugged.
Oh, well.
I stared at her, trying to come up with a response. She continued,
What's truly awful about it is she came from L.A. You said she was successful. She's had some terrible stuff happen to her. She was searching for something. Else why go on a hike? And she found you. She's been talking to you every day since. And then what did you do?
I said, I squandered it by nae doing anything. Naisha said, Aye. State Park Ranger Mike came in, fully uniformed. Hey everybody, wondering if I would find you all here. Doing rounds, but not much going on. Not many hikers out this week. He sat down at the bar. Posey said,
We're telling Liam that he let his lady friend,
I said, bleakly,
slip through his fingers. She broke it off with him last night.
Mike said, Oh, I hate to hear that, Liam. That's too bad. She was good for you. I said, So, is it done? Can I fix it? They all sort of shrugged. Posey said,
Do you see yourself with her long term?
Aye.
And how does it look to you? What are you doing together?
I dinna ken. But I think I wake up every morning and we decide what to do together. And sometimes her ideas are good. Sometimes her ideas are shite. But she makes me laugh, and I want to spend every day deciding with her. Aisha said,
You ought to tell her that.
Posey said,
The problem is the phone. You can't make decisions together on the phone.
Naisha said,
Especially not your phone. Your phone is a dumb old phone that barely keeps you in contact with anyone.
Posey said,
Exactly. You're not together. Your problem is proximity. You have to sit beside someone to really, properly hear them. Because what they're saying is only 75% in their words. The rest is in their body.
I nodded. You're right. Mike asked, How'd you get so smart, Posey?
You just have to pay attention. Everyone knows it.
I slumped on the bar stool. I want to talk to her about it. Posey said,
Don't do it by phone. You need to go to L.A.
You think? Naisha said,
It might be your last conversation. You just going to half-ass it? You going to only listen to 75% of what she's saying?
No, she's too important. Posey said,
You ought to tell her that, and it sounds like you should go to Los Angeles to do it.
What if she didn't want to see me?
Then you will come back, and you will be a pain in the ass about it. You will mope around, and we'll talk about how worried we are because you're usually so upbeat." She laughed. "But how will you know if you don't try?"
I stood up from my stool. "You could run things for a few days, Naisha." She rolled her eyes.
"Of course I can. But what's your plan?"
I chuckled. "Well, I need to talk to my lawyer about my line of credit. I need to get a plane ticket." Naisha said,
"You told me there's a big event tomorrow night. You should go to it. You should get all dudded up in a fancy suit and show up."
I said, "You think I ought to gate crash a fancy party?" Posey said,
"Don't think of it that way. Who are you? You're a famous rugby player from Scotland. And hot. All you have to do is smile and act like you belong there."
Mike said, "Or be surly. You might be better as the surly rugby player. Say something incomprehensible and just head on inside." I said, "That comes natural to me."
Chapter 35. Never Got the Chance. Blakely. Jess came up to my room and held out a Starbucks coffee. "Why are you still in bed?" I sobbed. "I broke it off with Liam last night." She put the coffee down on the side table and perched on the edge of my bed, her face a grimace.
"Oh, honey, I would have put money on you not listening. You listened?"
I nodded, continuing to sob.
"I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to lead him on. But now my heart is breaking."
"I know you're sad, but we just need to get up. Karrie has set you up an appointment for a wax in an hour, lunch reservations, then a manicure. Your final fitting is at 4 p.m., then bed early. Tomorrow we have hair and makeup. Her voice trailed off because I kept crying.
"He's the best thing. He's my favorite thing."
"I know it feels like that, but that's just the newness of it. You'll get over it."
"I won't. Can you ask if I could come in later?
I blew my nose. Then I sobbed harder and pulled the covers over my head.
"I have never known you to cancel an appointment, Blakely. You're usually prompt and responsible. What gives?"
"You should have heard him. His voice when I told him. He is all alone and
She sighed. "He's all alone in a tiny little town. It's not your fault. You live 3,000 miles away. You aren't responsible for his life."
"I just can't right now,"
Jess said. "Okay, hun, I'll go call Karrie and rearrange your appointments." She left the room.
Forced out of bed at 3 p.m., I went to get a manicure. Jess said, talking to herself as she drove, "You're usually professional enough to carry on even when shit is going wrong. Your marriage fell apart and you carried on with your hike. You ran your agency and are negotiating your business contracts while going through a vicious divorce. You are usually committed to your schedule." I watched the city slide by my window as we wound down from my hillside house, thinking about the trees through the window of Liam's truck. I am very responsible, true. She looked at me over her driving arm.
"Are you sure this isn't some delayed response to your marriage falling apart? You put all your feelings into Liam and now—"
"I'm sure. He was the love of my life."
"And you never even touched him?"
I said. "I never got the chance." For dinner, we had acai bowls because I, as Jess said, didn't want to bloat. I glowered. "What I really want is a tube of raw cookie dough and to eat it with a spoon." "That's because you're acting like a toddler." Yes, a toddler wouldn't care if they fit in their dress or not. Maybe that's a good thing.
"You're forgetting that the biggest issue here is that you want to look hot. You want envy revenge on your ex. It means no bloating."
"Fuck my ex. Fuck everything about him. I just don't even care." She worked her mouth a few times, starting and stopping herself, then said, "You just need to get through tomorrow night. Then you never have to see him again." I nodded. I stared at my phone for a long time. I wanted to call Liam. This was the longest I had gone without talking to him. We had been checking in, texting all day, every day for weeks. Now I was truly alone. Why hadn't he called? Didn't he know that this was a mistake?
He was usually the first person to point out that I had made a horrible, horrible mistake. I counted on him. I had been coerced by Jess, my judgment clouded by stress. There were too many things going on at once. It was too much. I was too much. My drama. Too much. I was pushing him away for his own good because I was mature. Because I was going to protect him from being strung along by a terrible person in Los Angeles. I was being an adult. Being wise. I burst into tears and ugly cried for a long, long time. Chapter 36. A Consolation Prize. Blakely. Again, the next morning, I woke up to Jess freaking out. "Oh my God, look at you!" My chin trembled. My eyes were so swollen from crying that I could barely see. I knew what she meant, but I still asked, "What?" "You are splotchy swollen and your nose is as red as an alcoholic in a Christmas play." The alcoholic is Rudolph, in case you missed the reference. "What's going on?" "I miss Liam." Her eyes went wide. She sat on the edge of the bed. "Do you love him? Like, really, really love him?" I nodded. "That's what I've been saying." "So what, you're just, I don't know, do you need to talk to him? Is that how you get on with your day? Because we have hair and makeup coming, you need to be ready." I sat up in bed, clutching my phone. "You think I should call him?" "What the heck do I know? I'm giving up. You want a rebound, dude you barely know? You go ahead. Jeez." I pushed the button while she kept talking. "And here's another thing. Why are you letting me decide for you anyway? Why are you listening to me? I advise you all the time and you push back, you argue, you ignore me. It's like our thing. This is too much power." The phone rang and rang and rang. Finally, a default voice said, "This user has not set up their voicemail box." I hung up and dropped the phone. He didn't answer. He's never not answered before. She frowned. "I guess that's a sign, right? Maybe, just maybe he knows this is for the best. I know it's hard, but you're so far away and... Hey, I brought juice for breakfast. I left it downstairs. You need to come down. Hair and makeup won't be here for a few hours. Give me some time." I flipped on my side, pulled the covers to my ears, and ignored her. I shuffled downstairs when there were already 3 people in my house to work on me. This was not optimal because I looked horrible, and I was surly for lack of food and coffee. They were all positive and beaming, because that was their job, to be capital P persuasive. They would confer beauty on me, they would convince the world that I was beautiful, but I could see the alarm in their eyes. They were used to their clients being helpful, clients who would juice fast, sleep well, and hydrate instead of all night long crying. I yanked open the fridge, pulled out a yogurt cup that said 0 fat, 0 sugar, and sat down with a spoon. "What are we doing?" Jess sighed. "These are your fairy godmothers, and literally you are behaving like the evil stepsister." "And you're Cinderella?" "Exactly!" I rolled my eyes. She said, "But on further reflection, feeling partially responsible for this heartbreak you're going through..." "Partially? Day before yesterday, he was the love of my life. Now he's not answering my calls. This is all your fault." The hair and makeup people looked back and forth at our faces, then began opening up their cases, spreading their tools on my table, pretending to be busy. She flipped her hair. "Look, my best friend has taken up with a guy from 3,000 miles away while she is breaking up with her husband. The guy? He is a landscaper. He owns a beat-up pub, a broken-down truck. He has no prospects. My best friend has so many prospects. She is sitting on piles of prospects, piles and piles." She slurped from her giant juice. "I feel kind of like shit, but also, I think it was the best advice. I'm torn." I muttered, "You're stupid." "Yeah, maybe. I mean, I know it's only been like 36 hours, but you're being very sad about it. I don't remember you being so sad about Darren." I ate a big bite of yogurt and spoke with my mouth full. Darren was a slow-mo train wreck that I watched happen for years. I locked down the accounts. I separated some of our assets. I don't know why, but it just seemed safer. There was something I could sense. My senses are really good, you know. I'm a great judge of character, notwithstanding my ex-husband. I ate another spoonful and put down the cup. That's the thing. I'm a good judge of character. I do things that seem crazy, but I follow my gut, and it rarely lets me down. Like the hike, you told me I was crazy. Well, guess what? Crazy like the smartest guy at a Mensa festival. Do they have Mensa festivals? Probably, and on costume day they all wear NPR Puzzle Master lapel pins. Ha, that's funny. I made you laugh. Briefly, but the hike was one of the best things I ever did. And on top of it, Liam was the most important person I ever met. She frowned. But, Blakely, are you going to throw away your career, your house, your friends, your whole life for him? I shook my head. Yeah, let's make you really beautiful. Darren can eat his heart out, and when all is said and done, you will have this beautiful dress. The dress is my prize for being forced to go to an event where I have to stand beside my ex while celebrating his former mistress? No, your prize is the millions of dollars you are about to gain. The dress is just a consolation prize for the next few hours. And hey, maybe a hottie in a tux will sidle up and whisper sweetness in your ear, and tomorrow we can pick out on carbs. Remember how much you love carbs? God, I love carbs so much. So much. We'll eat cookie dough and talk about your future plan. I let her lead me over to get my hair and makeup done. Chapter 37. Slow walk. Pose. Blakely. I stepped from the back of the hired car onto the red carpet. I was wearing the velvet teal dress with a plunging neckline down to almost my navel. I glanced down, noting the tape holding the fabric to my breasts was still secure, barely skimming, as Jess put it, the titillating parts, while exposing most of my breasts. Revenge on ex? Check. I straightened my skirt. Ready? Check. The skirt draped around my very high, dainty silver heels. Straight, tall, confident. Check. The fabric swished while I walked. Sexy. Check. My eyes swept the crowds. Darren had already arrived and was up ahead, a gorgeous woman on his arm. I scowled, then corrected as Jess, my +1, put her hand on my back. Support. Check. She muttered, "Fuck him." Cameras flashed around us, but we were not truly celebs, so they trained past us to the car pulling up behind us. My job, I had been advised, was to smile and wave and walk down the carpet as if I were important. If the onlookers believed I was, this was all good for business. I said, "Thankfully I don't have to fuck him anymore. Looks like that lady has taken the job. Would it have killed her to wear more clothes? This isn't her event. She should know how to blend in." Jess said, "Fuck both of them. Shoulders back, chin up. You're a hottie bitch. You're the one that made this whole thing possible. You got this movie for Ainsley Potter, and she's the hottest actress around. It's all on you. Agent to the celebrities, the queen maker." I gave her a once-over and brushed a piece of lint from her shoulder. "Talk through your smile like this, so no one can tell what we're saying." She smiled widely. "If I smile, can I talk smack about the paparazzi clamoring to get your photo?" I said through my smile. "Of course, that's what everyone is doing. And, Jess, we're together, but as we proceed up the carpet, step away a bit so you won't be in every photo. You don't want to be in the tabloids. It is not fun. I am going through a big divorce, so be close, not too close, and always keep posing. Don't let down your guard." Jess stepped away as the camera closed in on me and circled, taking photos. Then she stepped close again. I said, "Perfect. Now keep smiling, walk slow, pose. You have to smile while you take abuse from these sadists. You have to look like you enjoy it. They thrive on your agony. You make it sound like a competition." "Nope, it's a war." I smiled and twisted around and waved and smiled. They're trying to destroy our careers. We're trying to make it impossible. We walked slowly in the procession, making a few more feet.
The crowd lining the way cheered at someone behind us.
She said, "God, this is mind-numbing. I feel like breaking the rules." I smiled broadly. "The trick is to—"
She threw her head back and laughed uproariously. Through my smile, I teased, "What the hell was that? A guffaw? That there is going to be the lead in Variety tomorrow. Ainsley Potter's premiere, a star agent in a terrible divorce, and then your photo. The caption, some random attendee guffawing on the red carpet." She said, "I'm mixing it up, trying to keep it exciting. My motto is, be like Jennifer Lawrence." She pretended to accidentally trip. I posed. A lot of photos were taken of me alone. Then she sauntered back up. She yawned and stretched. I said, "Man, you are going to be so embarrassed when you see these photos. Not one of my photos is going to end up anywhere. They'll crop me out." She pointed at a photographer and mouthed, "Hey, girl," then said, "I think I'm really getting the hang of this." I laughed. "Thank you for coming with me. This would have sucked by myself." "No problem." She fist-pumped into the air. Then she stood on her tiptoes and frantically waved to someone she pretended to know. I laughed. "Just keep smiling. Slow walk. Pose." "We're almost to the stairs," I said. "Yep, that's where the reporters are waiting to pounce." Chapter 38. The world slowed down. Blakely. At the top of the stairs, I found Ainsley Potter. Together, we were descended upon by reporters. We embraced, nicely for the cameras, and I kissed her cheeks. Cameras clicked. Reporters jockeyed for position. Darren moved a distance away as we had discussed. I was to be in photos with Ainsley. He was not to be. We could be at the same event. We were to smile and wave. We were going to pretend as if this was an amicable divorce. Ainsley was our client, and all this was on the up and up. A reporter thrust a microphone past me and right into Ainsley's face, asking her how she was enjoying her night. Her answer was silly, but perfect. I glanced over my shoulder to see a camera lined up taking a photo of me with Darren and his date in the background. Perfect. I straightened my back and raised my chin. I knew one thing. With no drama, there was no story. Ainsley wandered away with her entourage. Darren sidled up and nodded hello with a simple, "Blakely?" I dazzled my very best smile. He gave me the briefest kiss on my cheeks. Click, click, click with the cameras. But then, over his shoulder in the crowd, I tilted my head trying to understand what I was seeing. Jess asked, "Blakely? I think that's—" The world slowed down around me. "Liam." I smiled, the first honest smile of the night. He held up a hand and mouthed, "Hi, would she?" A wide grin spread across his face. He was a good distance away, but I was sure there was a crinkle at the corner of his eyes. And oh my God, he was wearing a tuxedo? I pushed past Jess, hiking up my dress as I raced down the red-carpeted steps. "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God!" I pushed into the crowd, shoving past the gawkers, emerging in front of him. I threw my arms around his neck as he swept me up, lifting me from the ground. He held me with his mouth pressed against my neck. You came to L.A.? You came to L.A. for me?"
Aye, I'm a very large idiot for nae having done it before. How come I didn't come to see you yet, would she? I love you. I had to see you."
I pulled away, still hovering above the ground, my tiptoes barely touching. "You love me, Liam Campbell?"
"Och, I—"
And so I kissed him. A kiss full of licks and breaths and tongues meeting, and my fingers wrapped in his hair, and the entire world slid away. And it was just me, in my consolation prize party dress, being held by Liam, the absolute love of my life. He dropped my feet to the ground. I brushed the front of his tux. He said,
"What were you thinking, would she? You have broken my heart."
I said,
I am so sorry, Liam. I got all up in my head.
I reached up and kissed him again, because I had really liked that kiss. And that was the final test. This whole time I hadn't kissed him, and it had been scary not to have kissed him. What if... But this was so fucking sexy. His mouth on mine, his hand rubbed down my back, a perfect pressure, pulling me closer, his whole self wanting me. I finally pulled away. God, you are hotness, and I really... You're glad I had come.
Oh, yes. Oh, so much yes. Are you ready to go to a party, see a movie, meet my ex? Thank you for wearing a tux. You look so great. I don't know what I was thinking. I think we were apart for too long. I forgot.
Aye, I forgot too. I am very glad to see you. And, Uche, you're gorgeous. You had knocked me senseless.
I put my arms around him and kissed him again, then pulled away.
I can't keep kissing you. We have to go to the party. This is my career.
Aye, I ken. I am here to be your arm candy. It is a thing that men can do too. Now you should told me. I am to stand near and look pretty. But also, I think because I have seen your ex and I didn't like the look of him, I will give him occasional glares.
Perfect. I have always wanted arm candy, but no glaring. My divorce could go either way still, and there is an agreement for tonight. We are supposed to be all smiles with each other, so that's your job. I brushed off his shoulder. Just tower over him and smile.
Oh, I like the sound of it.
Follow me. I took him by the hand and led him through the crowd to the red carpet, then turned because I had forgotten something important. Did I tell you, Liam Campbell, that I love you too? He patted his chest over his heart.
Oh, aye, Blakely. 'Tis a fine thing to hear it. You dinna, but I meant to carry on loving you anyway.
Chapter 39. What do you want to do? Blakely. It was very difficult to concentrate on the movie, the point of this whole premiere, because I was out at night in public, Los Angeles public, with Liam Campbell. He had his arm on the armrest. I wrapped my arm around his, my bare skin against his tux jacket, and it was pretty fucking sexy. My hand held in his big, strong rugby hand, and it was warm and a little damp from the thrill of it all. I would try to focus on the movie, but then my eyes drifted down through the darkness to our hands, clutched together. When I lost focus like this, his mouth would press to my temple or my forehead. He was losing focus too. Jess was on my other side, and she looked down at our hands and joked, "It's like you're in middle school holding hands at the movies." I teased under my breath, "It feels like middle school. Do you think he'll kiss me? Please, oh please, let him kiss me again." She chuckled. "Well, I'm glad you're happy. And he is very hot, Blakely. You weren't wrong. I am never wrong. This is what you should have learned about me years ago." I barely saw the movie, and if I had been tested on it, I might have failed. I had no idea if Ainsley Potter was any good in it either. But none of that mattered. It was not my job to pass judgment. My job was to sell the idea that Ainsley Potter was the very best actor for the part, and to applaud when it was over. And if I was going to continue being her agent, I would need to shake hands, compliment, and begin searching for Ainsley Potter's next gig. But, of course, Ainsley Potter and I would not be working together anymore. All I needed to do tonight was announce in word and deed that the movie was perfect. The writing, directing, acting, even the score. I didn't have to actually watch the movie to do that. I nestled against Liam's shoulder and then brushed his jacket, hoping I didn't get any makeup on the black wool. I sighed, thinking about how it was my last moment as an agent in my agency. I suppose, though, the world was going to keep on keeping on, while I was standing at the edge of a precipice of change. It was a good thing I was dressed well for it, and that I looked great when Liam had come to see me. I looked up at his face. Geez, he was handsome. He kissed my brow and with his lips pressed there asked, "You having trouble concentrating on the show, was you?" "Definitely." He raised my hand and kissed my knuckles. Soon enough, the movie ended, and the lights came up. The director and writer went to the front of the theater and basked in the glory, said a few words about making the movie, and invited Ainsley Potter and her co-star to stand. Liam and I let go of each other's hands to applaud dutifully. I glanced down the row to see Darren, his brow furrowed, jealous, which was a fabulous side effect of this whole scenario. I hadn't intended to make him jealous, hadn't even planned to have Liam visit, but he did, and he was hot, and he was jealousy-inducing. It was nice to be at the precipice of change when things were going my way. When it was over, we stood and filed up the aisle toward the lobby, but before we got to the doors and the crowds there, I tugged Liam's hand to the back of the theater, up against the curtained wall. Jess joked as she went by, "What in the world? People can see you." I laughed as I wrapped my arms around the back of his head and pulled him in for another long, lingering kiss, breathless and full of searching tongues and lovely, panting rests before diving back in. Finally, I broke away and looked around. The theater is empty. Aye, we lost ourselves. I straightened my dress and smoothed back my hair, while his hand hovered at my waist, as if he was unable to take it away. "Liam, are you spending the night with me? Because I really want to keep on kissing you. Please say yes." "Aye, would she? We ought to spend the night, but you are welcome to come stay in my hotel. It's walking distance." "My kind of walking distance? Miles and miles of hiking? Or yours?" "Mine, it's short, barely anything." "Perfect." I planned for my driver to take Jess home. She pulled me aside and said, "You're walking through Hollywood? At night? With Liam? Look at him, he's huge. It's an adventure with spending the night with Liam at the end of it." She said, "You seem a lot happier than you were, and he looks like he adores you. So I'm going to butt out and let you enjoy your spending the night. The rugby player can take you home, but you call me if anything goes wrong, or call me if it goes right and you need to tell someone the details. I love details, as you know." I kissed her on the cheek. "If I don't call you with the details right away, then I am still enjoying the details, and I will detail them all to you tomorrow." "Definitely, you owe me, ditching your date in the middle of Hollywood for the Scottish guy." She waved at Liam. His brow raised, and he waved back. She said, "Liam Campbell, did you hear our conversation?" He said, I am sorry your date is ditching ya." Jess fanned herself. "Oh my, isn't his voice just hotness? Go have fun." She left for the car, and Liam held my hand as we crossed the red carpet on the sidewalk. A little like a Cinderella story, except my prince was there, taking me home. Chapter 40. Where am I allowed to kiss ya? Blakely. A half block into our walk, I was hobbled by pain from these gorgeous and uncomfortable shoes. I stopped and wailed, "My toes." "What do you mean? You have walked this far afore with a pack the size of a car on your back." "But these shoes are not for walking. It hurts," he said. "Aye, the shoes look very painful, and I would tease you for wearing them, but would she? Your arse is a very fine thing when you wear them, and it's a sight to see, so I kinda wish you out of them. I really like them on you. I am torn." I giggled. "How much farther?" "2 blocks." I pretended to drag myself along. He said, "I had 2 ideas. One, there is a store here. I think you might need some chocolate for sustenance. Or I will carry you the rest of the way." I said, "Both, please," and grinned. That's how, a few minutes later, I was clutching a bag with a Tony's chocolate bar and a couple of beers inside, and Liam was wearing a trucker hat that said, "I love LA" on his head. I hitched up my skirt, he leaned down, and I climbed on his back. He carried me piggyback the last couple of blocks. I said, "This is my favorite thing ever." He chuckled. "You like being carried to the hotel in your princess dress. You are a far cry from the girl who was walking the trail a few months ago." I said, "That's because I'm a dichotomy. It's what makes me interesting." He stopped and looked down, turning to read the stars that lined Hollywood Boulevard. "These are for the famous actors." "Yep,
Isn't it magical? And over there is a prostitute in that doorway, and all around here is a homeless encampment. And don't let this guy hand you that CD. Don't even make eye contact through here, or... He walked faster. There, the hotel is right there. Finally! This was the longest walk I ever went on, and my pack is heavy. He carried me through the front doors, across the lobby, laughing, and then to the elevator, riding it up to the 7th floor, my ass resting on the rail. Then he carried me down the hallway to his room. I slid off his back to my own 2 feet, and it hit me. I was nervous about spending the night with him. Really nervous. He let me in the door, and I dropped my bag on the table, my hands shaking as I emptied it of our treats. I had been married for a long time, and this was so new. This had also been going on for a long time. It was both new and old. Our relationship was a dichotomy, too. I looked over at the bed. We had been falling in love with each other without consummating it. There was a lot of pressure on this right here. He said, following my eyes to the bed. You're nervous? So nervous. This is really daunting. I've never liked someone this much and just kissed them for the first time, and now we're in your hotel room and... I feel it too. I like you a great deal, would she? But maybe we didn't have to worry on it too much. I do very much like kissing you. It ain't hard to do now that it is done. And I would like to kiss you more. And maybe we could just kiss each other and... You would be content, Liam, to just kiss me? He jokingly sighed. I don't think content is the correct word. I would be very discontented by the prospect. I might cry. He grinned. But if kissing is all we get, it will have to do. I nodded, still staring at the bed. Okay, sounds good. That's a lot of pressure off. No sex. I joked. Just Liam crying while we kiss. That sounds perfect. I popped the top off a beer and tore off the end of the chocolate bar. I took a bite and moaned happily. Now I'm going to do something, Liam, and I don't want to upset you too much. What is it? I'm going to kick off these shoes. He popped open a beer. I will try to suffer in silence, but that means I am taking off my favourite hats in the whole world. He tossed the cap to the table, and then my jacket. You dinna be upset either. I do really, really like you in that tux jacket, but I will try not to complain. He folded his jacket over the back of a chair. I sat down and unbuckled the ankle straps of my silver sequin-covered high heels and placed them to the side. I wiggled my toes happily on the rug. That is a relief. He sat down in a chair facing mine, loosened his tie, pulled it from under his collar, then unbuttoned the top 3 buttons of his shirt. Then he sprawled, leaned back in the chair the way hot men like to do, his knees splayed, confident, and oh so masculine. He took a sip of beer and wordlessly patted his thigh. I put my feet there. He put his hand on my ankle and leveled his eyes on me. How do you think it went? Your premiere? It went perfectly. There was a lot riding on it. My divorce, his affair with Ainsley, the whole sordid mess. But somehow we managed to get through it, and I think we bored the press enough by being so drama-free that they won't be able to run a story about us. Your coming was very helpful. If I had been alone, that might have been a story, since Darren brought a date, but we both had a date, so I think it went well. Good. He watched me. I nervously said, taking a bite of chocolate, I think this might be the quietest I've ever seen you. It is because this is momentous. Yes, I suppose it is. His hand ran along my ankle and up my calf. The fabric of your dress is very soft. I grinned. You are a wonderful weirdo. He chuckled. You can't think of anything else to say? You have me in a hotel room. You told me you loved me, and now you are speechless except to remark about the softness of my dress? Aye, I am rendered speechless. I'll love ya, and I'll have ya in a hotel room. And what am I going to do now?
I play-scoffed. I bet you'll think of something.
I canna promise to kiss you only, but now I am wondering, where am I allowed to kiss you? I would rather like to kiss you many places.
Liam, that was... Oh my God, that was so... See, you do know what to say. His hand moved up my thigh, where he grabbed my ass and shifted my hips forward in my chair. Then he began lifting my skirt up higher and higher. I put the chocolate down because it seemed like this was about to get important. His eyes glinted.
Your panties are so blue and fancy. They aren't the same as the ones I helped you put in your pack.
You remember my panties? Those are my hiking panties. These are another thing. He tugged them down my legs and tossed them aside. I muttered, altogether different, as he dropped from his chair to his knees and put his arms around me and nestled his face right between my legs and began kissing me there. Oh! I wrapped my legs around his back and ran my fingers through his hair, and my view was my fancy dress, my bare legs, the top of his tousled hair, his broad shoulders, and he was driving me absolutely wild with his tongue and licks and sucks and kisses and nibbles, and I moaned with pleasure as his hand rubbed up under my dress to my breast, and he held on as he drove me to a roaring climax there on the hotel chair. He rested his cheek on my thigh after. I was panting, and I wanted him on me, in me, so I tugged him gently up. Come closer. I want you. He rose up to standing, lifted me from my chair, hitched me to his front, carried me across the room, and dropped me down onto the middle of the bed. I laughed. And I knew with a little urging you'd figure out what to do with me. He grinned, his eyes twinkling as he undid his belt buckle.
See, you told me you're too nervous to do more than kiss, but now look at you, post-orgasm lying on the bed, wanting me.
I laughed again. Hey, love, you need to undress faster. He unbuttoned his shirt and tossed it behind him. Then he tossed his wallet and keys on the side table, then pushed down his pants and his underwear, and I got a full glimpse of his erect and majestic form as he climbed on the bed. You are so hot, Liam. Holy cannoli. I want my dress on or off?
Off.
I rolled to my front. Unzip, please. He unzipped, and I struggled my dress off over my head and down my arms and tossed it to the side. And then I peeled the last bit of breast tape off, crumpled it up, and tossed it toward the window. That was not graceful, but I don't care. I rolled onto my back, and he was slack-jawed looking at me.
Blakely, you're...
What? Tell me.
You're everything I want.
I ran a hand down his cheek and looked in his eyes. You think?
I know.
His hand dove between my legs, and his breathing quickened. I whispered, We're moving very fast past kissing.
We are going all the way past.
Chapter 41. I almost lost ya. Blakely. Together we rolled until I was under his weight, his warmth, and we kissed and kissed some more, so tantalizingly slow. He held himself barely away and teased me with trailing fingers. I licked and sucked him, and he played teasingly between my legs until I was losing myself in want for him, whispering in his ear, Again, more, once, you. He broke away, shifted toward his wallet, and pulled out a condom. He ripped the package open with his teeth and rolled it on the length of his cock, and I watched with growing excitement. Then he folded back around me and swept me close in his arms. I inhaled him, a cologne that I loved, a scent that smelled clean and manly, and wrapped my legs around him and urged, all but begged, trying to bring him closer. But he continued to tease, his hand fondling and rubbing, his lips on mine, his kisses slowly becoming deep and desperate until finally, looking out of his mind, he dropped his head beside my ear and shoved up into me, and exhaled. I moaned and pulled his hips near, and then we pushed and pulled, finding a rhythm of movement, a delicious sliding and wonderful friction as we thrust our hips together. I could sense his excitement rising. Then he plowed into me deep and powerful until he climaxed and collapsed, spent and heavy. I wrapped around him even more. It took a long time of resting and holding for my breath to calm. That was lovely. He nudged my chin with his to bring my lips up, to kiss me again. Then he rolled off me to the side, pulled off his condom, and looked all around. How come the con is way across the room? So I can watch your ass as you go? He chuckled. Oh, the lady's objectifying me. After he crossed the room, he returned to bed, and I lay with my thigh up on his waist, my head on his arm. He hooked his hand around my thigh and held it there. Then he pulled a pillow under his head and returned his hand to my thigh. I said, I know it's cliché to say, but I could get used to this. I feel like I have always known you. He leaned forward to kiss me, then remained quiet, looking up at the ceiling as if in thought. I ran my fingers through his hair, then kissed him again. I asked, What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about you, Woodsy, and how I almost lost you. And what a mistake it would have been to nae see it anymore. He ran his fingers down a lock of my hair, watching it fall to my shoulder. We are very new to each other, but I think I ken what you mean. I feel as if I had always known you too. I said, That's special, right? Like, this isn't how it normally is. I've been married for a while, so I'm not sure what it's like to meet someone new. But I think this is special. I think it is very special. You found me 3,000 miles from your home. That I did. That hike was the smartest thing I ever did. He chuckled. I said, We have to remember that, so my next daft idea, we can acknowledge that my daft ideas are mostly brilliant. Because that's how I found you. I trailed my fingers down his temple. So, what are we going to do? About what? About the fact that we live 3,000 miles away from each other? I don't want to be away from you anymore. He looked into my eyes and then nestled his lips against my neck and said, I didn't want to be away from you either. He kissed my throat and then drew away. I am thinking of a solution, but I didn't want you to think me doolally. Doolally? Completely mad. I didn't want to scare you. I smiled up at him. I just said that my daft idea was how I found you. Go ahead. No idea is a doolally idea. What do you want to do? I want to marry you, Woodsy. Truly? Aye. I ken you're going through a divorce and you ha' a lot to decide, things to do and consider, and I ken it's nae sensible to decide to marry someone so quickly. The case could be made that I barely ken you at all. We ought to wait, but I love you, and I dinna want to wait. I want to get started on the next part. I looked him in the eyes and said, Yes. His eyes went wide. This is your answer. I didn't need to argue. You don't need to argue. Yes, that's my answer. Yes, Liam. With you, it's always yes. Chapter 42. The Newness of You. Blakely. The hotel room was dark. A tiny light glowed from the smoke detector. The air conditioner rattled and hummed. The sheets were crisp, heavy on my legs. I pulled the covers up and, once my eyes adjusted, looked beside me at the large lump that was Liam. I watched him as he slept, my eyes following the planes and lines of his face, the curves of his wide shoulders. I wriggled closer and pressed my lips to his skin, and drew in the smell of a man's cologne. What was it? Dior or... He smelled a little like the forest, but also musky with a bit of bergamot. I inhaled. Some sandalwood, too. And I kissed that shoulder again. I nestled my head in, heavy on him. He was new. I was unused to him in bed beside me. Warm and big,
a heavy presence. The cadence of his breath was comforting. I rubbed my hand across his chest, feeling the form of him. He was mine. He was, wasn't he? He had promised himself to me. He stirred and rolled toward me and scooped me toward him and wrapped his arms round my back. His cheek nestled against my breast. His voice gravelly, he mumbled,
"How come you're awake, would you?"
"It's not easy to sleep. I think I'm worked up with the newness of you." He yawned and nestled in, smacked his lips, and a moment later he was heavy asleep. But then I drifted off as well, cuddled in his arms. Chapter 43. A New Thing. Liam.
I woke up and saw her face, glowing in a streak of sunlight from the curtains. I watched her for a few minutes as she slept. 'Twas a new thing to have a woman sharing my bed. Would she? We're finally together. Her breaths coming deep and regular, familiar and comforting. She was peaceful beside me. Then she startled. Her eyes met mine.
"You're awake?"
I said, "Aye, 'tis early, but I'm on East Coast time, and I like to look at you. How come you're so beautiful?"
Chapter 44. Ye Are Easy. Blakely. His voice was deep and rumbling, the kind of voice that, as Jess would say, vibrated my loins. How come you are so beautiful? I stretched and then nestled against Liam's chest, and then focused on what was happening between his legs. A full-blown erection, epically tenting the bed coverings. Whoa, Nelly, Liam. That is majestic. Good morning to you, sir. His hand drifted between my legs.
Good morning to you as well, madam.
I pulled up the covers to look under them. Breathtaking. Is that all for me? Liam chuckled.
You ken it is, and now you've seen it, you canna ignore it. You will have to properly acknowledge him, or he will feel poorly.
I wrapped my hand around the length of him and stroked him. Holy cannoli, Liam, that is great. I kissed him, deeply, and his tongue filled my mouth with urgency and want, and I climbed onto him and sat down, and with my hand between my legs, I rode him, while I brought myself closer and closer to climax. He held on, his hands on my hips, directing me up and down, moaning with pleasure and desire. He gasped,
"Wait, would she?"
and held my hips above him. He jerked his head back so I would lean over to kiss him, and oh my, we kissed, my tongue searching, licking and teasing, until he was totally gone wild for me, desperate.
Dinna move.
He held my hips hovering above him and put his hands on my breasts, bringing me roaring to a climax. I sat down on him deeply, my body contracting with waves of pleasure, drawing him in further and further. Panting and gasping, he plowed up into me until he came to, and then I collapsed down on him. Phew. Liam, that was freaking... wow. I sighed. Wow. I rolled off to lie beside him, my legs splayed out, totally satiated. He took my hand, and there was a great deal of intimacy there. How our hands were clasped, our fingers entwined. I raised his fingers to my mouth and kissed them, and clutched them to my chest, and sighed again. Then I rolled onto my side. Here's the thing about me, Liam. I get chatty after sex. I try not to. My ex said it was one of the worst things about me, so I do try not to be, but I do. And it's okay if you think it sucks. I didn't say that about my ex so that you would never be able to be irritated about it. You can be. You can tell me to wisht, but I just wanted you to know. To be aware that I know. I talk a lot, post-coitus. He chuckled.
Again, would you? If you fuck me like that, you can say anything you want.
I grinned. I really like you.
I like you too.
You know, last night, you asked me to marry you. He groaned, then said, slowly,
I remember. in my defence, you enticed me. I hadn't any control. I meant to be much more cool than that. Dinna hold it against me.
I would never hold it against you. And what do you mean by cool? Like, temperature-wise? Like, not so hot for me? Or cool like the kind of man who wears hats down by the jazz club cool?
Oh, I am so hot for you. I canna no be hot for you. You ken, I dinna want to seem weak.
Oh, are you saying that marrying me would be a weakness?
Telling you I want to marry you post-orgasm on our first date? Aye.
I giggled. When you put it that way. But I will tell you what. That whole appearing in a tux at my event and stealing my breath away, sitting all cocky like you did last night in your tux, fucking me into oblivion not once but twice, none of it was weakness. I think you are all just super hotness. He grinned.
You're easy, would she? How come I can prove my worth with a fine suit? This is a low bar you set.
I sighed. Do you know how nice it is to have you call me easy? I am going through this horrible divorce where everything I say is deemed being difficult or caustic. He scowled dramatically.
Oh, nay. Ought to have kicked his arse last night.
I fanned myself. If I had seen you beat my ex's ass while wearing a tux, I probably would have asked you to marry me. But I am not condoning violence. I honestly don't want you to kick his ass. I know how it would go. You don't need to prove it.
Good, I winna. But I want to go on the record as saying he would deserve it, would you? And also, you ken you are easy. You eased into my heart with your pink backpack and the twig in your hair. With your late-night phone call about the bear, I couldn't resist you. It has been easy to love you. He is an arse.
So, did you mean it? It's not a weakness at all. You want to marry me?
Aye, if you didn't think on it like a weakness, I would like to marry you. I didn't want to just date you. I think you're more important than that. I had never talked to someone as much as I had talked to you. I want to think of us as a we.
I grinned. Then, like I said last night, absolutely yes. I agree. I don't want to date Liam Campbell and have you be my boyfriend. I want to be Mrs. Liam Campbell. I can't see a downside, although I am still vibrating from that orgasm. It might be the hormones. We cannot dismiss it, but I really like you. We are compatible. You make fun of me. You make me laugh. And I feel safe. I also feel like I want to fuck you for the rest of my life. I grinned. And talk to you after having just fucked you for the rest of my life.
And as I have been warned, they both go together.
You listen to me. That is something special. So we are becoming a we? And the love of my life said,
Aye.
We got up and got ready. He went into the bathroom first. I called in. If I looked in your suitcase, would you be upset? Do we keep secrets? He stuck his head out of the bathroom.
We dinna keep secrets, but you might want me to explain the smell. I rushed out before I did laundry. The clothes on the bottom layer are full rape.
I laughed. You can do laundry when we get to my house. And I need to get home because I only have this dress. This is not a daytime dress.
I didn't want you to ever wear anything but that dress. But here.
He came from the bathroom wearing a pair of briefs, showing off his thick thighs and his perfect ass, and his abs and his wide shoulders and I salivated looking at him. He rummaged through the suitcase, pulled out a t-shirt and a pair of sweats, gave them a sniff, then turned and saw me naked on the bed. He climbed on me, pushing me back, kissing me up my stomach to my lips, kissing me there with licks and deep plunging tongues, then slowly pulled away.
I didn't want you to get dressed, but if you're naked I cannot think straight. And how will I get dressed? And we are going to need breakfast.
He left his clothes on my chest.
You can wear those. They're from the top layer.
I held them up to my nose. They smell like you. He groaned. In the good way.
The mental way?
He went back to finish brushing his teeth while I pulled the big t-shirt on over my head and pulled on the sweats. I would be barefoot. It would almost have been better to be in the dress with the heels. But no, the shirt and sweats were the greatest, most comfortable clothes I had ever worn. I called for a car. Liam finished packing his suitcase, and we went down to meet our ride. Chapter 45. Luckiest Person in the World. Liam.
I glanced over to see Blakely texting on her phone. She explained.
My assistant Karrie missed the premiere last night because she's home for a funeral, but saw the photos this morning and is checking in.
Her brow raised.
She says you're hot, by the way.
Oh, nay, how?
There is photographic proof.
She turned her phone around to show me a photo of us, standing on the red-carpeted steps of the theatre. Her brow raised.
How does that make you feel, rugby boy? You've been out of the limelight for a while, but guess what? Now you're in it. Big time.
It has been a long time. Look at my face. I forgot how to smile proper. She chuckled.
That is your normal face, Liam. That is how you smile. You have a great smile.
She looked down at the photo. Oh, nay, I look like that, normally. 'Tis why I stay from the limelight, to keep the people from having to witness it. She clutched the phone to her chest.
I think we look fabulous. A perfect couple. I'm psyched you came.
I kissed her forehead. You will have to train me to smile the right way, so I didn't look like a gargoyle. I crossed my eyes, grimacing. She laughed. We drove for about 20 minutes. The last few of a very windy road to a large gate surrounded by high walls. Blakely typed numbers into the pad, and the gate slid open. And then the car drove us up a short drive to a modern house, clinging to the side of a hill. She said,
This is my home.
I said, Fucking A, Blakely, 'tis too. Oh, nay. She said,
What?
I was suddenly very aware of the man driving the Escalade, so I said, Nothing. I climbed from the car and held the door for her. I pulled my suitcase out after us, and the limo left us at the door. Blakely had typed a number into another security pad, and the door opened on the grand foyer. I said, Oh, again as my eyes swept the luxurious decor, and then beyond the living room to the wall of glass looking out over Los Angeles. I let go of the handle of my suitcase, and because it was old, it tipped to the finely tiled floor. She cocked her head.
What you going through there?
You ken. I dinna ken. You're possessing a great deal of wealth, Blakely.
She squinted her eyes. You knew I was rich.
I shook my head. This is a whole other level, would she? You're beyond what I thought. And I thought, I convinced myself it was mostly your husband's money. She said incredulously.
Really? That is so sexist of you.
She looked at me long, but I was frozen. My mind spinning around the new information. I had not understood how far out of my league she was. I had asked her to marry me like a gold-digging fool. She said, Are you okay, Liam? Honestly? Nay, I am losing it. She took my hand and led me to the middle of the living room and pushed me onto the couch. She cleared through pillows from around me and tossed them away.
Excuse me, Liam, but I hate these so much.
Then she said,
Now just sit there, and I want to show you something. It's breathtaking.
She went to get another pad and pushed buttons until the whole wall of windows slid open from two sides, turning the house into an open porch, looking out over a valley with a faraway city, small in the distance.
See that, Liam? I love this view. I love that I can pull the windows away and open the house to the outside.
She put her arms out.
Most of the rest of the house, I hate. It's got
She screwed her face up.
The indents of my ex's fingerprints all over it. Like those pillows, I hate those pillows.
She looked around.
Almost everything in this house signifies an argument. He wanted things just like he wanted them, and he thought I was useless as a decorator, so he wouldn't take my opinion on anything. This house is just a box I happen to live in. I'm fighting tooth and nail to own it,
without truly wanting it. But that's how divorces go. But
She inhaled dramatically.
do you smell that? That is the hills of Los Angeles. It's fresh, right? I would sit there, right where you are sitting now, and I would inhale deeply. I would dream of going on a really long hike. Now, in retrospect, I know I was dreaming about meeting you.
She walked over to the large kitchen.
Remember the night you called me when the offer on the hotel fell through?
I said, aye, we talked for hours.
I had my phone leaned here on the counter, and I sat on this bar stool.
She climbed on a bar stool and mimed,
eating pasta, talking to you. It was like having you here to share a meal with me, and oh man, after that, I wanted you here so bad. But I didn't believe it would actually be a dream fulfilled, you know?
She dropped off the bar stool.
Follow me.
She led me down the hall to a large bedroom with more epic views.
This was the bedroom I shared with my husband.
She opened up a drawer in a long dresser.
See? Half of it is empty. But you know what I love about this room? What I think about?
Nay, what do you think about, would she?
Well, it's not the color or the flat bedding or the bland, again, pillows. It's this view. And how I can do this.
She typed in some numbers so that the window's partially shaded.
I can still see the stars while I fall asleep, and then mostly this.
She pulled me to the bed and climbed on, and leaned her phone against the pillow beside her.
Because, night after night, this is where I talk to you.
I lay down beside her, moved the phone away, and took its place. I'm here now.
I am the luckiest person in the world. I have, by all standards, a beautiful house, but it wasn't a home, except when you were a part of it. I didn't believe you would ever be here, truly. I had given up dreaming about it, but ever since I met you, you have been a part of this house. I know it feels foreign, and it's not what you expected, and more than ever, I want everything that has to do with Darren out of here. But you are here, and now, for me, it all feels right.
She grinned at me. We were almost nose to nose, both curled on our sides.
I love you, Liam. This feels like home now.
I love you, would she? I smiled at her. It's good to be home. She turned over on her back and hooked an arm under her head.
Let me get cleaned up and comfortable, and then I'll show you around. Please, make yourself, at home.
I sat up as she hopped off the bed and headed to the bathroom. I called after her. You dinna mind if I look around? She stuck her head out of the bathroom.
I do not mind, at all.
She walked over to the dresser, pulled open 3 drawers with her clothes, left them open, then opened the closet door.
Look at anything, open anything, it's fine, no worries.
I chuckled. The closet is bigger than a whole hotel. I pulled open the closed drawers, one after another. They were empty. Yeah, good with your drawers being empty. She put her head out of the bathroom again.
No, I hate it.
I unzipped my suitcase and dumped a third of it in the top drawer, some of it in the second drawer, then asked, Where's the laundry hamper? She grinned.
Here, right here.
I dumped my clothes in. She applauded.
We are mingling in the laundry basket. This is amazing.
How come we had so much sex last night, but our clothes mingling has you misty-eyed?
Liam, that is the most intimate you can be, laundering together. Everyone knows.
She finished in the bathroom.
Let me give you a tour.
I pulled the drawer open. I added my clothes. She beamed.
Now I really might cry.
Chapter 46. We are a fine mess. Liam.
She gave me a tour of the house and then outside the pool and showed me how to open and close the screens. Then she joked.
Since you're a proper sexist, I'll make you a sandwich for lunch.
I said, I will do laundry then. She said,
Awesome. Now you're fully redeemed in the sexism department. But I will still make you a sandwich.
I padded down the hall to the bedroom, picked up the hamper, carried it down to the laundry room, filled the washing machine and pushed the power button. I returned to the kitchen saying, "The whole process is much better when I didn't have to put a coin into it." She said, "I bet." We took the sandwiches and a couple of beers out to the porch and clinked the bottles together and ate a few bites. She said, "So, is it still weighing on your mind?" "What, the size of your house? Your amassed wealth? Aye, it is a bit. I am nae sure how it will look to the outer world." She said, "The outer world? How can Liam Campbell be worried about the outer world?" I said, "You ken what I mean." "I do," she sighed. "What if we signed a prenup?" "That would be a good start. I want you to ken, I didn't hook up with you because I thought you were wealthy." "I would never have believed it of you. It is far more likely that you thought my wealth was an impediment to my being a good hookup." "True. I thought to myself that it was going to be your station in life and the lack of common sense that was going to kill you on the trail." She grinned.
"Now you know that I have a fighting spirit,
"Wrapped with only a wee bit of delusion." She laughed.
Imagine, Liam, what I can accomplish with wealth and my wee bit of delusion. There is no stopping me."
"So, what do you want to do, would she?"
"In this next stage of my game, after the divorce is settled?"
"Aye. What is Blakely going to do next?"
"I don't know. What are you going to do? I mean, after the hotel is sold and the pub?"
"I'm no sure."
"Well, we are a fine mess, and we are a we now. We have to think like a we. Are you moving here? You gonna live in L.A.? Because I want you to live in L.A. while I
"Start a new agency?"
Nah, I thought that was my plan. But really, in retrospect, I mean, I am very good at it, but I am good at lots of things. And honestly, I was good at half of running an agency. My ex was good at the other. I don't know if I would be that great at it alone, or at least not competitively good. And what would that look like? It's hard to imagine running an agency that is in competition with my ex. I would want to win, he would want to win. We would be locked in competition, you know?
"Aye, you would be in orbit around each other. You would have to think on him more than you would like."
Yeah, so let's not make any decisions about it right now. I'll just occasionally throw out ideas and you say yes or no. Actor?
I said, "Nay, I would be terrible. Teacher."
I would be a terrible teacher. Sports announcer.
"You dinna have the right kind of sports here in L.A." She laughed.
And are we going to live in L.A.?
I shrugged. "You have a very nice view."
Wait until you see the traffic.
She took a long sip of beer and then looked in at the living room.
While we make some decisions, though, together, and learn to live with each other, and just enjoy each other, can you help me with something?
"Aye, what?"
I need to take out the trash. Chapter 47. Light and Shadow. Liam.
She went to the kitchen for garbage bags, and we spent the afternoon throwing pillows and thingamabobs into the bags and dragging them out to the road, where a charity was to come by with a truck. She let me pick the music on the sound system. I selected a playlist, heavy on the U2. She looked up as the first song began to play.
Very interesting.
I said, "You are sure on these candlesticks?"
So sure. Those were gifts from one of his clients, and the only reason they are here is because they fit on that buffet, but honestly, they block the view.
She pointed.
And grab that frame, too. That's an expensive modern photograph, but I swear it always looked like a breast. I always thought it was cringy.
I pulled the frame off the wall and looked down on the light and shadow. Aye, it does look a bit like a breast.
And why do I have a photo of a breast on my wall? How did I let that happen to me? Seriously. Liam, we are starting fresh. This is the very first step.
I placed the photo in a carton, with some shoes and some bedding from the closet.
Chapter 48. Looking out at the view. Blakely. We popped open a couple of more beers when we were done, and collapsed down on the couch, his arm on the back. I leaned against his side with my shoes kicked off and my feet tucked up. Now that was a day. He looked around.
Your house is very bare.
Like I said, none of that meant anything to me. This is important. I pulled his hand to my lips and kissed it. I know we are complicated, we are too fast, too quick. Perhaps we are both delusional. But I like you, you know? And we should just figure it out. So you would move here, at least for now, to be with me?
Aye.
Can we get the house more comfortable for you?
This house is the most foreign thing in the world.
I laughed. You said your house back in Scotland was...
About a third this size.
He looked around.
It is a nice house, though. I bought it with rugby money. I held on to it. I'll show you one day.
I'd love that. I giggled. We should go to Scotland and go on a long walk, just you and I. Backpacks on, going from pub to pub, crossing fields, walking down dusty medieval Scottish roads. He said,
You're daft.
I know, that's why you love me. What was your house like growing up?
My dad descended from a long line of important Campbells. The Earl of Breadalbane was my great-great. I think my great times 9 uncle. When I was growing up, I lived in the shadow of a castle near Loch Tay that I could say my ancestors had owned at one time. Now it is a disused hotel and a golf course. My father's family had a long fall from grace.
Maybe that's why he moved to America. Maybe he didn't want to be reminded of what his ancestors had lost.
Could be. I hadn't thought of that.
It must be hard to live in the shadow of a castle that your family used to own.
We only have a few artefacts from the time. One is a painting of my great-great-great many times over grandfather. He was born in 1675.
I lay across his lap, looking up at his face. So long ago.
I did some research on him. He died the year of the Battle of Culloden Moor, but nae in the battle. He was very old by then.
I cocked my head. You did some research?
Aye, on the internet. Ancestry.com, you ken.
He took a gulp of beer. You never mentioned you researched your ancestry before. That's cool.
Some day I will take you to Scotland, but we will no go on a long walk.
He shivered.
We will go in a proper drive around. I will show you Taymouth Castle and the lands that my dear old grandpa used to lord over.
It's a deal, I added. Maybe a little walk here and there?
Ye are incorrigible.
He leaned over and kissed my lips. We ordered dinner, we drank a bit more, and talked and had a lovely night, then went to bed. We lay down on the bed and spooned, facing the window so he could get the whole feel of looking out at the view. See how the whole valley twinkles?
Aye, and they cannot see up here.
Nope, we can do anything we want. He rolled over onto me, a big bear hug, his mouth on my neck, a lovely, sultry lay, and then sweet kisses and long exhales as we drifted off to sleep, with the lights of LA all around us. Chapter 49. Embedded. Liam.
There was a ruckus from outside and a buzzing sound. Blakely looked at her phone screen. Fuck. I was jarred out of a deep sleep. What is it? She pulled a shirt over her head and was pulling on pajama pants.
Darren is outside.
She turned her screen to show me a man at the front door, yelling, trying to get in. It was difficult to understand what I was looking at, groggy from sleep. I didn't have video of people on my phone from the front door, but his yelling woke me fully. Blakely, let me the fuck in! She rushed from the bedroom as I jumped up from the bed, pulling on a pair of sweats and a t-shirt. Down the hall I heard her yelling,
Go away, Darren! You don't get to come here! This is my house!
I raced down the hallway to follow her. She was yelling through the closed door, Go away! Bam! She shrieked. It sounded as if Darren had thrown his shoulder against the door. Crash! He ploughed into it again. It sounded as if he were going to splinter it down the middle. I waited a beat until he was going to do it again, and pulled the door open as he threw his shoulder against it. He stumbled against me when he didn't make contact. I yanked him up by the back of his jacket and pushed him back out onto the stoop. Blakely screamed. He might have a gun! A gun? How come he would have... I asked the arse. What the fuck you doing here, mate? He looked confused and hammered drunk. I looked past him at the car in the drive, the headlamp still on. The front fender was embedded in a bush. Blakely clung to my sleeve. Darren slurred, "What is here? Who's this idiot, Blakely?"
Blakely said, "You aren't supposed to be here. This is my house."
Not your house, still mine." He tapped his chest. Then he threw his arms out. "All mine. And you're my wife. I need to go to bed. It was a long day, a big night." He was weaving on his feet. "Close the new Jensen film. Came to celebrate. Who the fuck is this?"
"Jeez, Darren, this is so inappropriate. I am your ex. Step off."
I said, "You're too drunk to drive. You'll have to sleep it off in the car. But you aren't coming in." He shoved me on my chest.
Chapter 50. Your Things in My Drawer. Blakely. My heart was racing, and I kind of thought I might faint. Darren was scaring the hell out of me, and I knew he had a gun. Probably. I had one for protection. It was in the closet upstairs. I didn't even know if I remembered how to get into the gun safe. And what was I thinking about? Escalating my drunk ex with a gun? But he was scaring me. Really bad. I was worried a fight might break out, that this would get violent. I didn't know what Liam would do, but he looked furious. Then Darren shoved Liam, and Liam didn't move. His feet planted, his eyebrow twitched. He tightened his lips and looked stern. As stern as a bus driver taking middle school boys to camp 2 states over. I warned, "Darren, I will call the police." He said,
"You won't. This is my house. I want to go to bed in my house. This asshole doesn't get to stand in front of blocking me from my house."
He shoved on Liam's chest again. Liam didn't twitch a muscle. Then Liam spoke.
"This is no your house. This is Blakely's house, and she has invited me in." "Yeah, well, I didn't give her permission to,"
Liam said.
"You dinna live here. Explain how that would work when I am here. Invited by the woman with the key to the lock. There is a beer bottle on the counter that I've been drinking. My shorts are washing in the machine. And you ken, Darren. Can I call you Darren?"
Darren looked confused.
"No, you can't." "All right. Ballbags, then. Ballbags, you ha your stuff moved out. Your dresser drawers were emptied. But now my clothes are in your drawers. My great big socks are in the top drawer. My toothbrush is in the cup beside the washroom sink. You canna argue with it, Ballbags. Yet here you are on Blakely's front stoop, making an arse of yourself."
Darren wove dangerously, then said,
"Yeah, well."
He straightened his coat, turned, and stumbled down the steps. Then he turned back.
"Fuck you, Blakely. I never liked you. You're a bitch."
"You're a liar and a cheat and a drunk and an idiot. Call me what you want. I'm happy to be rid of you." There was something about his gait, a purpose to his weaving stride. I yelled, "What are you doing, Darren?"
"Get my gun."
He was halfway to the car. Liam yelled,
"Shite, mate. How come you gonna cause trouble like that?"
To me, he asked,
"He's got a gun,"
I said, "in the glove compartment."
"He won't get that far. He can barely walk."
Liam called after him.
"Seriously, mate, you dinna want to get your gun. I will kill you with it. It will be embarrassing for you, and you canna drive. You will kill someone on the highway, and how would I sleep on it?"
Darren made it to his car. Liam said,
"I do want to sleep. I am so looking forward to a proper good night's sleep in my new house with your wife and your—"
Darren spun around and charged up the steps, swinging. Liam leapt to the side, causing Darren to pitch forward, grabbing the back of Darren's shirt and flinging him face first down the hallway floor. Darren banged against the floorboard. Liam stalked over where Darren sat, stunned, and dug through his pocket for the car's key. He tossed it to me.
"Go get his gun."
I rushed out barefoot into a brisk Los Angeles November night to scrounge through my ex's glove compartment looking for his gun. There it was, just like always. I held it in my lap and took stock of the car. There was a bottle of bourbon on the front seat. He was lucky he hadn't killed anyone. I looked up at the house. Liam was dragging a sort of struggling Darren down the walk. Darren was yelling, "Let go of me!" I climbed out of the car and called after Liam. "Take him around the house to the pool chairs over there."
"Och, he's a load."
I raced into the house, grabbed my phone, and went back to the car and took photos of all of it. The gun, the whiskey bottle, and the fender of the car embedded into the bushes. And then I followed Liam to the pool and photographed Darren sprawled in a lounge chair. Darren covered his face, but it was too late. "These photos are for my lawyer."
"You can't leave me out here. It's my house,"
Liam said.
"We already discussed it. Maybe you dinna remember as you're thoroughly wrecked. But this is Blakely's house, and my toothbrush, and on and on. This fact is indisputable. I am going to let you sleep off your shame here in one of Blakely's chairs because I dinna want to think on you anymore. I hie Rick's wife to bed."
He tried to climb from the chair but got his feet tangled in the leg and fell forward.
"Ow!"
Liam stood over him and said to me,
"What was it I said when you first told me about this man?"
"You said he sounded shite or something? You're very wise." We left him moaning piteously as we returned to the front of the house. Liam asked,
"Can you get the gun? I dinna want to touch it, and can you hide this?"
He passed me the car key. "Sure, yeah." I grabbed the gun from the car seat where I'd left it and carried it and the car key into the house. Liam stood by the door.
"How do you lock it?"
I said. "Push that main red button." My hands were shaking as I put the gun and the key into a mixing bowl and then spun around looking for somewhere to put it. I wasn't sure why. He wasn't getting in the house. But anyway, I wanted it out of my sight. I slid open my extra-large pots and pans drawer, put the bowl inside a stew pot, placed the lid over it, and closed the drawer. I said, "There." And then I burst into tears. Liam strode over.
No, witchy. How come you're crying?"
I said.
"That was really scary."
He wrapped me in his arms and kissed my forehead.
"What would I have done if you weren't here?"
"You would have kept the door locked, for one. I shouldn't have opened it. It didn't dawn on me he would have a gun. You Americans are mad dangerous. I had to remember every yelling arse might be carrying a weapon."
I chuckled, my arms wrapped around him.
"I was very impressed how you stood there. I was afraid you might get into a brawl and
I dinna brawl, Blakely. Are you seeing the size of me? If ye are big, you had to come up with another way to stop the wee man from wanting to brawl. Else you might kill them."
"Really?"
"Och, aye. My dad told me when I was young. Liam, you are a Campbell, and you are going to grow up to be big. You had to win by nae fighting. You had to be like Bing Creaghan. That's the name of a mountain in Scotland, near the shore of Loch Awe."
"So that's what you were doing when Darren shoved on you?"
Aye, I was being a mountain to his wee sheep. The lamb canna move the mountain, though he might try."
"Well, it was awesome. Thank you. I would have been freaking out if you hurt him." We squeezed tighter and then let go.
"I winna hurt him."
He cocked his head and smiled.
"He is inconsequential to us, innit?"
I nodded.
"I winna hurt him, and he canna hurt us. He is nothing. We ought to think on him as your past, and when the past comes a knocking, we just look it in the eye and say, 'Begone.'"
Or tell the past to sleep it off by the pool.
"Exactly."
"I learned a lot about you tonight. You keep your temper. I'm grateful for that." He shrugged.
"I keep my temper in the hard things, but I do grumble a great deal about the day-to-day."
"Oh, I knew that." Then he ran his hands through his hair, giving me a glimpse of his taut stomach.
"Yeah, ready for bed, would ye?"
"Yes, but let me check." I went over to the windows, raising the screen, to see Darren lying on the ground beside the chair where he had fallen asleep. I sighed. My ex was on the ground by the pool that we had built, while I had another man, my new love, inside the house. I closed the screen and looked at Liam. He gave me a sheepish grin.
"'Tis complicated, huh, would she?"
"Aye."
You ken, we'll get through it if we keep it simple. You went on a hike and you found me, and now we are together. We are a great love story. Ain't it anything but the man who broke your heart? A sad story, sleeping by the pool. I prefer the love story.
This is so true, Liam. Me too. As we padded down the hall to the master bedroom, I said, "That was hilarious how you told him you have your clothes in his drawers. It made him so furious. He couldn't even think of what to do."
Aye, he is an asswipe. He canna figure out what to say or think. If you're going to stand on the steps of your ex's house, you ought to be able to think straight. That is the worst time to be drunk. I kent it would bother him.
How did you know? I would have never thought of it. I'm surprised you didn't tell him we were talking about getting married. I climbed down on my side of the bed, marveling that he climbed into his side. He put out an arm for me to rest my head.
I dinna ken where my mind went there, except
I leaned over and pushed the button to screen the windows a little less, wanting to see the sparkling lights. I'd gotten pretty spooked. I needed the distraction. A nightlight of sorts. I want to hear. Your voice is calming me.
Remember your joy when we mingled our laundry earlier today?
Yes, because it's so intimate.
Och, you are a sweet nut job on it. But it got me remembering about the devotion of drawers.
I raised my head. The devotion of drawers?
Aye. When Em broke up with me, I had a time where I wondered on her dresser drawers. It had only been a few months that I had moved my things into her home. Just a few things, yet we had been dating for a long time. She always wanted me to bring my things over, so I did, finally. And she folded them for me and seemed very pleased to have my clothes in her drawer. Then, later, she broke up with me. And I had to pack up my things up and I was upset. And the big thing going through my mind was, what had she done with the space I had left in the drawers? Sometimes I wondered if there was another man with his clothes in her drawers. Maybe he had come over that very first night and had put his clothes there, and it made me feel mental considering her drawers.
He kissed my head. And while I didn't deserve the breakup, in hindsight, Em was cruel to me. But also, I wanted that into her. I'm sure that's why it took me so long to move my things to her place. Sharing drawers is a measure of our devotion, I think. I kissed his chest. You put your things in my drawer on the first day. He chuckled. Is this our first day? I feel like I loved you much longer than that. Well, you didn't give it a second thought. First moment you had, you put them in. Aye, no second thought. So you told him about my drawers to make him feel mental? Aye, the mountain will always win against the sheep. Chapter 51. A Mountain. Blakely. I woke up and patted the bed beside me. Empty. I glanced through to the bathroom. Also empty. I climbed out of bed, remembering the drama last night, and my stomach sinking. But why? I went down the hall to the kitchen. Liam was not there. I called. Liam? I spun, my nerves instantly jangling from the night before. What the? I went to the windows and opened the screen and saw this. Darren, elbows on his knees, a cup of coffee in his hands. Liam sitting opposite, also with his elbows on his knees, a cup of coffee in his hands. They were facing each other. Darren's head hanging, Liam talking. My nerves calmed. Something about the way Liam looked, competent, intent, sure as an ancient Scottish mountain. I poured some coffee in a mug and then slid open the glass door to go out. I came out sheepishly, my eyes narrowed. What's going on? Liam said. I thought he would need a cup of coffee afore he headed out. Darren's eyes flitted toward Liam. Blakely, I'm sorry about last night. I went incredulous. Sorry for drunkenly threatening my life late last night? Sorry? That's rich, especially coming from someone who never once apologized for anything, ever. Fuck you. Darren nodded, his expression distressed, put down his mug, stood, and ran his hands through his hair. So I'll be getting going, He checked his pockets. Liam handed him his key.
I am nae giving you back your gun. If you're the kind of man to lose control with his drink and his anger, which you have proven, then it is too dangerous for you to have one. Yeah, you're, fine.
Darren took the key.
I am sorry, Blakely, and I'm going to make sure that you get what you've asked for. I'll call Steve, get him to agree to everything. We can get this taken care of as quickly as possible.
Oh, I blinked. Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, anyway, sorry to bother you.
He turned and strode down the walkway. I watched him go and then put down my coffee and rushed after him, meeting him in front of his car. Can I ask you, Darren, what it was Liam said? He gave me a half smile.
He told me I looked like an arse and that he was going to help you press charges if I didn't get my shite together.
He huffed.
You like that guy?
I love that guy. More than I've ever loved anyone.
Great.
Yeah, so thanks in advance for handling things with your lawyer. I really appreciate the coming equitable resolution. He nodded, climbed in his car, and a moment later opened the window.
You won't give me my gun?
The gun you threatened to pull on me last night? That gun? The one I documented with photos? Put that gun in your ex-wife's win column.
Yeah, of course. Will you dispose of this?
He passed the empty bourbon bottle out. Then he started up his car and carefully backed out from the hedge, guiding the car down the driveway. I walked back around the house to the pool, but Liam was in the kitchen. He said,
I'm famished.
He opened a cabinet.
What do we have for breakfast?
I rushed him and threw my arms around him. Thank you. Whatever you did, thank you. It looks like he's going to give me what I want. Oh my God, I am so happy. What did you do? He said,
I didn't do anything. I appraised his character and he didn't like what I had to say. Funny thing about that man, he didn't care what you thought, but me, a stranger. He was all like, oh no, didn't want the rugby player to judge me.
He pulled out an egg carton and checked it.
How does an omelette sound?
Chapter 52. An Empire Built Upon Blakely. Liam and I ate breakfast, and then we swam in the heated pool, and he asked me about a tree in the back of the property, so we went for a stroll and I showed him the landscaping, happily telling him about putting in flowers. We talked about cutting grass. I said, this is all kind of like a honeymoon.
I winna ken, but I do like it. It is fun waking up with you, spending the day. I would do it every day if I...
But you have the hotel and pub.
I will need to get back to it soon enough.
A little later in the day, we drove down to the grocery store for dinner fixings, and his phone rang. I listened in as he talked, gathering that it was Naisha from the pub. They went back and forth for a moment, then finally he said,
I dinna have the folder with me, it's back at the house. I ken he says we owe it, but dinna pay him yet. I know. Tell him I am out of town. I will look at it.
He chuckled.
Again, Naisha. Again, if I had the receipts in that app, I would be looking at them in the car. But I am holding Witch's hand. I canna hold her hand and look up things on my phone. I am a simple Scottish man. That is too much to expect.
He listened again.
Again, thank you for doing it. I will call you as soon as I check my records.
After they hung up, I asked, so you've been away for 4 days and the place is falling down without you?
Aye, my empire is built upon a pile of a dead man's bills and receipts.
I joked. You keep all your business records in a folder?
Aye, and I brought it with me, so Naisha dinna ha it and she might be the one who needs it.
We pulled up in front of the grocery store and bought some food for the night. Steaks and potatoes to roast and a cherry pie with ice cream, because he said it was his favorite. It felt important somehow to give him his favorite, because he had been distracted since the phone call. We drove the groceries home and unloaded them in the kitchen, working together. And then I got the steaks ready for the grill while Liam went down the hall for his folder. He flipped through it and then called Naisha privately and didn't tell me what he had discovered. I poured us some wine, and we bundled up in sweaters because it was cool for LA, and I turned on the gas fire pit. It was dark early, the stars emblazoned across the sky behind us. Ahead of us, the soft glowing aura over the sparkling city. The air was crisp and cool. I watched him flip a steak. This is like all the best parts of camping. He grinned.
Aye, and there's also the worst parts of having a very expensive house. 'Tis very drafty, and we are cooking our meat over a fire.
I giggled. He sat back down beside me. After a moment of comfortable quiet, staring up at the sky, I asked, Liam, I was wondering, if you could do anything at all, what would it be? You know, if time and space didn't matter? Like your mega dream. He chuckled.
Oh, we are going to discuss our dreams again.
Yes, we are. I learned this morning that my divorce will be settled very soon, and so I want to dream for a bit. Big dreams. He shrugged.
I wanted to play rugby my whole life. If reality didn't matter, I would do it.
I frowned and play-huffed. Well, that's not helpful. He laughed.
You want to dream, would you? To manifest some magic? You want to transform me into the kind of man who says I want to build a widget and fly it to the moon while all the men cheer for my ingenuity? It isn't going to happen. I am sorry to tell you, and I am truly hoping it isn't what causes you to leave me, to lose interest, that I am nae a dreamer like that. I am no...
That's not what I meant.
You meant you wanted me to say I want to start a restaurant and nae a wee shop in the corner of two lonely streets. You want me to start a grand restaurant on High Street, or maybe you want a man who will want to be a stockbroker, or...
Not at all. I already had a marriage to a man like that, and we spent most nights not talking about our dreams, but rather our plans, and by that I mean spreadsheets and contracts, and that's not what I mean. I would be at least as happy if you said you wanted to play music at a coffee shop or wanted to paint. He chuckled.
I heard your excitement when you're competitive, likely. If I said I wanted to play music at the coffee shop, I guarantee you would be looking for a record label within the day, wanting me to be a superstar.
I laughed. You know me so well. I do that, but I am not going to do that. I can stop, and it depends, I think, on how talented you are. He laughed.
Then we're safe, because I am not talented at all.
So this is a deal breaker? I frowned exaggeratedly. I am a dreamer and a planner, and you think that's a mistake?
I just didn't want you to get your expectations up, likely. I'm afraid that will be a disappointment to you.
Did something happen today with the phone call with Naisha? Because you seem to be in a mood. I smiled to cut the tension.
Oh, nay, you sound just like Naisha.
She is a smart lady.
The bill for one of our suppliers was due. It is the normal worries.
The oven timer went off and I jumped up. Hold that thought, but also, can you let me look at the folder?
I dinna ken if...
I stood over him, the timer beeping behind me. I am practically your wife. How are you going to let me not see your folder? I thought we shared everything.
Fine, I will get the folder, but you canna hold it against me.
I won't. I got our plates served and carried them to the coffee table in front of the fire, where we were sitting on the floor at two corners. He pushed toward me what he called a folder, but that was more of a beat-to-hell, bulging 3-ring binder with papers sticking out of all sides. He poured some wine in my glass.
You're going to need it.
I took a bite of steak and said, Yum. He took a bite.
Oh, 'tis very good. We did well.
True that. I leaned over and kissed him, then dropped back in my seat. But while I did that, I pulled the folder closer to me.
Ye are hurtful.
He placed his palm on it.
You can... I am worried you're going to think of me as a failure.
I'm not. Do you know how much I love you? And you have watched me fail. You picked me up off the trail a third of the way. Did you think less of me?
Nay, I thought even more of you. I was very proud of you. But this is different.
I wiped my fingers off on a napkin. Not really. Think of me right now as your emergency contact. This folder is the bear that's snuffling outside your tent. Let me see. Chapter 53. Regret and Failure. Blakely. He pushed the folder toward me, and I took another bite of steak. I opened to see what the damage was. The top layer of the folder was a list of phone numbers in a clear plastic sleeve that had a piece of paper with a scrawled name, May, and a phone number, with the words Dad's wife written beside it, circled over and over. Under that it stated, Dad, hospice. There was a hospital record and some bills, then a death certificate. I scanned it fast, glancing at Liam as he ran his hand through his hair, dismayed. I flipped to a few pages of lawyer letters and forms and a contract, then 2 more with suppliers. Under that, a loose, haphazard pile of receipts, then bank statements, which were shocking. I didn't know they gave out bank statements on paper anymore, and a checkbook. Then there were some forms for selling the pub and an appraisal on the hotel. I could barely contemplate the numbers. The excavation of it was most of the work this round, but it was easy to see that the numbers were not adding up. Also, from that top layer of the folder to the bottom layer was a deepening desperation. The plastic sleeves at the top, the haphazard receipts in the middle. The last few pages were bills marked due. He said, "You ken, would she? The business is failing, and it is difficult to watch it fail, having had a hand in it. I regret I couldn't fix it. I couldn't pull it back from the edge. And I regret in a good way to begin a dream." I carved another bite of steak and chewed it, gesturing with my fork. "And this word, regret, exactly what do you mean by it?" "I dinna ken, it's..." "Because you said yourself it was your father's dream. Why would you regret that it wasn't a success? You are by all rights able to sell it, take the money, settle the debts, and run. Not one person would blame you for it." "Nae one person blames me per se. Everyone feels very sorry for me. And there's the problem of it, would ye. I was going to be a rugby star for most of my young life, and then an injury changed my course. Then I was helping my sister go to school, being a proper eldest brother, dealt a shite hand by a deadbeat dad, and that was derailed by the father's death. And I grumble and moan about having to do what I didn't plan to do. But the worst part is that I am failing, and everyone can see." "That's really tough." "Aye, it has been very public that I am nae able to turn my father's business around. I've been a failure. My father was a failure. And as I told you today, we come from a long line of failures. The Campbells of Bridlebane, the title laying dormant because of lack of descendants. We couldn't even make children well enough. Yet my line lived in the shadows of the castle, sold to the highest bidder. 'Tis an old thing, would she, to live on the outside the walls of a castle that your grandfather would tell you, with a mist in his eye, 'twas mine, but 'tis gone. It's like every man in my family has failed, and everyone kens it. I wonder if we're cursed." I shook my head. "I don't believe in curses." "Me neither. Nay, really." He took a sip of wine. "What I hear you saying in all of this is that you don't want to keep failing, that you want some success." "Aye, but when ye say failing, would she, it hurts my feelings. You need to soften the blow." "You want some success." "Aye, I need a win. And I would also like to honour my father and give him a win as well. I was very angry with him, but I kind of think I have been too harsh. Perhaps he was just wanting to try to do something successful. Maybe he didn't want to live in the shadow of the castle anymore. I dinna ken. I canna excuse leaving your family. He's still an arse. Maybe honour is too strong a word." "Maybe you want to honour your family name." "Aye, and that is simple now I think about it. What I would really like to do is get everyone at the hotel and pub their jobs back, and to have the people who are working for me and who work for my father see that we are capable of doing it." I gave him a sad smile. "That's darn close to a dream, my love. I like that it involves making things right for other people." He shrugged. "It was a hard thing when I had to let them go." I flipped the last page, and in the back pocket of the binder were some folded magazine pages. I unfolded them. There were photos of the inside of a pub, a really hip pub from somewhere in Scotland. What's this? The night I got the call from my dad's wife, May, I went down to the shop for a drink and there was a magazine with a story about Scotland's best pub. I bought it and tore out the photos. I thought they would inspire me for my new role. I blinked. So, when you came, you thought you were going to redecorate? You did have a dream? My voice trembled. I kind of thought I would cry. He grinned sheepishly. I suppose I did. I at least wanted to make the hotel a place people would want to stay, to be simple and to polish the pub a bit. He pulled the photos from my hand and looked down on them. Then he folded them back in half and stuffed them in the pocket. He closed the binder and ran a hand through his hair again. I watched him, blinking back my tears. Then I said, "Now I have a dream." He narrowed his eyes and shook his head. "If your dream is to help me try to no fail as badly as I ha, I cannot let you, would she? What are you going to do? Ride to my rescue? 'Tis nae fair, I cannot let you do it." So what? I am at the edge of a precipice of change, the cliff of a new world, a new life. I am going to marry Liam Campbell. Sight unseen, if you think on it. You dinna ken how bad 'twas. I 100% knew how bad it was. I'm not dumb, Liam. You've been telling the world it was that bad since I met you. And if that wasn't enough, if I wasn't going to take the word of a man who always says what he means, then I would have known the day I watched you brush the dust off the pile of sheets in your broken-down motel. This folder is nothing. It's not a deal breaker. If anything, this folder, you're telling me about the folder? This is the deal clincher, Liam. You want to have success in your pub and hotel. You may not be willing to admit it, but you do. And you haven't been actively failing. You've been setting the stage for your success since the beginning. For instance, you have beguiled a woodland fairy to come work some magic. He chuckled. Beguiling? I ha' never been beguiling. Oh, yes, you've been beguiling me since the moment you carried the chair over your head that night at the Orkney pub. He said, You like that? Oh, I liked that so much. I dinna ken if you ought to call it beguile. Maybe I ha' a different definition. Oh, I have the right definition. To beguile, to carry furniture, to take middle-of-the-night phone calls, to wear a tux well, to be an ex-husband whisperer, and, Liam, to know right where to kiss me and how. He grinned. And most beguiling of all, to think I'm easy, to be proud of me? To beguile. It's in the dictionary. I stood up and took the space in front of the fire. So here's the plan. 'Tis a plan you had to stand for, in your fuzzy pajamas. Yes, here's the plan. You and I, as soon as my divorce is finalized, will marry. Do you agree? Aye, but what kind of a wedding? Don't distract me from the future plan, Liam. A very small wedding. I think we should put on our duds and just go to the courthouse. Maybe Jess can come since she's my best friend. A Zoom call with your family in Scotland. Do you agree? I am not sure what the Zoom call is, but I widened my eyes. You don't know what a Zoom call is? He grinned. 'Tis a deal breaker. No, but holy shit, Liam, you're practically a caveman. I will drag you into my cave if you want. Oh, I want. But now we need this, the plan first. I picked up my wine glass and took a sip. First, we are going to really own the Orkney pub and you can never leave hotel. He said. But, I said, no buts. This is me sharing your load. You need me to pick up half of your pack, and I've been training for this forever. Going on a long hike with someone? This is it, my dream. Do you want to accompany me on my dream of helping you carry half your load? Oh, you're confusing me with your positive thinking. I am incorrigible, it's true. You love that about me. I never thought you would use it against me. This is not against you at all. You and I will make a success of that pub and hotel together, and we will take stock. 2 months, 6 months. Heck, we can even keep the for sale sign up if you want. But if a buyer comes,
We will sell a working pub and motel. We will be proud of ourselves.
I cannot ask you to leave LA, your home.
I raised my brow. Did you mean it when you said you were going to marry me?
Aye.
He ran his hand through his hair. And you were prepared to live here in LA? He nodded. I huffed. But you hate LA. You'd be willing to do it for me?
Aye, I would.
Then you have to let me return the favor. I want to go where you have to be too. I don't have a business anymore. I'm between projects. Let's go on an adventure, Liam.
What about your house? You love the view.
Half of what you think you need in life is bullshit, Liam. You and I don't need this. Let's go off and have a peak experience. Let's go do a hard thing.
You want to run a pub and a terrible motel in the middle of nowhere?
I put my hands on my hips. I've never wanted anything more in my life. He grinned.
You only came up with this idea 45 minutes ago. You need more time to think it through.
I have completely thought this through. But also, I do know one thing. We should not overthink this. Both of those things are equally important.
This seems to be the kind of thing we ought to overthink.
You poor, sweet, lovable Scott. You are so hot and so pretty, and you are so wrong. We need to be an albatross flapping toward our dreams. He laughed. Liam, there is absolutely no downside. He jokingly sighed.
Oh, nay, I suppose we are going to move to the middle of nowhere.
We are moving to the middle of nowhere. Probably tomorrow, without overthinking. Chapter 54. Rest of Our Lives. Liam.
That's how, 2 weeks later, I was driving Blakely's car into town, our destination, while she had her feet up on the dash, humming to the radio, texting.
I just told Jess we're at the end of the road.
She texted and reported to me.
She sends her love, and she wants the recipe for the chili you made the other night.
Tell her I will send it in the mail. She texted some more.
I told her that I would send it by text later, once you write it down. She says she misses us already.
Her phone beeped.
Okay, now Frank and George are FaceTiming.
She held the phone up, and George and Frank were on the screen saying, "Hey, Blakely and Liam, what are you doing?" I said, "Hello, we are driving into town now." Frank said, "What in the world? Are you still on the road? You left days ago. You should have been there, what, how long?" Blakely laughed.
Yes, it's been days. It's been many long days.
Frank said, "Dear God, you've lost your minds." George said, "Remember this next time? You ought to fly." Blakely said,
"I was showing Liam Middle America."
Frank said, "For a whole week? That is too long, too long. What in the world is in the middle of America that would be worth seeing?" I said, "We saw a very big ditch." Frank said, "The Grand Canyon?" "Aye, and some cars planted in the ground on end, covered in paint." They laughed. Frank said, "That seems worth it. Okay, you 2 crazy kids, have fun. We'll be there in a month to visit. Make sure our hotel room is ready." They hung up, and Blakely adjusted in her seat.
They are right. My ass hurts. This has been a long drive.
"Well, we are here now." I pointed. "See, Blakely, the pub and the motel are up ahead, but our new house is down this road here." I slowed as we came to the house, a nice short-term rental, because we were taking our plans slowly. As we pulled up in the gravel drive, she joked, "Walking distance. Cool." I chuckled. "Not cool. 'Tis no walking distance. If you canna see it from the porch, you have to drive it. Everyone kens it is true."
Well, after driving through Vegas, Amarillo, Oklahoma City, Little Rock, and Nashville for the past week, I think we both need to walk a bit. We'll take a stroll to dinner.
We walked up to the porch, and she slowed me for a kiss in front of the door.
This is a new threshold for us. A new day, a new everything, you know?
"It is. You said that every step of the way for the past week."
"I mean it every time. I will wake you up every morning, Liam, for the rest of our lives, and say to you, this is a new day for us.
You may tire of it, you may tease me, but I will still do it, because it's important.
Oh, I want you to say it. Please, dinna ever stop saying it to me every day. We entered our new home and she went around looking indoors and inspecting cabinets, and I thought on her, would she? She had blown into my life as if she were brought upon a storm, and somehow I had known, from that first moment, that she was going to be permanent. I hadn't been able to keep her from my thoughts, and she turned around and said,
What you thinking about? How small these cabinets are?
I said, I was thinking, I'll love you. From the first moment I laid eyes on you, I loved you. And I thank you for loving me in return.
She smiled wide. This, my love, is the beginning of something great. Chapter 55. Being Beguiling. Blakely. The next night, we had a workers' get-together at the pub. It included all the laid-off hotel workers and a 6-foot sub sandwich down the bar, with drinks on us. We made deals. We talked plans. We hired back those who wanted to work with us. We had an open bar for friends and associates. And I met a lot of new people. Then after the party, Liam and I, alongside Nyesha, cleaned up. She thought the whole thing was hilarious and kept teasing Liam. Now you're going to run the place like it's your dream, walking around here with a smile on your face. You, Liam, have lost your mind. He had laughed and said,
Oh, I hadn't lost my mind. I am being beguiling.
What in the world does that mean? He raised his brow up and down while plunging the mop up and down in the bucket.
Oh, you ken what it means, Nyesha. I am beguiling you right now.
She had laughed. Whatever you say, boss. What I see is a surly man who went to L.A. and got changed into a smiling man. And what I want to know is, did you join a cult? Liam and I laughed. He teased.
Nay, I just decided to manifest some magical success in my life with wishful thinking.
That is exactly the kind of thing a cult member would say. Nyesha pointed at me with a bar rag in her hand and teased. I blame you for swapping him out. Is Liam Campbell still back in L.A.? Is that what's happening? Liam and I grinned at each other. I placed a receipt into a drawer. What's this? I pulled out a photo of a man in front of a painting.
That is a photo of my dad.
Oh, he looks like you. And what's the painting? It resembles you too.
That's my many times great-grandfather, you ken. I told you about him, Sean Campbell.
I pulled out my laptop and put it on the counter, and at Ancestry.com asked Liam, Do you have a membership?
Nay, no anymore.
I'm going to sign you back up. I filled out the forms as Liam Campbell and signed up for a year while Liam and Nyesha finished cleaning up the pub. Then Nyesha went home, and Liam and I sat at the bar with one last drink, while I looked up Sean Campbell. He was the nephew of the Earl of Breadalbane, and had a sister named Lisbeth, and a wife named Maggie, and many children. The oldest named Gavin, and then... I followed that line down and came to Liam's dad. You and your brother and sister aren't on here. Mind if I add you?
If someone steals my identity, I am blaming you.
Go right ahead. It's a big world of everyone stealing each other's identity. You might as well join in. I added Liam's name. Chapter 56. The Cousins. Liam.
I was opening up the pub for the night and turned on the new television on the wall, put it on ESPN Plus for a soccer game, while Blakely turned on music, choosing a Mumford & Sons playlist. Blakely and I had ordered a TV and sound system from Amazon as we crossed the US, and I had teased her about it. But it had been a good idea when it had arrived that morning. I had brought it over and installed it, and now our third day in the pub we had proper music. A game playing on the wall. We had pushed the jukebox into the back corner until I could fix it to play better music. Blakely and I looked out at the pub. She said,
Third day, we added a TV and music. It already feels better. Still a lot to do.
We heard motorcycles pull up outside. Then the door opened and 4 men walked in. A black man who had the look of a military man, a guy that could be best described as a typical American, and 2 really big men, one with a beard. I said, Sorry, we aren't open yet. Come back in and the big man without a beard said, We aren't here for the pub. We are here to speak with the owner, Liam Campbell. He had a thick Scottish accent. Who's asking? His brow drew down. The black man said, I'm Quentin Peters. This is Magnus Campbell, Frooke McLeod, and James Cook. We're from, Florida. Passing through. I squinted my eyes. And what business do you have with Liam Campbell? Quentin Peters looked at the man named James and said, This is not how this was meant to go. We're 2 minutes in and it sounds like we're the feds. The man named James explained, Look, we're friends, coming with an opportunity. But I had never met you before. How can we be friends? The man named Magnus grinned. So you're Liam. He reached out a hand and shook mine. Pleasure to meet ya. Oh, aye, 'tis good to meet ya. The resemblances. The man named Frooke clapped him on the shoulder. 'Tis uncanny, innit, Ogmaggie? Magnus nodded. The man named Quentin reintroduced themselves. I'm Quentin. This is, Magnus, Frooke, James. I ken. You said everyone's names already. What do you want? The men all smiled at me, Magnus looking almost misty-eyed. James joked. Oh, that's him. Totally related to Sean. You can see it in the expressions and the surly demeanor. I narrowed my eyes. Sean who? Magnus said, Oh, nay, we are being rude. Come we sit, ha drink with ye. We have something to discuss. Blakely came around the bar, introduced herself, and shook their hands.
Of course, have a seat. Liam will get you something to drink.
I drew some beers and a soda for Quentin. You say you're from Florida, but some have Scottish accents. Frooke said, Aye, Magnus and I come from Scotland. Whereabout? Frooke pretended to no hear my question, looking around the bar, whistling. Having served them, I leaned on the bar. So what can I help you with? Magnus asked. We just need to ken for certain. Are you the son of Colin Campbell? Aye, he passed away about 8 months ago. Quentin said, I am sorry for your loss. Aye, and what of it? I dinna have any money. You canna be here for a debt. I cleared all that I could. Anything else you will need to speak to my lawyer on. James said, Oh, no, man, hell no. That's not why we're here. Sorry about that. We thought we would be much better than this. Quentin joked. That we did. When Kaitlyn said, Who wants to go talk to Liam Campbell? And we said, he wagged his finger between them, we all do. We honestly thought as a group we'd be good at it. I narrowed my eyes. I still dinna understand who is the we in this, Magnus said. Ye are the son of Colin Campbell of Kinmore, Scotland, who was in turn the son of Archibald Colin Campbell, himself the son of a Sean Archibald Colin Campbell, and... Sounds right. How do you ken this? Did you get this information off Ancestry.com? I turned to Blakely and said, Didn't I tell you? I told you they would steal my identity.
You 100% told me, but, my love, this is not identity theft. This is someone who read your family tree. This is not diabolical.
It is no diabolical until it is. I looked at the men. Is it? James put out his hands. Nah, it's not diabolical. We have an offer. Magnus just wants to make sure you're the right guy. We need proof, despite it being clear that you are the descendant from your looks, your mood, your attitude, and on and on. An offer on this pub and motel. Frooke looked around again. Och, nay, not this pub, though 'tis very nice. It reminds me of one Ogmaggie and I visited outside of Stirling back, years ago. Magnus nudged him. Nay, we are interested in a different property, Quentin said. It's... Look, you are the son of Colin Campbell, right? I nodded. Magnus said, Then you are a direct descendant of Sean Campbell, who was born in 1675. Aye, I am. My father had a painting of him. Magnus's eyes went wide. Oh, can I see it? You ha it here. I shook my head. Nay, 'tis in Scot. Blakely opened the drawer and pulled out the photograph of my father in front of the painting of my ancestor. "We have this." Magnus and Fruk peered down at the photograph. Fruk nodded. Magnus smiled broadly. "We found ya," James said. "Great, whew! So here's this." He pulled a stack of papers from a messenger bag and placed them on the bar. "Och, nay, am I being served?" Quentin laughed. "Nah, just relax, okay? This is not bad news." "All right." I sat down on a stool, ran a hand through my hair and took a swig from my beer. "All right, hit me with it. I'm curious. If it is nae being served and nae identity theft and nae bad news, I canna imagine what it could be." Blakely laughed. "A million other things, perhaps?" She sat down beside me at the bar. Magnus said, "We, Fruk and I, are your cousins. 'Tis a very convoluted family tree. I am also descended from the Bridlebane branch of your family." I said, "Magnus and Fruk. I didn't see your names on the ancestry site, though. Now I think on it, there was a Magnus, but..." Magnus said, "I was named for him. He was Sean's half-brother." Fruk grinned. "And you want to see me on the family tree? I have kept my identity hidden. Yeah, canna be too cautious." I gestured toward him, saying to Blakely, "See?"
I do see. I see your cousins are just like you.
Magnus continued, "We have come to an agreement with the Wrigglebane Royal Company and have created a consortium. We are using it to buy Taymouth Castle." I blinked. Magnus added, "We, the cousins on the consortium, are asking you to be the face of the company. We wish you to take the title and deed and to own and operate the castle as the lord." Quentin said, "Or the CEO, the guy who runs it." I blinked some more. Blakely said, "What the..." James pushed the papers toward Blakely and she began flipping pages and scanning the text. I shook my head. "I've got no money. What would I have to bring to it?" Magnus smiled. "Nathan at all, nae really. We just want to keep it in the family." Quentin said, "It's our way of honouring Sean Campbell's name." "And just to be clear, who is we? Who is they?" Fruk said, "Us, the cousins, the consortium, ye ken. We want to buy the castle." I looked at Blakely. She looked at me. She said,
"This is absolutely crazy. I mean, we would have to look this over, talk to a lawyer. How long do we have?"
Magnus said, "We have all the time in the world. Take as long as you need." James said, "But seriously, think on it. This is a good deal." I leaned forward. "Honestly, if I am to own the castle, why? Why didn't one of you be the owner?" Fruk said, "Och, we're too busy with, ye ken, we have fishing and..." James said, "None of the cousins would be able to live there and they want someone to..." Magnus interrupted, "Even if you boarded it up, even if you had no use for it, we want you to have it." "That's a huge expense, seriously. What's in it for you?" The men shrugged. Magnus said, "We want it to remain in the family, 'tis enough. And I made a promise." "To who?" "To a brother, ye ken. But that part is nae important. I want to keep the castle in the family, and ye are the owner and operator of a fine business already." As Magnus said it, James looked around with an amused expression. Magnus finished, "It made sense to hae ye be the lord." I shook my head as he spoke. Then I turned to Quentin. "You're a military man, right? Tell me honestly." Quentin said, "How'd you guess?" James laughed. "Maybe the straight-ass way you sit on that stool." Quentin slumped down and everyone laughed. I said, "Quentin, honestly, what is the downside of this deal?" Quentin said, "The only downside is that some of us might want to stay at the castle sometimes. There are a lot of us." Fruk said, "Very many bairns, a milk and a coo." Blakely said, "And those are?" "Oh, I forget, a pig and a dog.
Also, I'll be needing to come regular to fish. Bullock dinna have the best fishing. James laughed.
We know it's not the best fishing, but a close second. Frugg held up his beer bottle and clinked it with James's. Quentin said, "But as you know, it's a big castle. There's plenty of room." He shrugged. "I would take it, honestly. It's the deal of a lifetime." I exhaled long, just to get this straight. For later, when I'm thinking it over so I can make sense of it, you want me to become the owner of Taymouth Castle. I can do whatever I want with it, Magnus said. Except sell it. You had to keep it in the family, but 'twill be yours for your sons. My sons? Frugg said.
Aye, they are, you ken you will likely have sons now you're married. Blakely said. We aren't married yet.
Frugg flustered.
James kicked him. Quentin said.
He just assumed. Sorry about that. And in exchange for becoming the owner of Taymouth Castle, I would in exchange let you stay there sometimes. Magnus said. Aye, 'tis all we ask. But we will give you time to consider it. Quentin said. And we really ought to be going. The men all stood. James asked, How long do you think you'll need? I dinna ken, a couple of weeks. James typed something into his phone. Cool, how about we come back then and we'll talk? Blakely flipped through the paper.
Is there a number so we can call if we have questions?
Quentin said, Just write them down. We'll answer them at the next meeting, no worries. Anyway, we're really glad we found you. We wanted to get the lands back into the family. We're glad you're considering it. James asked, How much for the drinks? I shook my head. Nay, my treat. They each shook my hand, Magnus shaking it long, then clapping his hand on my shoulder. 'Twas very good to meet you, Liam Campbell. Great grandson of Sean. 'Twas very good. And then we showed them out. A moment later, we were standing in front of the pub, watching them mount their motorcycles and roar away. I turned to Blakely. What the hell just happened? She looked down at a stack of papers tucked in her arms. I think we just manifested our dreams. We are going to own a castle. She laughed. And it's big, so many acres. It sounds like so much walking. I put my arms around her. Oh, nay. We'll each have one of those golf carts to drive around. Her eyes lit up.
And we can park them side by side? That is the second most intimate thing after laundering. There is literally no downside.
I kissed her silly lips. Sounds like we have thought this through. And if there's one thing I learned in loving you, we dinna want to overthink it.
I love you so much, Liam Campbell.
I love you too, would she?
This has been Blakely and Liam, The Campbell Sons. Written by Diana Knightley. Narrated by Jenny Whitaker. Copyright 2022 by Diana Knightley. Production copyright by Diana Knightley.